Audio check real quick. How's the audio? Is it coming through? Is it coming through? Let me get some confirms in chat here that you didn't hear me. Sounds great. Perfect. We're going to give it a minute here. Let some people flow in. In the meantime, I will bring my face on the screen and we'll chit-chat for a minute or two. How's it going, everybody? How we doing? What is today? Wednesday? Wednesday. How's your guys' Wednesday going? Waffles Bacon 5. I pray these lost souls will find their way. Oh, I think so. This is just a little blip in time. I think all of this is going to get figured out. Dirt Bike. What up, fams? Can't complain. Yeah, it kind of feels like your typical Wednesday. Not a whole lot going on my end, to be honest with you. Been a hot week in Ohio. You know, where I'm at, we didn't even get a spring. It was winter, and then we had like a week of melt, and then it was 90 degrees. And it's just been 90 ever since. Super annoying. We did finally get like a really good thunderstorm last night. So that was fun. I had to go outside and clear a bunch of stuff off the deck and move in a bunch of plants from the entryway. So that was neat. But I did get to see a pretty awesome lightning show while I was doing all that. So I can't complain too much. I'm kind of a thunderstorm guy. Like, as long as they don't cause any serious damage to anybody's property or anything like that, then it's great. Awesome. Perfect. I like a little bit of chaos. Am I going to cover Carmelo Anthony fans going ballistic over him being guilty? I didn't follow that case like at all. So I don't know. I feel like there's probably like way more informed creators out there covering that, to be honest with you. I did see what did he get sentenced to? Like 35 years or something? And then he'll be eligible for parole like halfway through. I mean, if he's guilty, like legit, I don't even know what the count was. Was it like first degree, second degree, third degree? But that seems low, doesn't it? But I guess it kind of makes sense. I don't know if they were concerned about backlash or riots or whatever. So because he was found guilty, they figured they'd go a little lighter on the sentencing to try to first degree. That was first degree, and he got 35 years, and he'll be eligible for parole halfway through. Whew. That, yeah, I don't know about all that. He could possibly be out in 17. He could possibly be out much sooner if an elected official gets enough pushback to where they decide they want to pardon somebody. I wouldn't put that out of the realm of possibility. I like thunderstorms. I like thunderstorms too. I really do. As long as they don't cause damage, then they're great. If they cause damage, they suck. Backlash shouldn't dictate a sentence or conviction. I agree. I agree. However, that doesn't appear to be the world that we live in anymore. So something's got to get figured out with our justice system. It really does. And I have no idea what the answer is, but I would say that it appears it's going in the wrong direction. They tried to apply the sudden passion clause, but the judge took a dump on that. I'm ignorant. I have no idea what that is. What's going on, S-Files? Carmelo was genuinely shocked at the verdict. I think they had him convinced he would get off. I think his parents were. It would seem that what they did with the money, that they were convinced he was going to get off, because you would think if they were like really concerned, they would have spent that money on a legal team as opposed to whatever it is that they allegedly spent that money on. He could only be pardoned by Governor Abbott, I believe. You might be right, but I don't know. Yeah, I suppose it wouldn't. It's not a federal. Sudden passion clause would have allowed the jury to sentence him to 2 to 10 years. That would have been wild. That would have been wild if he would have got 2 to 10 years. I seen some clips. I was watching clips of some people acting a certain way when the verdict came out. Did they ever like go full riot mode and start like destroying property or anything? Or was a lot of it just a lot of, I seen one clip. It was like, I don't even know if it was the Black Panthers or if it was something like similar to that, but I remember thinking when I was watching the clip, it's like, really? The Black Panthers used to look so much more intimidating. Dude cried about being locked away after unaliving someone. Bad parents. I mean, to be fair, I would have cried too. I wouldn't want to spend that much time in jail. That would suck. Even if I was a terrible person and unalive somebody, I'd be upset too. I don't know if you guys have ever spent time locked up. It's not fun. It's not a good time. Mostly subpar IQ supporters throwing tantrums. That's fair. Someone said Jake Lang got arrested at the airport. I don't know if it's true. I don't know what to think about that dude. Feel like he's fake. All right. Let's get this going. Guys. I'm excited for this. There's no way that this isn't going to be just a complete shit show. There's no shot. We've got Clint Russell, Owen Shroyer, Gavin McInnes, redheaded libertarian. I don't even know how to pronounce his name. Eyal or something. EYAL, the dude that's on, I think it's the same guy who's on Twitter and he's constantly going back and forth with Ian Carroll. There's no way that this isn't going to be entertaining. Prepare for probably a lot of stupid too. So let's get this going. Let me know if the audio is okay for you guys playing this. If not, I can adjust it.
I'm Clint Russell, and I am America First.
Emily Wilson, and I'm America First.
My name is Owen Shroyer, and apparently I'm a panikin.
Josie Glayback, America Only, Libertarian.
My name is Eyal Yakoby, and I'm on Team America.
David Pollack, Team Maga.
Hi, I'm Gavin McInnes, and I'm still Maga.
I'm Linda Catalina, and I'm Maga.
I'm Brendan Strock. I'm tonight's moderator. Wish me luck. For years, millions of Americans didn't just support a political movement. They believed in it. They believed MAGA would disrupt a broken system, expose corruption, and finally hold powerful people accountable. They believed the DC swamp would be exposed and dismantled, that elections would be secured, that three-letter agencies would be de-weaponized, that fraud would be rooted out, that government would shrink instead of expand, that illegal immigration would be stopped, our borders enforced, and that struggling Americans would come first, no exceptions. That was the promise of MAGA. But some people here tonight, and many of you out there, believe that something has changed. So here's the question hanging over this debate tonight. Is MAGA still MAGA? What has changed that has caused once staunch supporters of President Trump and the MAGA movement to walk away? Tonight, we're cutting through the propaganda, the narratives, and the safety of shitposting online and bringing polarized conservatives together face to face to find the truth in the divide and to ask if this separation can be fixed. On one side, we have people who were all in, who defended, promoted, and fought for MAGA and President Trump, who now say they no longer recognize what the movement has.
S-Files, make America great again. Shouldn't everyone want that? I don't know. But yeah, but I feel like everybody should want America first too. So I feel like for the most part, I'm not even sure what exactly the divide here is, to be honest with you. I feel like for like policy wise, I feel like everybody agrees for the most part on policy. So we're just upset because of the war and because of Israel? Like, I feel like those are two solutions we could solve pretty easily. Let's just stop funding Israel, and let's figure out a way to get out of this stupid war.
They want answers about unkept promises, about accountability that hasn't come, about decisions that don't line up with what they say they voted for. On the other side, we have people who are still firmly behind President Donald Trump, who argue that the mission is intact, that progress is real, and that the criticism you're hearing is either misguided, premature, or flat out wrong. And here's what we're putting on the table tonight: the war in Iran, our relationship with Israel, the weaponization of our government, and what is or isn't being done about it, the Epstein files, and the question of accountability for those who abused power and privilege to harm innocent people in our country.
People were definitely talking about Israel, Dirtbike. It just wasn't as, I think a lot of it got censored. A lot of the people that were pushing anti-Israel stuff or trying to expose corruption as far as like the United States government and Israel, I think a lot of those people were censored, lost their social medias, because it was definitely being talked about. It's been being talked about for a while. It's just like somehow, however this works, it kind of broke through and is now incredibly mainstream. And I guess I'm not sure exactly how that happened. I don't know if it's because most social media platforms are left leaning and it's sort of a left talking point because of Palestine and October 7th or what, but it broke through and now it's a pretty popular talking point.
Country for so many years. The role of media figures, influencers, and insiders, who's being paid and who isn't, to make you believe a narrative that is not true. And yes, we are naming names, from Laura Loomer to Candace Owens, from Tucker Carlson to Mark Levin, from elected officials like Marjorie Taylor Greene, Thomas Massey, and Lindsey Graham, to figures inside the system like Kash Patel, Dan Bongino, Pam Bondi, and Todd Blanche. No one and nothing is off limits. Because here's the reality. A movement that can't stand up to being questioned is not a movement, it's a cult. And a base that's told to stop asking questions is not being led, it's being controlled. So tonight, we're going to find out something very simple. Is MAGA still about truth, accountability, and putting America first? Or has it become something else? And are people just now starting to notice? So let's begin. Tonight's debate is what we're calling a dinner table debate, which means that it's open forum. You guys are allowed to interrupt each other. You're allowed to interject, speak whenever you want. I'll only get involved if it becomes hostile or disrespectful, which we don't really anticipate. So I want to start with sort of a round robin exercise, which is basically to have each panelist go one by one for 1 minute, describing what you feel to be the problem with the other side. And we'll start with the America First team, and then we'll give the MAGA team the final word. So why don't we start with Owen Shroyer?
Well, I'll make it short and sweet. I supported President Trump because he was anti-establishment. I went to political battle for President Trump because I believed he would be an agent of change in Washington, D.C. And now that we're into his second administration and he's not going to be on the ballot again, I feel like he's abandoned the change agent. I feel like right now it should be the Democrats that are panicking. I feel like right now it should be the deep state that's in turmoil. But it's not. It's the American right. It's the former Trump base. And it's back to politics as usual. More war in the Middle East. Donors and foreign interests running the show, and the people continue to struggle. It's not what I voted for. We need an agent of change in the White House. So far, Trump hasn't been it.
Clint, go ahead.
I second what Owen had to say about it, but also I take this particularly personally because Trump came to Libertarian convention. I had debated.
So here's my biggest issue with his argument is these people are under the impression that the system is so corrupt, the government is so corrupt. How do they think that they're going to get this agent of change that they desire all the way into the White House? Do you think if this system is so corrupt that they're just going to allow that to happen? I don't understand. Like, I get wanting that, right? I totally get wanting that. But to be of the opinion that the system is corrupt, it can't be fixed, they rig everything, to, well, I thought Trump was going to be this thing. And now I don't understand why they're surprised or shocked and I don't are they even offering solutions? That's what I'm hoping. I'm hoping that we hear some people give an idea of a solution of how we can get to this utopia that they think could exist.
Vivek Ramaswamy the day prior, and
I doubt we're going to hear any of those solutions, or they'll be just very generalized, not specific ideas.
they made a ton of promises to us, very explicit promises. They were obviously going to avoid wars in the Middle East. They failed on that. They talked about going after the deep state. Where? It hasn't happened at all. There's been no prosecutions whatsoever. The Epstein cover-up was atrocious. Trump's attempts to get us to move our attention on has been one of the most insulting things I've ever experienced in my life. Even when they do good things like shutting down USAID, they roll it into the State Department under Marco Rubio. It's just so obviously a replacement of the existing swamp with a masked version of the same. And I think that my camp is done with it.
Josie.
The day that President Trump got shot is the day that I said, all right, I'm on board. I'm gonna join the coalition and we're gonna do this. And Trump had, as I echo Clint, Trump had come to our convention and he made us 32 promises. And of those promises were that he was going to obliterate the deep state, that he was gonna get the neocons out, that he was gonna chase away the globalists, that he was the president that never started a new war. It was going to be a very libertarian presidency is essentially what we were sold. And in those first 3 months that he was in office, he did the two genders. He got the trans identifying males out of the women's sports, and that was wonderful. He secured the border. So he was fulfilling promise after promise after promise, and then it was like a switch flipped.
Emily.
I think he's just turned on his voter base a little bit, and the way he attacks Republicans makes no sense to me. I voted 3 times in my life. Every time was for Trump, and I also dedicated my life to supporting Trump in Los Angeles, of all places. And it's just the way he has been like, oh, my voter base is turned. It's like, well, you kind of turned on us, and I think the Epstein file.
I'm a little confused about her. So Trump, he made us, what did she say, 32 promises? So she's libertarian, right? And there are so many libertarians that voted for Trump, and I don't understand. He gave us 32 promises, and then he started fulfilling all of these promises, and then he just stopped. You really went into an election and thought that any politician or political figurehead was just going to give you everything you want and everything he promised. And now that that didn't happen, you're like, I don't even know what to say to that. Have you been paying attention to any politics at all your entire life? How do you?
This is horrific. If there was anything you could mess up, that was the most fucked up thing he could do. But in general, yeah, it's kind of become embarrassing to be Republican. I can only defend him and his actions and the words he says so many times before I'm like, why would you speak like that on camera? It's just kind of unbelievable. So I have definitely stepped away a little bit and faced backlash, but I still think he's done good things. I'm not end of days, but in general, I expect a lot more. And Fauci should be in prison.
So let's switch now to
yeah, sure. Yeah, I agree. Lock him up.
Maga, and same question for you. 1 minute each. Can you please tell us what do you feel like is the problem with the other side?
My trouble with you guys is I feel like you jumped off the train at the first sign of trouble. Yes, Iran is very complicated. It's a huge, high-stakes chess move, and I am confident it's going to win. I don't see it as a war. I don't see this as a quagmire. But separately, I'm very happy with Trump so far because I'm a culture guy. And the gender thing is over. Calling someone a racist is over. Woke is over. And that we've been dealing with that since Obama, since 2008. And now you look at the left protesting. It's a bunch of old ladies with no king signs. They're the uncool side, finally. And I thank Trump very much for that because I think politics is downstream from culture, as Breitbart said, and we're winning the culture. And by the way, winning the culture also means political things like immigrants don't feel safe sneaking in here and terrorists don't feel safe bombing us.
Eyal.
I think, love or hate Trump, he's a stubborn individual. And when we go topic by topic tonight and discuss each promise, I can point to a specific timeline when he said in 2016 when he was campaigning, in 2020 when he was campaigning, and 2024 when he was campaigning. And so I think this mass hysteria, this
S-Files, woke is not over. It's just not as obvious. Yeah, I agree that it's like it's just laying dormant, waiting for its opportunity to rear its ugly head again. And I really hope people understand the game that we're playing here, and that we try to keep that at bay as much as possible, because as soon as they get power, I don't think we're going to like the results of that.
doomerism that's happening is purely fueled by clicks online and how to derive the most outrage from the American people. I think it's a demoralization op to make Americans feel guilty and ashamed of being an American. And I think when you look at what Trump promised and what he's doing, they're the exact same. And I think the only thing that you could say is that, number one, you weren't paying attention. Number two, you were blindly part of a cult that didn't exist in 2024. And I think now, specifically, it is driven by mass clicks online, largely driven by foreign entities who would like to see Americans divided and the Republicans lose in 26 and 28.
Linda.
I pretty much agree with everything that he's saying. I think a lot of this is, to be honest with you, a psychological operation similar to COVID. I think for these two individuals, the libertarians, they need to know their place in the coalition. They were never MAGA. I've looked at other tweets. I know who they are. There was not 32 promises made to libertarians. There were 20 promises made to the American people. Agenda 47, which do not include a lot of the things that Josie said. As far as Owen, he has a personal vendetta against Trump because he thinks that Trump should just have his own personal revenge. Emily, I know she hasn't tuned out exactly, but I think as far as the Epstein files, I completely disagree. I'm an Epstein freak, as I told you, and I think the case has been completely misrepresented by figures, Alex Jones and others, to have clicks and views, and there's no such thing as a massive panic pedo elite raping children.
Shots fired. All right, David.
The issue I have with the other side is that they want to indoctrinate our children in schools and bring them out into protests and in the street when they don't even know what communism and Marxism is, but yet they're marching behind that banner. The other side wants to put us in jail. The other side wants to see that we'd have no say in our elections. The other side wants us to open up the border so we have no representation, so they can murder and rape our women in the United States. That's the other side. They're not the other side. They're just a different side of our coin. And I think this is a healthy discussion because we can disagree on policy, but we have to remember who the other side is. It's not them. And I think this discussion is necessary because we can show who the other side is, that we can disagree with each other and still love America. The other side hates America. The other side doesn't want this happening. So that's the other side. I have no issue with what they're saying.
So I want to start tonight by playing a clip of this administration's campaign promises from 2016 through 2024, and then open up the floor to both sides.
I will end the devastating inflation crisis immediately, bring down interest rates, and lower the cost of energy.
We're going to bring those prices way down.
A vote for Trump means your groceries will be cheaper. Groceries, cars. I want to stop all payments to big insurance companies and instead give that money directly to the people so they can buy their own health care. All illegal entry will immediately be halted, and we will begin the process of returning millions and millions of criminal aliens back to the places from which they came. When we win back the White House, we will have no higher priority than ending the weaponization of this horrible legal system. I am the candidate of peace. I am peace. People don't believe that. I am peace.
A vote for Donald Trump is a vote for a man who wants to end wars, not start them.
These endless wars that we've been in, I've gotten us out of so many. We don't want to get into wars. We're tired of fighting. I'm the only president in the last 84 years that didn't start a war. Under Trump, we will have no more wars. No more wars. No more wars. Before I even arrive at the Oval Office, I will have the disastrous war between Russia and Ukraine settled.
Would you declassify the Epstein files?
Yeah, I would.
All right.
I guess I would.
Last night, Trump said he's thinking about using 20% of the savings to pay down debt and giving another 20% to Americans. That could potentially mean checks up to $5,000.
Waging war on government waste, fraud, and abuse, and They're curbing inflation and saving taxpayers billions and billions of dollars every single day. And we're going to be giving back refunds out of the tariffs because we've taken in literally trillions of dollars.
So, have President Trump and this administration's agenda radically shifted from its core message that people voted for? And if not, how do we explain the discrepancy between these campaign promises and what people are seeing?
Well, I'd say the tape pretty much speaks for itself. I think the challenge is going to be upon them to explain how any of that has happened. The only thing I heard on that tape that has happened to this day is that the border is secure. Nothing else that he says in that video, none of it has happened.
Be specific. What hasn't happened?
We haven't deported millions of illegals.
We have.
We have deported 2.5 people.
No,
2.5 million people.
2.5 million.
Yes,
in fact,
we have.
In fact,
we
Trump
have.
has deported less than Barack Obama.
You just said you liked the border. That was the only good thing.
No, we have.
The border is different
Illegal
than
crossings
deportations.
are down at like zero.
The border is different than deportations.
Obama
So we need more
deported
deportations.
3.1 million people in
Now,
8
granted,
years.
Obama.
Oh, so this is just completely open format. Go ahead and argue back and forth and interrupt each other. This is gonna be a mess.
Years.
Who deported more,
Obama
Obama or
deported
Trump?
3.1 million people in 8 years.
Obama
we have
fudges
done
those numbers.
2.5 million.
He includes turnaways.
So when Trump comes out and says we have to keep the workers here because our economy needs them, so we're not doing mass deportations, how do you explain that?
No, Trump has the largest deportation operation in American history. He literally is still ongoing, and he's actually getting opposition from inside his own party. He's being so effective at it, and we're not even talking about it anymore.
So you guys are okay with the deportations?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
So that's just a difference.
I feel as if
Remember when
they're
you-
adequate after having 10, 15 million.
I would say that. I mean, I'm glad that deportations are happening, and I would be totally okay with there being many, many more. Like to say that, I don't know how they would argue that they're satisfied with the number of deportations. Be like, well, I think it's a good start, and we should ramp that shit up.
Come in under Biden alone, and you're going to bring up a 2 million figure? Is it?
Well, that's kind of my point, is look at the quagmire he inherited. 12 million people is more than Ellis Island in its totality.
Right, but that's the whole point, is that if you're going to promise mass deportations and only deliver, as Linda's saying, 2 million.
He's deporting more than any
2.5
president.
I know,
million
but
in a year and a half.
he's slowing it down too. Instead
not
of
slowing it down.
slowing it down.
well, that's the rhetoric that they're giving us.
Right, because you guys now propagate fake news.
No, listen, this is.
That's what you guys.
I'm listening to Trump.
That's what you guys do.
Literally,
now.
it's
You guys,
Trump
you
saying
guys
it.
push fake news.
Trump multiple times from the White House has said we have to keep these illegal workers here. That's his own word. So is Trump fake news?
I haven't heard that.
Did
Play
you
it.
not talk about
You're the
wanting
one that
them
says we
fired?
don't pay attention. You seem to not
Did
pay
I say
attention.
you don't pay attention? I said you're
That's what seems to
spreading
be the
fake
case
news,
here.
and you have.
And yet you can't say
and
the
you have.
But what's the fake news?
Wait,
Everything you post.
How can you accuse me?
Everything you
Hold on a
post.
second. How can
Everything
you
you post
accuse me?
on social media is fake news. Everything.
I'd
And
love
now
to
you
hear you
post
say one thing.
socialist talking points from Kamala Harris's fact check post. That's what you do now. You're a socialist now.
You just admitted you don't pay attention to the Trump administration,
I
and
do
you're
pay
going to
attention.
accuse me
I'm
of
sorry I
fake
didn't pay attention
news,
to that
but
clip.
you don't even know
I'm
what
sorry
you're
I
talking
didn't pay.
about.
That's why I said
Okay.
play
Real
it.
quick, I did see something about Trump, and he was talking about like wanting to keep illegals when it comes to farming and agriculture and all those things. And I was like, okay, that's not what I personally
Linda, have you
voted
seen that or
for.
not?
I have
Yeah,
not.
but we're
I would love
ignoring
to see
nuance
it.
here. Because he said we have to keep some illegals here for farm work, etc., doesn't mean he's against deporting illegal
don't
aliens.
have those visas.
You keep doing these blanket statements. Yes, he did say that we need to keep some illegals here. That doesn't mean he doesn't want to deport as many as humanly possible.
But is that not an obvious concession to his
But
donors?
why did he want
That's
to
what
keep them?
the presidency is about. It's about
But why? Hold on. Why? He's in his second term. Did we not get promised extraordinary measures, and is he delivering on them?
Nobody serious can ever argue that Trump has not stopped the border invasion that's happening and not mass deported. That's not you guys can't be serious right now. 2.3.
I'm absolutely serious.
2.3 million people have been deported in 1.5 years. Asylum claims 2 years ago were at 50%. Today they're at 7%. The border, 12 million people came into the country under Biden. 2.3 million have left. There's no net new migration into this country right now.
That's pretty good.
I actually can't see where your argument.
We're not even getting back to baseline of Trump when he left office, and you guys are.
I don't understand the argument here that like they're surprised that Trump is capitulating to his donors on certain aspects. That makes no sense. Like, are you seriously shocked that Trump is giving in to his donors on some things? What president hasn't done that? What politician hasn't done that? That's kind of how the system is set up.
Taking victory laps as
How
if that's...
quickly can
We're not taking victory laps. We're saying that work is getting done. We're not taking victory laps.
Who's taking a victory lap?
What is the number that you guys, I'd like to see at least 10 million people.
2.3 million people.
I'd love that.
So what's a number?
2.3 million people in a year and a half is sufficient to us to say that, and shutting down the border, which is a huge victory for this country, you're saying that that's not sufficient. The burden is on you to tell us what would a sufficient number be for Owen Shroyer?
I'd say at least 10 million in 4 years, at a minimum.
And propose a plan for the Trump administration to deport 4 times when ICE has already been deployed throughout the country. When we spent billions of dollars on ICE to deport people. Please give us a plan, a basic plan of how that's going to happen. While I'm sure it's going to come up that you're saying prices aren't going down. If we start deporting all the farm workers immediately like that, please explain how prices don't rise for the average American at the grocery store as well.
I love that logic because that's exactly what you're asking Americans for this war in Iran, to pay more for gas.
We're not talking about Iran right
that's
now.
That's logic.
You love switching the topic.
We're talking about logical consistency.
No, we're talking about
if you're going to ask Americans to pay more for gas for a war in the Middle East for foreign and special interests, but you're not going to ask Americans to pay more to keep Americans employed in our own country?
I'm more than happy to discuss the Iran war. I'm more than happy to talk about the Iran war. More than happy. And it's not going to go well for you. So let's stick to mass deportations. I asked you to propose a basic plan for how we can get 4 times the number of people that Trump has currently deported out of the country in a year and a half.
Okay, sure. First of all, if you want to stop the illegals from coming here, you close the border. He's done that. Second of all the people that come here and send money back to their home country, I would tax that at 90%. You're going to come here and work here, you're going to send money overseas, we're going to tax that at 90%. Guess what? They're not going to come here anymore. They're not going to work here anymore. 2, if you're working in this country illegally and we catch you, deported. No questions asked. Bye.
These are the concessions. Do you not think that's happening? To be clear, do you not think that's happening?
That is not happening. Trump is keeping
it's happening, but not to a degree you think is sufficient.
You think ICE has caught people who are working in this country illegally, checked their papers and be like, you're here illegally, and just said, go back?
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
Can you provide any evidence?
Well, no, hold on, Owen. You talked about the money that's going back to foreign countries. Somalia was the #1 place.
Are they just not going to even bring up the resistance that ICE has had in a lot of these places as an argument? Like they're just not going to talk about that?
Where actually money, fraudulently obtained money, was being sent to Somalia, and Trump, through a massive operation, stopped that in Minnesota, and we saw what the backlash was. And look at the danger that the ICE agents are facing just because Trump is doing it.
Now that you could maybe blame on Pam Bondi, but that's because we did not take care of these groups that fund and organize this stuff. So,
but we are now, though. Even under Pam Bondi, we started going to Minnesota. We went to California.
Who's been arrested?
Well, there were people.
And there's the problem.
No, there have been people prosecuted.
None of them.
Yes,
the people that organize these riots and are disrupting ICE, none of them have been arrested. And all we see now is they have some financial crimes that they're investigating for the Southern Poverty Law Center. They're going to get a slap on the wrist.
But there have been people arrested, right? So
there's been plenty of scammers.
There's a great
scammers arrested.
How do we just get? We were talking about mass. Let's stick to the topic. Mass deportation.
Okay, let's go.
You still haven't provided
every single individual.
I'll continue. About Iran.
I'll
talking
continue.
About Pam Bondi somehow, and you've talked about.
But it's campaign promises. The topic.
question is,
we're not hopscotching here. The current topic was mass deportations. It wasn't sufficient for this panel. So I'm asking them, you said 10 million. What is the number for you?
I think it would need to.
10 million is 10,000 a day for the rest of his presidency.
It needs to at least match what Biden let in, at minimum.
Okay.
That's 10,000 a day.
But you don't
That's
know.
a bitch.
You also have to
it's a
take into
nightmare.
consideration the resources. We just funded more. DHS just got billions of dollars.
Of course, resources are always an issue.
They're building more holding facilities. All of that takes time. You expected this to get done
and
in what,
the
day
DNC
one?
is thwarting police work, so we're getting.
Yeah, I'm sort of conflicted, to be honest with you guys. On one hand, they seem like a group of people that need to incredibly manage their expectations when it comes to politics. On the other hand, like, I'm okay with people not being satisfied and voicing their opinions and demanding more from our politicians. So I'm like, I'm pretty conflicted. Like, it's like, are you stupid? You really think you're going to get all of this from politicians? And then in the same breath, I'm like, yeah, we should be trying to get that from our politicians. But where I draw the line is when it comes to this sort of like perception that they're putting out to where everything is so bad that we need to completely deter voters from either not voting or from not supporting the Republican Party. So either they're going to end up not voting or they're going to go all the way and vote to the left. Like that's how can they not find a middle ground to have criticism of the administration, to point out their criticisms and voice them, but at the same time, explain to their listeners, because a lot of these people have really large audiences, explain to them the dangers of still allowing the left to have power. That's where I'm not making the connection here. That's where I feel like this is a grift for most people, because they're not really doing that. They're just Trump bad. Trump didn't give us everything we wanted. We have to get somebody in there that's going to give us everything we wanted. Who that person is, we don't know. How we get that person in there, we have no idea, but that's what we need to do. And unless we can do that, don't support Republicans and just don't vote. Like I don't understand the argument here.
Riots at every deportation. 10,000 people a day have to leave to get to a number 10 million, and we're getting riots in the streets, people being shot, just as ICE try to do their job, because the DNC has totally crippled law enforcement.
So once again, we're in the business of excuse making, and you're admitting it's not happening.
No, I don't
wait, I never said that.
That's exactly what I'm doing.
Nobody's
Can you
serious.
also stop lying? Obama
serious
didn't
can say
deport more people than Trump. Obama deported 3.1 total people and total million
That includes
in
turnaways.
8 years.
It includes people turned away
Exactly.
as well.
Okay, but this also shows that different Republicans want different things when it comes to mass deportation. Some people are like 5 million, 10 people.
No, I
and
think
then
we all
some
want
people
the
like
same
Matt
thing.
Walsh is like, I want zero
No, I think
in
we
this
all
country.
want. I think we all want everybody deported. I think just the timeline we're talking about. But the thing is, and Linda made a great point with respect to the ramp up to the deportations. There's a lot of people in this country who shouldn't have been paroled into the country. They were saying, hey, make sure you come back for your court date. That's cool. But the reason why Biden had to let them go, because so many were coming across, we literally couldn't house them. There's nowhere to put them.
Yeah.
So the ramp up to that was places like Alligator Alcatraz, which, by the way, they're talking about shutting down now because they've deported all the people they had to hold there. So the first step in all of this is to build the facilities to take all the people that we have to hold until we can give them the due process necessary to kick them the hell out.
But the problem is,
But hold on, one other
where
point.
were they
Yeah.
before? They were all here.
Yes, and we had to
facilities.
round them up. And that takes a lot of time. But the other thing is the funding element. The big, beautiful bill included tens of millions of dollars to DHS, billions of dollars to DHS to ramp up operations, hire extra agents to build these facilities. It took a year almost to pass the big, beautiful bill, past July 4th of last year, because Republicans were blocking it. And so Trump, through his leadership, got that bill across the board. And if it wasn't for the big, beautiful bill, the Democrats would have been able to defund ICE.
This is a really good point. I want to bring this up, and then I want to elaborate on this. Let me see if I can find it in here. It seems they are holding Trump to a standard no other president had to live up to. Okay. Anybody who's getting the idea or is maybe thinking that they want to run for office now, and they want to run on a platform that will garner support from these people, how is their attitude and the way that they're approaching this? Like, how is this a positive encouragement for, like, if you go and get elected and you run on a ticket of everything that they're looking for, you have to be you have to be aware that the minute you can't get all of these things done, they're going to turn on you instantly. So I don't understand how they're going about this is going to be like, that's not enticing. That's not like oh yeah, I definitely want to run on these policies and have these people in my corner. That makes no sense. Like, seriously, who would want to promise these people anything? Well, maybe don't promise them. Yeah, but you have to. Like, you have to. It's not even a promise. They will just come out and say, you know what I mean? What it is that they want to get done. Here's what I want to do. This is why I want you to vote for me. And if they start listing things that they want to get done, and these people support them, and they get into office, and all of a sudden, because of how our system works, they just can't get all of those things done, they're just gonna turn on them. So they're not gonna have, like, Do you understand the point that I'm trying to make here? This is like a radical way of looking at politics for these people. You're not, it's just, there's not a world where you're going to get a politician in the presidency or any other elected office that is going to be able to deliver everything that you want or everything that you think is good for the country. So, I mean, I guess you always have a job then making content and complaining about it, I suppose.
And Border Patrol, which they have tried to do. And so all of that takes time. And so in just a year and a half, we've been able to fight back bad Republicans, build the facility to house the illegals, round them up, get them the hell out, continue the operations. And I think the number of deportations will actually ramp up in the years to come. But I understand, we all want them out immediately. They're bad.
Can I ask the MAGA team a question?
I think all of our fear here in MAGA Town is
Duke Tomlinson. So basically, don't trust what Trump says. Don't trust any politician on what they say. Yeah, where you been, dude? Are you kidding? Don't trust any of them. You elect, you hope for the best, you try to keep them accountable, and in 4 years we do it again. Yeah, welcome to American politics. What?
that you guys are letting a wolf into the hen house because you don't like the way the rooster is behaving. If you guys let us lose the house, we've begun a snowball that we...
Trump is the closest thing that I've seen to a libertarian president in my lifetime that's actually been elected to office. People who have been watching me for a little while, you know, is a huge Ron Paul fan. And I mean, as soon as, like, I thought Ron Paul was pretty popular. I was pretty excited way back in the day. And then he just got completely shut out. He wasn't even allowed in the debates. So it was like, okay, politics is a little rigged. It's a little rigged. But like, Trump is the closest thing to a Ron Paul that I can think of. And I'm not saying that he is like a Ron Paul. I'm just saying he's the closest thing to that I've seen in my lifetime. So I don't like, things can be way worse than they are.
Can never retract.
So he made us different promises than he made us.
That's
he was
not a
courting
different
our
promise.
vote.
How is that
well,
a different
no, you
promise?
framed us as liars.
You are, though. You are, because you've never been MAGA. Neither has he. He
we
hated
never
Trump
said
forever.
we were MAGA.
Who here would like to see Alejandro Mayorkas tried for treason?
Patriots, this month the Walkaway campaign turns 8 years old, and in the last 8 years, we have gotten more than 1 million people to join us in the Walkaway movement. Over 100,000 people have submitted their written and video testimonials sharing their stories about why they're walking.
We'll probably just let this play a little bit. I'll put it on mute and go through the chat while his ad is playing here. Let's see. Economy and Epstein files. Yes. Keep in mind, we still have over 2 years of a Trump presidency to see what happens with the economy. Right now, it's not great. It's not, I'll totally concede. It's not great. It sucks. Gas prices suck. Food prices are not that great. Epstein files, also not a big fan of how that went down. I don't know how much of that is on Trump. I mean, I guess you could say because he put Bondi in the position that she was in, that it all, you know, falls on the big guy, but not a fan of how that went down either. Not a fan at all. And I don't know how much power Trump has as far as like
all want him out.
Unredacting names. I don't even know if he can necessarily do that, or even if he like wanted to. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? I feel like the deep state isn't gone, guys. It's not like Trump got elected and poof, deep state just disappeared.
Immediately, they're
Can I ask the MAGA
go
team
ahead.
a question? Because you just said something really interesting, which is that we all want mass deportations. That's what you said, right? So I think one of the areas...
Waffles big. I'd rather pay more for gas than wear a hijab. Yeah, I don't think that we would be wearing hijabs. And I would... Here's the deal, guys. Here's the deal. This is where I stand. This is just me personally. You guys can completely disagree. Totally fine. All right. But I remember a certain political side talking about the Ukraine and Russia war when one side was saying, we are willing to pay more for gas if it helps protect the Ukrainian people. Those same people are now saying that they are willing to pay more for gas for this, whatever you want to call it, going on in Iran. I would like to not pay more for gas. I would like to not have wars. I would like for America, because it obviously needs a lot of help, I would like for us to not spend any money on any foreign things for at least a little while. We are in an incredible amount of debt. We have inflation like crazy, and it's only getting harder and harder to survive on a daily basis for just the average person. So I would like to fix some things here and not pay more for gas for a little while. Just me personally, guys.
Areas of frustration here is that Trump has said recently, we need to take a softer touch on deportations.
However, I'm not, it doesn't mean I'm going to go vote for Democrats. It doesn't mean I'm not going to vote in the upcoming elections. It's, you know what I mean? Like I can have my opinion. I can disagree with some of you on some things, but I'm still going to say, like, it's probably a really bad idea to give the Democrats any power at all. Right. It's right now, but even, I mean, I don't know, maybe the Blue Party will switch around and do some things, but I doubt it.
And two, that he wants to accommodate some illegal immigrants to work here, migrants who are doing field work and things like that. So I think that's where the frustration is. Like, on the one hand, everyone seems to be acknowledging this is a huge problem and that we all want mass deportations. But the president is saying he wants to take a softer touch.
It's pure wish casting. I mean, you guys are pretending as if you know that it's going to ramp up from year 1 to 2 to 3 to 4. Yeah. I have no reason to believe that.
If the funding is there and the preparation is there to, according to the plan that I even told Congress, then yes, we are expecting for deportations to ramp up. Why else would we get billions of dollars in funding to DHS, allocated to CBP, and also allocated to ICE, because it's supposed to ramp up.
And they're spending it now to operate,
but
because
that doesn't just because you fund a government program doesn't mean you actually get results.
Okay, so then how are we supposed to guess it? Like a magic ball? Like, how are we supposed to guess that we're going to get more deportations?
This is just a blind opposite.
On board. The thing that we agree with the most is the border. You guys think it should be a little more than we do. Our argument is, like, you put a junkie in rehab, if he goes cold turkey, he can die from withdrawal system.
And just so you know, Brandon, ICE went in front of Congress, and their goal, what they told Congress was, our goal is to deport 1 million a year, which means we're at 2.5. We have already surpassed the million goal that they had, which, in my opinion, I think 1 million is too low a year. But that's what Congress, that's what I said to Congress. This is our goal. It's about 3,000 and something.
Duke Tomlinson, Trump wants to increase Chinese student immigration and also give millions more H-1B visas. Yeah, I don't agree with everything Trump wants to do. I don't know that anybody agrees with everything Trump wants to do.
People per
So I guess I'm not sure what your point there is.
Day. It's low, and we're exceeding that expectation.
Well, that would be a total of 4 million at the end of his term, which is about 25% of what we're told came in under Biden.
I agree.
Here's the big issue though, with all of this, and I think that's why so many of us are frustrated with people who are frustrated, because we have, a few more months before November. And if the Democrats in the minority party were able to shut down ICE, essentially defund the police 2.0, and if we keep hearing from our own side, essentially, it's not enough.
Colors Flight. I mean, I don't know if this could be a more obvious point. I'm not like, it's hard for me to imagine anybody doesn't understand this, that the government on both sides really doesn't give a crap about just regular people. They really don't. Most of them are complete self-seeking narcissists. And it's a system that it's the system that we have to work within to try to get the things that we feel will be better for the people and the country. We're just not going to get everything that we want. It's just not going to happen. But that, like, I'm having a hard time understanding how people think that if they elect somebody or if they vote for somebody, they don't get everything that they want, that they're just going to, I mean, I suppose you cannot participate, but if you choose to not participate, then and you're going to complain about results or about things happening a certain way, then you're just bitching and complaining. Like you're not trying to be part of a solution. So you can still vote. Like, there are going to be candidates that at least say things that you like, right? Whether or not they're actually going to do those when they get into any type of position of power is another story. But you can support that candidate. You can donate to that candidate. You can try to get that candidate elected, whether they be at your state level or federal level or wherever. But to have an expectation that A, they're going to win is, I mean, be careful, right? Or B, that they're going to be able to get done everything that they said they were going to get done. Like, people really need to manage their expectations. Now, it's one thing to vote for a candidate who's trying to get things done, but just can't seem to get those things done. And so it's a whole different story when you vote for a candidate, which is pretty typical in American politics, especially since I've been paying attention, is when you vote for a candidate that says they're going to do certain things, and then they just do the complete opposite, and make up some bull crap story as to why that they're trying to do it. I mean, that's a whole different story. And some would argue that Trump has done that on certain issues. And I don't necessarily disagree, but I'm also not like incredibly surprised either, because it's politics. It's pretty common.
Trump's going back on his promises. Well, if people stay home in November, Democrats are going to get elected. And you think Democrats are going to help Trump deport anybody else? And so from our side, at least where I sit.
I'm sorry, but if you want to blame our side for that.
I'm not blaming your side.
No one's blaming your side.
No, I'm not blaming anybody.
No one's blaming your side.
I'm explaining what he's saying, but I do think that that's the issue, is that if you deported 5 million people in 2 years, you win the midterms. But you're not doing it, and now you're looking.
But by not highlighting the success we have had, and I would argue we've had a lot of success in the short amount of time, considering what we've had to go up against. By not highlighting the wins, and instead our side is highlighting the losses.
I think that
the net result is our side loses, and it gets even worse for us.
David, I want to hear from Gavin.
Yeah.
He said that he does
fear. I
think
think all of our fear here in MAGA Town is that you guys are letting a wolf into the hen house because you don't like the way the rooster is behaving. If you guys let us lose the House, we've begun a snowball that we can never retract. The Dems never let evil take root. If the Dems get power back, we're all dead.
But you don't actually think that anybody on this side has more influence than Trump?
I don't.
So
that's why I'm not worried at all.
If whatever happens in the midterms, that's on Trump. That's not on us.
Yeah.
I would like to address Linda's opening statement. Linda, did you go to the Libertarian National Convention?
I heard it.
Did you listen to Trump's whole speech?
I absolutely did. When he said he was going to pardon Ross Ulbricht, and he did.
Yeah.
And he was going to roll back crypto.
Okay, you said that there were 20 promises.
Biden-era regulations that you guys
So you said that there were 20 promises. So were one of those 20 promises that there would be a libertarian in the cabinet?
Uh-huh.
Okay, whereas another one of those 20 promises that there would be a panel of libertarians to help with the J6?
Isn't that a J6 right there?
It sounds like, was there a
Didn't you guys get
panel?
pardoned?
He said that there would be a panel of libertarians that would go through these, cases.
It's just
was this?
factual.
I'm just saying, was this one of the 20 promises? It wasn't, because he made us different promises than he made you guys to get our votes. Okay?
Aren't you
And
guys
some
for
of those
open
promises, were that he would get the neocons out of the establishment. He would drive out the globalists.
I didn't hear any of that. The main ones were the crypto stuff, the Ross Ulbricht.
I could be wrong here, but I feel like I remember when Trump did that libertarian summit, or whatever you want to call it, that he kind of told them, like, listen, you can either vote for me and maybe try to get some things that you want, or you can keep doing what you've been doing and get nothing. I feel like Trump was like he made that point pretty clear. So I don't know that I would be curious. I would like to, I don't know that he said 100% certainty, these are the things I'm going to do for you. I think he was like, hey, so here are some of the things that maybe I'd like to try to do for you. And here's just the fact of the matter. You can vote for me and maybe get some of those things, or you can vote how you've been voting and get nothing. So
that he pardoned within the first 20 days, I think.
Direct quote here. Says, 2024 is our final battle. With your help, we will demolish the deep state. We will expel the warmongers from our government. We will drive out the globalists. We will cast out the communists, the Marxists, and the fascists. That's what he said to us. That was so he made us different promises than he made us, because he was courting our vote.
How is that a different
you
promise?
framed us as liars.
You are, though. You are, because you've never been MAGA. Neither has he.
We never said we were MAGA. We're America only.
You've never been MAGA. You're not Republican, so I don't really even care to talk to you guys. I'm just here, for
So because we're not part of the
Shits and
cult?
giggles. Cult members are able to talk then?
So I mean, I considered you MAGA. So why?
What's going on? Continue Freedom. What is up? I've got to change something real quick, guys. Give me 2 seconds. I think I want to put feature chat above the there we go. That looks a lot better. Okay, sorry about that. Another thing I think is kind of stupid is this like argument like you're not MAGA. You were never MAGA. Like, well, it doesn't matter. They had their reasons to vote for Trump or to not vote for Trump. I don't know, like, I don't understand the point of this flex of like, you're not MAGA. You were never MAGA. You're fake MAGA. Who cares? What difference does it make? Trump got elected.
I get more from MAGA probably than anyone in this room.
Exactly, and I just said that I agree with you.
Okay,
but they're libertarians. So why are you upset?
So what? So what?
So what?
Wasn't,
Because
are you
you're not part of
a
a
coalition.
coalition. That's a different party. Why didn't your candidate win? Why don't you guys have a presidential candidate ever win? You get 3% of the fucking vote. You need to know your place in the coalition. You need to know your place in your coalition. And if you don't want to support Trump,
you don't seem to understand how.
You don't have to.
I love this. We're both irrelevant, and also we're gonna cause the GOP to lose in the midterms.
Josie, I want to address something that Gavin said, which is that he thinks that you guys are welcoming a wolf.
Apathy.
No. What was your analogy? A wolf into the hen house. Right.
Okay.
Would it be fair to say? I want to ask. Would it be fair to say that that's what you're afraid they're doing?
Yes. That's exactly what I'm concerned with.
My issue as a libertarian, because Trump courted us, he knew that our vote was important. He knew we needed our 3% in order to win the swing states.
I mean,
he knew that we needed
it in 2016.
Yes. Oh no, can you stop for 1 second?
He didn't win it in 2016. Okay. He didn't need it.
So he needed us. He needed us this time, and he knew he did. So he came and he courted us, and he made us promises, and this is fair because we are part of the coalition. Okay. Now, if you abuse us, you said you are so disrespectful to us. It's ridiculous, and you're abusing us, and then you're like, oh well, if you don't let me, excuse me, I'm talking. If you don't let me abuse you, then the Democrats are gonna win the House.
No one's saying that.
That's what you're saying.
I personally don't care if you
You're
guys
sitting
vote
there
or
saying you guys are irrelevant.
We're saying
you guys
it's not abuse.
Yeah.
We're not saying we're abusing.
You're sitting there. You're telling us to know our place, and then you're like, why would we join with you?
Can we bring it back? I feel like this is unhelpful.
You do.
I feel like, first of all, using the word abusing is a complete straw man. Or
it's
like, no one's abusing. Like, come on, no one's abusing anyone here. We're all talking. We're all having a conversation. Number one. Number two. Nobody's serious who wanted mass deportation.
What just happened there? I'm so confused. See, like, you guys are calling us stupid. We don't like that. Like, you need us. Don't call us dumb. What?
And wanted the border closed can actually seriously argue that Trump has not fulfilled that campaign promise in 1.5 years and still has another 2.5 years to. I mean, nobody seriously can argue that, and none of you have argued that either.
Well, the argument is he's not doing enough.
10 million people in a 1.5 years, there's no, I'm sorry, Owen, there's no way that you believe that.
Yeah, we're not saying he didn't. We said we want more.
To demoralize Americans.
How is that true?
10 million people in a 1.5 years.
20 million came in?
You're not serious. You're not
I'm
a serious
100%, I'm
person.
dead serious.
I'm saying you're not a serious person if you actually think that 10 million people could be deported in a 1.5 years.
I think he said in 4 years, though.
Why can't we do
4 years?
Tell me why.
A 1.5 years.
Tell me why we can't deport 10 million.
And if he did say in 10 years, if he did say in 4 years, excuse me, we're at 2.32 million times 4 years. That's 9.7 million people.
So we all agreed 10 million would be a good minimum.
Yes.
For deportations. Okay. So we all agree with that. So maybe we can see in time if we get anywhere near that number. Right now we're talking hypotheticals.
Yeah, I don't think we should be complaining about this.
Here's another question I'd like to see where everybody stands.
Okay.
I believe Alejandro Mayorkas needs to be tried for treason. I believe Alejandro Mayorkas is a criminal and needs to be made an example of. Where do you guys fall on that?
Mayorkas got a pardon, no? The founding fathers specifically designed this country so that in a situation like this, where one party, thank God it's the Republicans right now, but if the Democrats controlled the executive branch, Congress, and the judicial branch, they would be talking like you guys are and be like, with the snap of our fingers, we want wide open.
And they'd actually get it. They would actually get it.
We want wide open
they
borders.
Did.
We want wide open borders. We want, all these people to go to prison like overnight.
All you're highlighting is that the GOP is fake opposition. That they don't actually.
Opposition.
They don't actually do what the
They just
Democrats
don't
do.
believe in weaponizing the justice system the way you want them to.
Designed our country.
The founding fathers didn't have parties. What are we talking about?
If you disagree with that we should just scrap what the founding fathers.
That's a doomer mentality coming out of Owen right there. Like, that does no good. Takes time. We don't have time. Dems get everything they want. We never get anything we want. Oh, okay. So just let them have it then. Like that's not an argument.
Propose for our country, then say that.
Well, if we're going to get back to the constitutional founding of this country, we got a lot of other issues.
Yeah.
So what should Mayorkas be in jail?
Treason. Alejandro Mayorkas committed treason against this country.
How did he commit treason?
He facilitated an invasion. He facilitated an invasion, which was also an economic bomb. Okay, so he cost this country hundreds of billions of dollars,
on top
maybe
of the
even
war
trillions
conference.
now because we have to deport them all.
So you all agree open borders are bad. You guys are all
Mayorkas wasn't.
You guys are all voting red, right?
I've never said that. I asked a question. Who here would like? Let's just do a raise of hands. Who here would like to see Alejandro Mayorkas tried for treason?
Along with Fauci, please.
So you guys don't think Mayorkas committed treason?
I don't know. I don't know enough. I don't know if there will be any. I don't know if there will be any.
By the way, Brandon, in terms of
charges that would
doomerism and
hold
blackpilling and like how to demoralize Americans,
legitimately.
it's these sorts of questions. The average family sitting around their dinner table does not care whether Mayorkas.
Yeah, they don't want justice for the invasion of their nation.
And they don't care about Iran either.
They don't. Okay, again, we can keep switching the goalposts. I'm specifically
Logical consistency is important.
And I'm happy to explain my
logical consistency is important.
Okay, and I'm happy to explain my logical
You're
consistency.
arguing that the American people don't care about the invasion of their nation. The guy who was responsible for it shouldn't be charged.
Do you think the average dinner table in America right now is discussing the fact that Mayorkas has not been prosecuted, or do you think they're discussing other things? Yes or no?
This is a terrible argument for him to try to invoke what the average American is discussing at their dinner table. Because if you want to use that argument, you're going to lose on that side, because the average dinner table is discussing why it's $4 a gallon of gas right now.
I think they're discussing that they can't afford to live in this country.
Deportations,
which is not a good look for the Republicans, period. It isn't.
To be justice when it comes to.
Okay, and the border. Okay, and so we're back to deportations. The border is closed. 2.3 million people have been deported.
But why?
ICE has gotten funding right now.
Why are you opposed to Mayorkas being prosecuted?
Asylum seeker claims have gone from 50% to 7%.
Is this
I
not
genuinely
weird?
don't understand.
I'd
what
like
else
that
you guys
question
want.
answered.
Why are you opposed to Mayorkas being
Because
prosecuted?
Mayorkas has a pardon. You can't prosecute
With an
right
auto
now.
pen?
And I
So
rather
Biden's auto pen pardons are good?
You ask a question, then you whisper to each other saying, "Why isn't he answering?" I answer, and then you immediately
but
interject.
you're not
You're gonna let
answering.
me speak? Perfect. I'd rather Trump address things that matter to a dinner table.
Okay.
To a dinner table. in
So
America.
is auto pen fake fraudulent signature and 10 million, 20 million illegal entries into this country is not a big issue?
How do we just double the number? How do we just double the number?
So what is the number? How many came in under Biden?
Wait, no. I'm asking, you said 20 million. I never said
I'd say at
between
least
12
15.
and 20.
I'd say at least
12
15.
to 20.
Okay.
So that was a range.
Why are we arguing about this? We all are furious about open borders. You guys think he's not deporting enough. We think he's doing pretty good. We're
I think
splitting
this is
hairs
a
here.
spot
Are you
that
guys
we-
all voting red, by the way?
Yes.
Okay, because the
I've
fear
never
is
voted Democrat. I don't think I
fear
ever
is
would.
some Republicans are going to vote Democrat just out of spite.
No,
Well,
no.
that's
So
crazy.
the issue,
I have never voted for Democrat.
No, that's what we're here.
I have more of a fear of people just not voting. The doomer mentality, and then just thinking it doesn't matter. What's the difference? We don't get anything we want when we vote anyway. Then I do have like Republicans or people that voted red just all of a sudden flip-flopping and voting blue. Like I think there's a bigger chance of people just not voting than doing that.
they're not gonna
So I don't know, like when we get closer to elections and stuff, I don't know how these content creators that have large audiences that have been like, are they going to try to entice their viewers to go vote? I don't see how they pull that off.
to vote Democrat. The issue with like libertarians, for instance, if they're having to align with people who are constantly like blaming them for everything, is demoralization. They're just not going to vote.
Well, and for the record, you guys all say that we don't matter. We're actually the only ones that matter because we're the only ones that won't turn out no matter what. You guys are going to vote for Trump no matter what, and you're going to vote for the GOP.
Well, he's not on
and
the
you're
ballot
going to
anymore.
line up and you're going to eat the Randy Fine slop. But the rest of us
becomes
will
a
not.
quagmire, I'm out. I'm off.
You say Randy Fine? You're talking about mass deport. Did you say Randy Fine?
Yeah.
Randy Fine is the most hawkish on the border right now. This is what I mean, it's just constant demoralization. You don't even know what you're talking about.
We don't even get to vote for Randy Fine.
One of the most hawkish people in Congress.
Randy Fine to talk about deportation.
No, but you brought him up.
Okay. All right. I'll pull this one up. One last comment. It'll be at Ad Hobinen. Sorry, not sorry. Owen is a crayon-eating window licker. My brain/mouth filter doesn't work with the likes of him. Dumb people with cameras. Oh, it cut off. Scare me. Dumb people with camera. For the most part, I think when it comes to policy, I don't know that I have very many disagreements with somebody like Owen Shroyer. I think the way he's going about it is terrible, and it's not going to do anybody any good.
Randy Fine has been in Congress for less than a year. He has proposed 2 separate bills to address the border crisis and to mass deport people. So I'm saying is you guys just go from hopscotch from topic to topic, nitpick certain things to demoralize the voting base against voting.
I'm not bringing up Randy Fine because of the border
You said Randy Fine slot. We were talking about borders. You said Randy Fine.
Let me ask you a question, please. Gavin, you said splitting hairs. So I just want to say, it does seem like a lot of the focus on the MAGA team is about the performance, Trump is giving us right now and how you feel.
This is exactly it right here. 2 friends are on. This is why we risk losing midterms. It's not going to be because people flip-flop into the other party. It's going to be because they don't turn out to vote because they've been blackpilled. Bronson is a dumb person with a camera, though. Also, I agree with 99% of what. Listen, no pushback from me on that at all.
Feel about it.
I just decided, you know what? If all of these other stupid people can have cameras and jump on and say stupid things, I'm going to do it too. And I think all of you should too. We can just get a coalition of dumb people with cameras running shit.
Be fair to say that some of your concerns over here on your side are that what is life like after Trump? And that isn't this our window of time to fix? And wasn't this supposed to be the guy who was going to do it?
I'm saying this is an existential moment. And Trump promised to move mountains, and he simply is not. He's not delivering. And when he expends the limited political capital that he has, he does so on behalf of his donors and not on behalf of his voters.
And I'm asking this question very quickly, David. Very quickly, I'm asking this question because Eyal said, do you really think that this is what people are sitting around their dinner table worried about? Look, I'm in the role of moderator tonight, so I'll ask the question. Do you think people in this country are sitting around their dinner table worrying what life is going to be like after Trump and what our government will do?
My children are. I do.
I don't think they're thinking that way. I think right now. No, you know what American people at the dinner tables think of? So I'm going to disagree with some of the contentions over here. I do think the libertarian voice matters. I do think what you guys say matter. I think you actually sometimes matter more than President Trump's opinion. And I'm going to tell you why. Because you have audiences, big audiences, that look to you to break down what's actually happening out there. They look to your opinions and you breaking down the noise to make it make sense for them. And each of you have your own individual audience, just like we do, because they go, oh, okay, David broke it down for us in a way that I can understand it. So your interpretation of what they're seeing directly impacts how they feel about it in a lot of instances. So what they're sitting around their dining room table talking about is the stuff we're talking about. That's what they're talking about because they heard their favorite person say it. Just like, I heard on Rush Limbaugh this, I heard on Bongino this, I heard on Owen Show this. That's what they're talking about at the dinner table. And that's what I think is so important about this time, and actually this conversation, is because we need to be careful of the responsibility we have as commentators and influencers on how we are taking that message and delivering it to our audiences. Now, there's totally room for people to say, I'm disappointed that Trump didn't give me all the things we were promised. I get all that. One of the things I hate about Christmas, and I love Christmas, and I'm a Jew, one of the things I hate about Christmas is no matter how much money we spend, no matter how special we try to make it, anyone with kids understands this. The Christmas story is all about this. It's the things they didn't get for Christmas. Like we can go out of our way, get the freaking new Xbox, Sony, whatever, and the kids open up all their presents and they go, what's wrong? Oh, I didn't get so-and-so, and I really wanted it. And so no matter what, I'm like, I hate Christmas.
Sounds like a real Jew Christmas.
Right? Like, we didn't even get them 8 presents. They just got whatever they got. So, but the idea...
I've never gotten what I wanted for Christmas.
Right, but that's my point.
You guys don't get Christmas. It's not about that at all.
But that, okay, and that is, let me land my point here.
Trump was supposed to be different.
But he is still a politician. He's still president of the United States. And he's not a dictator, regardless of what the left thinks or the no-key. He's not a king, certainly. And so the problem is, he can't just go, all right, 10 million people.
You can't even make the argument that Trump is just like all the other ones. He's still different. He may not be as different as you thought or hoped he was going to be, but he's still different. like incredibly different. Our whole political atmosphere has changed because of Donald Trump. So I don't know what the hell he's talking about. Trump is absolutely different.
Get the hell out. Because what would happen? We already have squishy GOP that won't even give us the Save America Act that 80% of America wants. We can't even get that. So the problem is Trump wants to kick everyone out. And look what happened. The left sends Alex Preedy and Renee Good in front of an ICE officer, in front of a car. And next thing you know, there's pitchforks in the street. And you know what happened? Average Americans sitting around their dinner table, even if they voted for Trump, go, ooh, I really don't like those illegals. But that really I don't have a good feeling about. But let me just land. So when you have a media that we can't control in the mainstream, and most Americans listen to the mainstream media, right? We hope they listen to us. So when you have a media that lies, when you have Democrats that run in front of a camera and lie, we have a problem with actually being able to deliver on these promises without it being bastardized and convincing those Americans, like libertarians, who do make up a portion of the electorate that shows up, but don't always because they don't feel heard. If you guys don't show up, the Democrats win. And if the Democrats win, we're screwed. So I want you to show up. I want you to air your grievances, but I want us to be able to tell you why I think we actually are giving you what you want for Christmas. It just doesn't look exactly like what you wanted. Well, I'll land there.
See, I don't look at politics as if I'm dealing with Santa or wishing for gifts. I look at very flawed human beings that make me.
It sure sounds like you do.
Promises that are usually bullshit. And that's what I've experienced with supporting Trump in the last go around. Regardless of the fact that, yes, I'm not some ride or die red and white MAGA hat wearing person, I did give him serious credence, and I expected him to deliver on some very significant promises. And the reason it's so important is because we're facing a $40 trillion shotgun of debt, and we are running out of time. So the deportations have to happen very rapidly. We cannot be expending limited political capital on a war in Iran on behalf of Israel. If we're going to expend and suffer the consequences of, like, for instance, I think you brought up the fact that wouldn't that create inflation if we were to deport all of the laborers in the field?
The cost of domestically produced
produce. Price inflation, whatever. Those are the sacrifices that I feel like Owen and myself and so many others would gladly make if it was to actually handle the deportations that we were promised. We are not willing to pay $6 at the gas pump when it's to fight a war that is not in our.
You guys are talking about it. And this
okay,
is what
Dave,
Linda
we're
said,
going to thoroughly unpack all of these in the next segment. I would like to move on to the next segment, but before I do, a quick question for Linda that I'd like to open up, and then we'll move on. You told Josie that the libertarians need to know their place in the coalition, but it really struck a question in me, which is, who owns MAGA? Who is in charge of the movement to say to somebody else that they need to know their place?
Why are libertarians part of MAGA now?
I'm asking
libertarians
you.
have their own. They had their own candidate, right? Chase Oliver was his name.
I ran against him, but yeah.
What a I don't know who this person is, but they're not helping anything. Like, no, sorry, but we need those votes. We need them. So to be like, no, you guys have your own candidate, vote for your own candidate. Like, so I guess this person is just totally like, at least as long as the libertarians who aren't MAGA just vote for their candidate, it's okay if the Dems win. Like, what? I don't know what point she's trying to make here or what kind of grandstanding she's trying to do. But no, we need their votes.
Okay.
But is there a hierarchy? I guess is my question.
Yeah, absolutely. I think there's a hierarchy. I think that the majority of the MAGA Republicans are your average Republican voters, people that joined the coalition before 2020, and I think the libertarians are not part of MAGA, and I don't think that's a bad thing at all.
I don't think that you know the difference between a small or a large
coalition.
I was going to ask if he could have won without them.
If the same thing with the mommies who always hated Trump, white suburban women who he always had an issue with. We know that prior to 2024, and they only joined, or they only voted Trump because of RFK. So are they Republicans? Are they MAGA?
I get asked this all the time.
So.
I mean, look, as a conservative.
Okay, but we need every single vote. Who cares why they joined, as long as they joined? When we look at what we're up against, like, I'll take the libertarians, the soccer moms. Like, who cares at this point? We need them badly.
Right, Emily, but this is like with the issue with like the pro-lifers.
We call that Walkaway.
During the election, the pro-lifers What did they want? They wanted to ruin Trump's chances because they wanted Trump to promise the pro-lifers that he was going to have a total ban on abortion. And when we said that's not going to happen because the overturn of Roe v. Wade, it goes back to the states, and that's what you guys wanted, and Trump made it happen, they wanted to boycott the elections, light or rose. It was this whole thing.
I disagree with. That's
what
ridiculous.
I mean is, like, if you're a libertarian, you're not going to get everything that you want from Trump because that's not even your party. You don't even align with him, period.
This is a good segue to our next segment.
Even if it was their party, they're still not going to get everything that they want. What a stupid point. Like, there are plenty of people who are Republican that aren't getting everything that they want.
Which is about loyalty.
That made my brain
Why
hurt.
is Trump with Lindsey Graham now and not with Thomas Massey? And I think
why.
For people
will
like
any
us,
of you say it?
Let me guess. Israel.
Yes.
It's about Trump being project focused, right? Right now, he has very specific things he's trying to accomplish.
Can you add that to the
he's going
fucking
after
project?
the people?
That's such a big deal.
You're willing to let the country die
I think
because it's a fantasy
fantasy
to save the country. So you're not a revolutionary.
I don't think that's
You're just a
saving the
political
country. I
cuck,
think
is
that's
what you are.
your fantasy. That's the Owen Shroyer fantasy.
Did you guys know that you can support Walkaway by...
All right, let's go through the chat comments here. Who in their right mind is voting Democrat? Nobody. Nobody in their right mind is voting Democrat. Crazy people and butthurt people. That's who's voting. I always ask him if this was the opposite and we were at war with Israel, would you want the war? And none of them can help themselves. It's all yes for them. Yeah, they're not anti-war. They're just anti this war. That's all. I like to think I'm pretty just anti-war across the board. I don't want to fight wars for any other country or nation. I don't want to, you know what I mean? Like, I would prefer to just, for people to not die. That would be my preference. But the reality is when it comes to opinions on justifications for war, that's incredibly subjective. That is not just an objective thing. It's going to depend on certain people. There are plenty of people who think that this war in Iran is perfectly justified. So even then, nobody's ever going to agree 100% when it comes to that.
You're not going to get everything that you want from Trump because that's not even your party. You don't even align with him, period.
This is a good segue to our next segment, which is about loyalty. It's often been repeated that Trump is loyal to a fault to those who are loyal to him. But this last year, we've seen President Trump cut ties with some of his biggest allies who fought to get him elected. And at the same time, President Trump has thrown his support behind many who the base considers rhinos, and even some who have flat out rebuked him. Take a look.
Donnie Mac, war is essential to the USA. Keeping its power. We don't always like the way the sausage is made, but we sure love the sausage. I don't completely disagree with that. I don't completely disagree with that. But like, if there were just one option on a ballot and it was war yes or war no, and there wasn't any other information behind it, I would vote no. But there's always more than just one issue on a ballot. Does that make sense?
It's easy. Tucker is a low IQ person, always easy to beat, and highly overrated. So are Megyn Kelly, Candace, really dumb and mentally ill, and bankrupt Alex Jones, who is completely fried. There are others also. Then we have some that are very good. True Maga all the way, and smart. I should do a list of good, bad, and somewhere in the middle. Wouldn't that be fascinating?
Well, I want to talk to the Trump supporters for a minute. I don't know who you are, and I don't know why you like this guy. He's a race-baiting, xenophobic.
Okay, hold on. Sound off in the chat. Who likes Lindsey Graham? I'm actually curious. Who likes this guy? And if you say yes, I want to know why you like Lindsey Graham. I can't imagine I'm going to get very many, if any, yeses in the chat. But I would be curious. I feel like nobody likes this dude. I'll get to that. I'll get to this in a second, Jared. I would say it isn't essential, but it is frequently required. This is why the no war ever under any circumstance people aren't living in reality. I don't know if that specific definition exists for anti-war people. I don't know that that's a real thing. I could be wrong, but that seems radical. Just no war ever for any reason. Dax, are you talking to me? Where do I stand on the Iran war? I'm not a fan of it, but it's not going to make me not vote. Does that make sense? I think it could be a far worse situation than it is. Do I think it has a lot to do with Israel? Probably. I really don't like paying higher gas prices for it. But it's not for me personally, it's not any kind of deal breaker yet. Right now, if it ends up being some type of quagmire and we have like full on invasion into Iran, like that's even then it's like, well, that's probably where I draw the line. Right. And I just no longer support Trump, but I don't even know what that means. I don't know what that looks like. Does that just mean I don't say nice things about Trump anymore because I'm not going to vote for a Democrat? So I'd be curious what these people mean when they say that. Like when they say that if we go boots on the ground, full scale invasion, and this becomes a quagmire, I no longer support Trump. What does that mean? What does that look like? Does that mean you're not going to vote for Donald Trump endorsed candidates anymore? Like, I don't know what that means. Because I guess I would say, okay, no, I no longer support Trump. I don't support this. This is terrible. But then what? I'm still going to vote. I still don't want Dems to have power.
Religious bigot. He doesn't represent my party.
Senator Lindsey Graham is doing a fantastic job. He is running against a lunatic named Mark Lynch, who supports perhaps the worst Congress.
Exactly, Miss McCat. Imagine open borders again. Yes. Right. Right. That's not going to make the country any better than a quagmire war in Iran is. In fact, I think it'll probably make it worse.
Congressman in the history of our country, Thomas Massey of the great Commonwealth of Kentucky. I don't have to go into great detail, but needless to say, Mark Lynch would be a disaster for the Republican Party, and Lindsey Graham just gets the job done. Vote for Lindsey all the way. Maga, President Donald J. Trump.
All right, guys, so what do you make of it?
He listed all the people that are the reason I became MAGA. Like literally,
Thomas
he
Massey.
listed all my favorite people. I mean, Alex Jones was the one I started listening to when I lost my job, didn't want to get vaccinated. I had no friends. I lost my boyfriend. Was completely alone during COVID. And he's all I listened to was like Alex Jones, InfoWars. I've always loved Megyn Kelly. I think she is the most successful female in the space. I respect her even when I disagree sometimes on things. I don't understand people attacking her. But it's like Thomas Massey, like, yes. And then Lindsey Graham, no. It's just all these people he's attacking were like his biggest supporters, had the biggest platforms, and also are like really intelligent, fantastic people for the party, and people like those people. So to attack all of them is a little crazy.
You know, I don't like the personality stuff in politics. I think usually it goes out with the wash. So I look at it and I say, what is a principled conservative politician? Thomas Massey is probably the standard for a principled conservative politician if you look at his voting record. Lindsey Graham is the exact opposite. So if you want to claim that Trump is a conservative, then supporting Lindsey Graham and not Thomas Massey just doesn't make any sense.
You know, this picks up perfectly.
I wonder how much of it is like when it comes to certain politicians, like, and this is just a theory I'm putting out there. So as far as like Donald Trump supporting Lindsey Graham, I'm sure there's donor reasons to do so and yada, yada, yada. But also I think Lindsey Graham isn't a wild card. Like he knows what he's going to get with Lindsey Graham. Somebody like a Thomas Massey who's going to stand on principle and might go again. You don't know exactly what you're going to get with a Thomas Massey. So when it came to big legislation that Trump wanted to get passed, I feel like he wasn't sure where Thomas Massey was going to go. So therefore, I guess he's of the opinion politically that we need to get rid of this guy and get somebody else in there who I know is going to go where I need them to go. That's just a thought I had. I'm sure there's all kinds of more to it, and I'm sure people will have arguments in the chat about corruption and Israel and whatever the case. But I think from just a political standpoint, it might make sense for Donald Trump to have people that he knows what they're going to do. He's well aware of how they'll vote. He's well aware if he'll be able to get them to support certain things or not. With somebody like Thomas Massey or a principled politician, you're not going to know. I'm not saying Massey's good or bad. I'm just saying for the most part, he was one of those. He was basically kind of a libertarian, realistically. And he stood on principle. Or that's his argument anyway. And it made cases with certain legislation. You know what I mean? It made it so Trump probably wasn't real sure where he stood or if he was going to get his support or not. So that would make sense to me why Donald Trump would just want to get rid of Massey.
If I may, from what Linda was saying before the break, because she talked about the MAGA and she was saying, MAGA doesn't belong to.
And that very well could be just a complete idiotic brain dead take on my part.
You guys, but I think that is the definition of MAGA. It's not the Republicans. The Republicans and MAGA are not aligned. And I think this is where we need to clarify what is MAGA. The GOP is Lindsey Graham, and you heard him. That's not.
Yeah, CAR59. Massey didn't do anything for Kentucky. That's why I think a big part is because he didn't support or he didn't vote in favor of a lot of the big legislation that Donald Trump was trying to get passed. I really do. And the only, the people that are upset that Massey didn't get elected, well, you should probably, hold the people of Kentucky responsible because they're the ones who voted him out.
My party, and he's exactly right. The GOP has never been.
Wait. Then why is Trump pushing for him?
Yeah, because, and this is an important point, because Trump has to use coalitions in order to get things done.
So
Lindsey Graham is a key vote in the Senate.
votes with the Trump agenda. Thomas Massey does not.
He makes concessions for Lindsey Graham, but Thomas Massey no.
Because Thomas Massey doesn't vote.
What concessions has he done with Lindsey Graham? Lindsey Graham has voted with Trump for the MAGA agenda every single time. That's also an edited video. Let's be honest. J.D. Vance was anti-Trump too, and now he's the vice president of the United States of America.
But
Lindsey Graham hasn't opposed Trump since 2016.
Megyn Kelly left Fox News because she hated Trump.
Yeah.
Tucker Carlson's text messages said, "I hate Trump."
Literally, January 21st.
I can't wait that we don't have to listen to him anymore. Candace Owens has just gotten insane. I have nothing good to say about her. So if we're talking about, you talked about a principled conservative, I can show you a million clips of Tucker Carlson and Megyn Kelly changing on literally every single one of their positions.
But they're not
politicians. Do the same with Trump.
But they're personalities, not politicians.
A principled person. So
no. I said the personality stuff comes out with the wash. If you're talking about a principled politician conservatively, I'm saying those people aren't in politics.
Wait, but those are. Let's separate the question for a
then
second.
why did he bring him up?
If we're going to talk about Trump's policies have been consistent 2016, 2020, and 2024.
Would you consider Trump a fiscal conservative?
If we're going to talk about opinions, Megyn Kelly and Tucker Carlson were vehemently anti-Trump. I can also play a clip of them.
What are you talking about? Tucker Carlson campaigned for him a year and a half ago.
Texted in 2020, "I hate
2021.
Trump."
In 2024, he was on the campaign trail for Trump.
after he got shot.
And he's gone back
like Josie.
and Lindsey Graham was also
so was
campaigning
Lindsey Graham.
for Trump.
Okay,
So that tees up my question for you, David. Sorry, real quick, David. You said, in politics we need coalitions, but he's cut his coalition with Tucker Carlson, Megyn Kelly, Marjorie Taylor Greene.
He didn't cut they cut the coalition with Trump.
A lot of people have sided with those
they're
people
not
and left
politicians,
the
though.
MAGA
But I'll explain. We're talking about two separate things. When we talk about the party and the politics and the Washington stuff, that's a whole nother side of what MAGA is. What MAGA is a coalition of people that were fed up with government. And that's who Trump represented when he came down the escalator. The left had Bernie Sanders. They loved Bernie Sanders. He was the opposite of Trump, but exactly the same. He was a guy that was sick of the Clintons, even though Bernie's a total hypocrite. He pretended to be sick of the establishment, sick of the Clintons, even though, he goes back to his mansion and complains about rich people. But the idea was, here was a guy who was anti-establishment. Trump was anti-establishment. When Trump stood on the stage in 2016, he had the Bushes, he had Chris Christie, he had all of the people that were supposed to ascend the GOP ladder as conservatives. Trump said, screw all these people, they've been lying to you. That was the beauty of Trump. Now, you have to separate his policies from the party, because Trump has never been GOP. The GOP hates him. They've always hated him. But what Trump has always represented, at least tried to, in my opinion, has been the anti-establishment voice. Where he struggles is it's hard to be anti-establishment while part of it. Because when you're president of the United States, well, now you lead the establishment. And so he's fighting people who hate him on the left, people who hate him on the right, in the GOP establishment, and in the middle, we're all like, where do we belong? Who are we?
I would like to hear what the mortal sin is of Megyn Kelly, of Alex Jones.
I don't think they did a mortal
turn their
sin.
back on him. If you're
Have
the
you not
leader of
heard
the free
their
world,
clips?
Hold on. Turn your back. As a
Alex
political commentator?
Jones, Candace Owens, Megyn Kelly, and Tucker Carlson all turned their back on Trump and started trash talking him because of Iran. And so
before
the way
that.
you look like a
How is that
bitch.
turning your back
Way
to be a
before
political
that.
commentator that says, I don't like the trajectory that the guy I voted for
It's a New York
Tucker
thing.
Carlson called him the Antichrist.
You
He
got
didn't
to
say, "I don't
overdo
like
it.
it."
You gotta, if someone,
Yeah, he did.
if someone
Yes, he did.
tells you to
asked
fuck
if
off,
that was
you
possible,
have to
but
double
Do you think
down.
he was
That's the part of the
Yes, he
deal.
did.
Antichrist?
Yeah, he was obviously he was implying that the
Alex
question
Jones
was
said
that.
he should be impeached. Alex Jones said he should be
changing the
impeached.
trajectory of his positions. Or
No, the question of whether or not Trump is the Antichrist was not valid. What?
disagreeing with the position. Calling someone the Antichrist is a little bit different than that. So let's just be,
Yeah, you got it.
let's be fact-based about what we're talking
Did he
about.
They
actually
left him
call
first.
him the Antichrist, or did he ask a question clarifying about the Antichrist? I missed.
What's the difference? Implying that Trump could be the, like, are we serious? We're going to try to defend that take? That's insane.
He did. He said. People are asking them.
No,
He made it
could
interrogative.
He said, could this be the Antichrist?
Could this be? Yeah.
So, and somebody else answered the question. He just
No, it was a
proposed.
monologue.
it
It was a
was
monologue.
It was a monologue.
Can I make a warning real quick? You guys remember in high school when your friend was dating a girl and you were like, oh, I hate her, but you kept your mouth shut because they seemed happy, and then they broke up and you're like, I always hated her. And your buddy's like, yeah, and then they get back together and then he's like, he hates you. And it caused
Yeah, no, they all immediately turned on Trump when it came to Iran. A lot of it happened too after Charlie Kirk. And they weren't being critical of his decisions. It was straight up, who cares about your stupid midterms? Like, these people aren't arguing from an honest standpoint at all. Like, no, they went at Trump. Excessively went at him. They weren't being critical. They were basically downright just, screw this guy. He's the Antichrist. We're done with him. It's over. Maga's dead. Ha ha ha.
his problems. Trump has beefs with people all the time.
And then Trump puts out one tweet and kind of claps back at him a little bit. And it's, he's creating the division.
I have strayed into getting behind these beefs. I'm like, yeah, screw that person now. And I'm like, oh, crap, they're friends again. Elon Musk is a perfect example. I don't get behind these beefs. He might be beefing with Alex Jones and Megyn Kelly and Tucker, but the next big shoe will drop. A Democrat will do something that offends everybody, and before you know it, there'll be a coalition again.
Well, that's why.
Yeah, but
you're describing tribalism.
But I do want
yeah.
you to, I want you to kind of go back to your original thought, because I think you're getting to where this path needs to lead, which is, you know, I'm sitting here looking at this, whether you like Thomas Massie or not, it's like, it doesn't matter to me. Let's look at a voting record.
Right.
He has a conservative voting record. That is just a fact. He has the #1 Liberty score now that Marjorie Taylor Greene is out. And so I'm just saying, I think it's a fair question to ask, and you explained your reasoning. Why is Trump with Lindsey Graham now and not with Thomas Massie? And I think
You know
for people,
why.
For people
will
like
any
us,
of you say it?
Well,
I
they,
say it.
Oh,
but
no,
he's
wait,
reached a
hold
different
on. Let me
conclusion.
guess. Israel.
Yes.
But hold on
Oh
a
my
second.
God.
I think
Wow,
that's fair.
crazy.
Hold on a second. Look at what Trump said about the Adelson money in 2016 compared to how Adelson funds his campaign now. So there is proof to that. But getting back to your point.
What proof is there to that? You just brought up an irrelevant fact.
Okay, Trump
Say what
literally
you mean.
scolded the entire GOP for letting Adelson run it.
Okay.
And now Adelson runs.
Specifically,
and what's the
Marco
relevance
Rubio.
of that? What's the relevance?
Because Adelson is his top donor.
Can you tell me a position that Trump has changed after receiving Adelson money?
Yeah, war in the Middle East.
No,
Okay.
and what about when she donated?
So hold on, we're going to get to that in a second.
The biggest policy change that he's made.
You said something, and I'm disagreeing with it. Trump has been talking about since 1981 that Iran cannot have nuclear weapons, and said in 1981 that we need to use military force to prohibit Iran from
And guess
getting
what?
nuclear weapons.
They didn't have a nuke. They weren't building a nuke, and they still don't have a nuke.
Okay, that again, you're just lying.
That's a fact.
I don't know if you're
That's a fact. Those are
So this is just you guys believe
I don't
political
know if
propaganda.
you're-
We don't.
I don't know if you're lying or you're just misinformed.
Did Iran have a nuke?
Did Iran currently have a nuke? No.
Okay.
Did they?
Did Iraq have weapons of mass destruction? Did Iraq have weapons of mass destruction? Did babies die in incubators?
Do you wait?
No.
Do you wait?
All of these lies led us to wars.
What? Do you wait for Iran to get nuclear weapons before you prevent it?
Does Israel have nuclear weapons? Does America have nuclear weapons? Does Russia have nuclear weapons?
Okay, do the Taliban have? Do you want the Taliban to get nuclear weapons too?
No, of course not. But why is it my business?
I actually don't know what your point is. What is your point?
My point is,
I was going to get to my point. If I could get back to my point, please, and I could let David express it.
So because all of these other countries have nuclear weapons, then that's okay for Iran to just nukes for everybody. Everybody can just have nukes. What is he? I don't understand that argument at all. Well, Iran should be able to have one because Israel has one. I don't think so. I don't like the fact that Israel has them. I don't like the fact that Russia has them. I would prefer nobody have them. What is the argument here?
Because then you brought this up, and I'm addressing it now. Do you want Iran? Let's just go on. Do you want Iran to get nuclear weapons?
They don't have one. They weren't building one.
Do you want them to get nuclear weapons? Do you want Iran to get nuclear weapons?
Why are we doing this?
Do you want Iran to get nuclear weapons?
They did Operation Midnight Hammer August of 2024.
Why won't you respond to the question? It's a very simple question.
June, thank you.
Are you okay with Iran getting nuclear weapons?
I'm not doing. They don't have fucking nukes, man.
Do you want Iran to get nuclear weapons?
Where do we draw the line? Are we okay with North Korea getting nuclear weapons?
No.
When we look at the situation with Trump moving into Lindsey Graham's, realm and out of Massey's realm, the way I interpret that is Trump is not with the anti-establishment. He's not against the GOP. He's not against the neocons. To me, that symbolizes that Trump has joined the neocons and abandoned everyone else. That's the way I interpret that.
Yes.
And I think that you were getting into your interpretation was this is Trump wheeling and dealing in D.C., which I think would be the most innocent explanation of it. But then, of course, you have to weigh in the donor influence, the foreign and special influence. I mean, these are things that we all know happen in D.C. We can't ignore them.
Well, that's what it boils down to, honestly, whether or not you still have faith in Trump or not. And I'm not saying everybody needs to. I believe Trump is doing what he has to do to get things to the finish line. Remember, Big Beautiful Bill barely passed. There was a lot of wrangling. Lindsey Graham voted for the Big Beautiful Bill. And so Mitch McConnell, I think, didn't. But this is the balance he has to strike. He has a GOP in the Senate that does not deliver on his agenda. So he has to do things like, yeah, Lindsey, you're great, because guess what? Lindsey's getting reelected as much as it pains all of us. And if Trump goes against for Lindsey's opponent, and Lindsey's like, I remember that Trump, that's a problem for the entire agenda. So I do believe he goes to Washington and says, how do I get this done? I think it's a lesson he learned from the 2016 administration.
And that's such a catch-22 because the other side of that is, okay, I can't get anything done unless I work with Lindsey Graham, but then you're risking I can't get anything done if I work with Lindsey Graham because so many people are never going to show up and vote for me with the midterms.
Why is it Trump's filing into Lindsey Graham's ecosystem?
They're just obsessed with Lindsey Graham.
Lindsey Graham
it's weird.
is filing into Trump's ecosystem.
Because we're at war in the Middle East, and this is what the neocons have been pushing for my entire life.
Trump has been saying that he wants to prevent Iran from getting a nuclear weapon since 1981.
And they never had one. Trump has also said that Bush's wars in the Middle East
stop them with Operation Midnight Hammer. Why do you keep bringing this up?
If you weren't paying attention in 1981, in 2016, in 2020, and in 2024, that's fine. But just say you're misinformed.
You weren't even alive. What are you talking about? You're the youngest one on this panel. How are you going to age play?
Yeah, but the videos exist. We can see what Trump was saying in the 80s.
I'll address what you said. Trump has also said dozens of times for just as long what a disaster our foreign policy in the Middle East was. He has been saying that forever. He's been saying we need to get out of the Middle East. He's been talking about the blood and treasure we spilled in the Middle East being a waste. You want to talk about waste, fraud, and abuse in government? The war in the Middle East, if not war generally, war is a racket. 1942, General Smedley Butler.
Do you think Iraq is the same as what's happening with Iran right now?
Pretty much. I mean, Iran is a much worse.
Can
I answer the question?
I'm not a fan of the Iran war, and even I know it's not the same thing. Come on, they're just being disingenuous with this argument. I'm not saying that it couldn't turn into something incredibly similar, but like right now, even I know it's not the same thing.
Nobody serious
can't even answer
can
the question.
say that Iraq and Iran are the same.
I just said Iran is a much bigger beast.
We deployed millions of troops to Iraq.
I just said Iran is a bigger beast.
War, not a multi-week military operation.
Okay. Eyal, can I ask you a question?
Be serious.
Because I feel like the point you were trying to make was Trump's consistency going back all the way to 1981. But doesn't that also kind of present a different point, which is that the same talking points have been being made for 45 years, but nothing has actually changed during that 45 years?
Sorry, do you...
Well, about that, Iran is very close to having a nuclear weapon. If that's been repeated for 45 years, Are we allowed to question if it was ever?
The S-File says Iran wants to destroy Israel so they can destroy us. So they don't understand Iran goal is to destroy the West. I mean, maybe, but even if Iran was to destroy Israel, they're not going to destroy the United States of America. At least not with like war powers and things of that nature. Maybe with certain elected people getting into power and infiltration, perhaps. But not with bombs.
If that was true.
I mean, you're allowed to question whatever you want, but if you actually read and actually learn about the history, then, I mean,
And I think, so hold on,
You don't know what you're talking about.
Hold on one second.
All of the intelligence lied about weapons of mass destruction, lied about babies in incubators, lied about nuclear weapons.
Objectively not true that all the intelligence agencies.
You're gonna get fact checked after this, and there's gonna be a viral clip of you going, "You're a liar, Clint," and they're gonna.
And by the way, Mayorkas never got a pardon, just so you know.
Can I tell you, I don't care if they have a nuke or not, though.
Brandon, I think you made the point.
Let me just go back. You guys act like everything happens in a vacuum and everything's black and white and there's no nuance. Let me finish. Because you called me a liar, so I'm explaining it to you. You're saying I'm misinformed that I'm a liar, but if I'm so misinformed a liar, why don't you make me look stupid and let me explain myself? Correct?
Go for it.
Perfect, so stop interrupting.
That'd be great.
There were multiple operations like Stuxnet, which set back the nuclear ambitions of Iran. There was also an assassination on the top nuclear scientist. So yes, Iran has been close to developing a nuclear weapon, but you're acting like Iran's just been developing a nuclear weapon, and there hasn't been multiple instances where both the US, Israel, and Europeans have gone in and set it back like we did in Operation Banana Hammer.
I'm going based off of the intel agencies that Trump has in place.
Like with Stuxnet, and like with the killing of Mohammed, I forget his name, in his car using an AI machine weapon. In terms of your claim that Iran was not developing a nuclear weapon, Iran is the only country in the world with 60% nuclear enrichment that does not possess a nuclear weapon.
Correct.
The deputy speaker of the Iranian parliament quite literally said verbatim, "We were trying to develop a nuclear weapon in secret, and they discovered it." I mean, there's so many different. You don't need an underground facility in multiple different locations of your country to develop it's like the movie The Dictator when Sacha Baron Cohen goes, "We're developing a nuclear weapon for peaceful purposes." I mean, there's so much evidence. In 2018, an entire trove of documents were stolen from Tehran. And Israel, it was the Mossad, Israel brought in Harvard professors who had previously taken your position that there is no evidence to suggest, and brought in foreign journalists to review them. And they reported in 2018 that Iran actively was developing a nuclear missile program. You don't wait until an enemy that chants death to America to develop nuclear weapons. You stop it before it happens.
There's so many words, but it doesn't change the fact
Facts,
that
not words, facts.
our intel agencies said that they were not developing one. That's a fact too.
So our intelligence agent, Tulsi Gabbard, literally testified before Congress saying that they had not made the decision to nuclearize it.
Correct.
She did right after that, because you guys love to clip this, she did right after that say that no other country is enriching until 60%, and Iran does pose a threat to the world order. She did say that.
Okay.
So clip the entire thing, number one. Number two.
I didn't clip it at all.
But you quoted half of that.
You only quoted half of that, so that's a clip of it.
We do have a whole segment about Iran coming up. We do have a whole segment.
That's great, but if I'm called a liar with someone who doesn't actually engage with facts, then it's kind of difficult to engage in.
Brandon, I just want to point out
I mean, nobody serious can ever say that Iran is not trying to develop a nuclear weapon.
To your point
can say that.
To your point of Trump, or we've been hearing this for 40-something years. That's literally the point. That no other administration has been doing the things that.
I don't know. To me, it doesn't make sense that a country that could develop nuclear wouldn't. Makes no sense to me. Why are they enriching? I mean, if they could, of course they would, right? That essentially makes them a power player on the global stage. So I don't know that that's a very good argument to be like, no, they weren't. They had a Fatah or whatever, and they weren't going to do it because, like, really? I mean, I feel like they probably would have, or still probably will try to. I don't know why any country that could wouldn't.
Trump has.
We're about a little past the halfway point. I'm going to run and take a little potty break. I will be right back. All right,
done.
let's keep this
so
going.
just to answer that. But to Owen, Thomas Massie supported DeSantis in the primary. So if you were looking for like a principled conservative, you would have supported DeSantis because that's who he supported.
DeSantis
Lindsey
is one of
Graham.
Thomas Massie's best
DeSantis
friends.
is more conservative than Trump?
I'm telling you, if you are looking for the principled conservative, that's who Thomas Massie supported. He didn't support Trump. I just want to clear that up. He supported him for president.
I don't know.
Okay.
Conservative. I think
So
that's fair.
Yeah.
that okay. And the second thing is, when you talk about, oh, why is he supporting Lindsey Graham? Who votes for the MAGA agenda? The clip that we watch is from 2016. Like I said, J.D. Vance was anti-Trump too. A lot of people were anti-Trump. You're still playing something from 2016. I don't really care for Lindsey Graham, but that's up to the voters in his
But you
district.
guys hold Tucker and Candace and everybody else to a different standard with that. So why?
Well, we can get to that now, but we're talking about an elected member. Is that our fault? Who votes for him?
2021.
Okay, so wait, your issue is with the voters of his district that keep electing him. If they want to replace him, they
Is this live? Well, I'm live. This dropped. No, it's not live. It's pre-recorded, but it dropped at like, I think it was 6. In the previews, it looked like Gavin got pretty vocal and fired up. So I'm assuming that's coming.
can, and
So
they
Trump
should.
could endorse Mark Lynch,
right?
and not
So
Lindsey
they
Graham.
could.
Trump endorses
well,
Lindsey Graham. You know that.
hasn't been anti-Trump for years. You guys keep holding him to something that he said in
And Trump did
2016.
attack Lindsey Graham when Lindsey Graham attacked him. Trump did attack Lindsey Graham.
Unlike Massey,
And now
who
there's
doesn't
no
vote.
daylight because he got
Did
behind the
Massey
wars in the
vote
Middle
for
East.
Now
Uncle
Tucker
Bill?
Carlson
I
called
don't
him the
think so.
Antichrist, and similarly,
I don't think he
Trump
did.
is also attacking him. What's the difference?
Massey doesn't vote with Trump. He has before, but not as much as
91% of the
not as
time.
much as Lindsey Graham.
He votes with Trump 91% of the time, except when they're taking up for pedophiles, expanding the debt, and going into endless wars. He has consistently voted with them. And when he votes against them, it's because they'll be like, oh, we're going to do this. We're going to do the I Love Puppies bill. And in the I Love Puppies bill, it's like, we're also going to expand the deficit another $1 trillion. And he's like, well, I'm going to vote against that. And everyone's like, oh, well, that means Thomas Massie hates puppies.
Yeah. And for the record, what Trump has done to MTG has been unbelievably disgusting.
It's actually the best thing I've ever seen. Nobody is more
Interesting.
deserving of that. Yes.
Why do you feel that way?
Well, I think that she's demonstrated loyalty to Trump that really surpasses anyone else in Congress, and did so on a principled level, doing it based off of actually what, like, the Owen Shroyers, the true MAGA base of the world, were actually desiring and demanding of the GOP, and ultimately Donald Trump filled that void. And then for her to be, I mean, not just
For her to what?
not just
Quit?
be, for
Quit her job?
for her to not just be, ousted, but also insulted and threatened on the way out the door. I thought it was disgusting.
She turned on him
Threatened.
first.
She wasn't
Threatened.
ousted.
She wasn't
She
threatened.
turned on him
Yeah,
first.
she
If you
stepped
don't
down.
turn on people who turn on you, you're a bitch.
Couldn't you say the same thing about Donald Trump? Because he gets insulted by Tucker Carlson, and he goes and he.
Yeah, they drew first blood.
So isn't that Trump being a bitch? Shouldn't he just brush
No,
it off?
that's him retaliating. If he's up there leading the free world, his friends are talking shit about him, and he's not calling them out. You look weak. It's bad for all of us.
So that's all fine, but I think when I'm looking at this
I
issue,
totally agree. Totally agree with Gavin on that one.
again, I don't care about the personality beefs. When I look at this directionally, Trump is acting with more vengeance towards the people that put their skin in the game than the very deep state that tried to kill him
out of the
in the game.
Then you're a traitor. You betrayed him.
Okay, I don't.
There's
You
two
can say
separate
what you
things
want
here.
about Marjorie
There's
Taylor Greene.
Tucker and Candace and all that, and even MTG I would put in that. And that's someone who had my back, who helped my career, and then just turned on me. These are people that were standing next to
That's
me.
fine.
What was the
Trump-
betrayal?
He was called him the Antichrist in Tucker's case.
Marjorie Taylor Greene. You said she betrayed him.
She abandoned him. She stopped
She
supporting
wanted
him.
the Epstein files to be released. What a piece of shit
but
she
hold
is.
on. Let's let that go. Trump, Marjorie Taylor Greene, I don't care about that.
Okay.
Where is Trump's vengeance against the people that stole the election in 2020? Where is Trump's
He
Oh, you
vengeance?
think a tweet is a
He pardoned everyone for that.
No, who stole the election?
I understand, but
Where is his like?
The election
earlier
was
you
started
said
out
that
by
I have
election
pardoning
was
you
legally
guys.
stolen.
That's pretty
Hold
good.
on a second. Hold on a second. You said that I have some personal issue because of vengeance. It's not about me.
Yeah,
it's
it
about
is,
the
Owen.
country. No,
Most
it's
people
not.
don't think that way.
No,
Most
it's not.
people, when I talk
Gavin
to my mom,
Gavin
when I
earlier
talk to
said-
people who
okay.
aren't online like we are, because we are chronically online, every single person here, more than the average American, they're not thinking about any of this stuff. They're not thinking about, is Fauci going to jail? Are we going to do the
We're not
2020
talking about
election?
the general population. We're
Okay.
talking about Washington, D.C. You said that I got off the Trump train when things got hard. You know that's not true. I was put in jail 4 times for Trump, and I didn't abandon him, and I still promoted him in the 2024 election. So I do not abandon when things get tough. I'm a principled person
So
that
why did
stands
you
on
leave
my
him?
values.
You left him way before Iran.
Because he called the Epstein files a hoax.
They are
He
a
got
hoax.
us into war with Iran. So
But you were off the train way before Iran.
No, when he called the Epstein files a hoax, that was the first time where I started getting squeamish.
Which,
then they
by the way,
closed
was
down-
the same month.
Then they stopped doing Doge. They stopped the Doge progress, and then they got into another war with Iran. So that was like strike 3, you're out. That was strike 3 out. But here's the issue on this
Doge wasn't supposed to be forever, Owen. It was a project that was supposed to go away. We all knew that, right?
And none of it has been
You
codified
do
by
that,
the
right?
Congress.
You do know that. It was supposed to shrink. It was supposed to fire people. It happened. It was supposed to cut unnecessary spending. It happened. Where this week, we're seeing the depositions
Barely.
of the kids.
Yeah, but with the Doge stuff, even, and I could be wrong, I could be misquoting this a little bit or misrepresenting it, but I feel like even Elon Musk was like, yeah, this is not gonna, it's gonna take way more than just a little Doge effort to fix what's going on here. So I mean, maybe it did a little bit, but I'm pretty sure Elon clarified, like, no, you're not gonna, that there needs to be drastic changes to curb this corruption.
That worked on Doge happened in real time, and a judge this week struck down, I forgot what it was, they said that it was illegal. Out of the grants that we stopped funding was illegal for the federal government to do that. So you're going to tell me that.
Have a good one, Audrey. Audrey says, all right, I got to go. We're buying the majority of our fireworks for the 4th. Already? Thanks for the live. Love talking to y'all. Have a good night. Take it easy. Have fun shopping for fireworks.
That there's lawsuits
so the swamp,
going on.
So the swamp is winning.
There's lawsuits
Again,
going on, but
here's my
nothing
question.
happened.
Here's my question. So the swamp is winning. Here's my question. Why is it that directional energy that Trump is willing to thrust towards the people that have broken with him, where is
The S-File says, okay, YouTube is being ridiculous with I have them set on like the lowest setting. Said it. Are you guys getting a lot of ads too?
that towards the deep state? Where's that
The
to the
two
people
are
that
not
tried to
mutually
put him in
exclusive.
prison? Where's that to the people that stole the election? Where's that to all the people that Trump has accused of committing treason? I'm not seeing it. I'm seeing it against principled conservatives.
For
that have
posting
beef
a
with him.
tweet, you think that's vengeance? It's a fucking tweet.
I agree with what he's saying.
It's a
'cause
tweet.
he's
Who wants a
like,
tweet? I want
people-
action.
Well, it's like, I agree
I
with
want
what you're
arrests.
saying. Like, people have gone after you, tried to kill you. They literally, like, laugh about your death and the death of all of us, literally, if we were to die. And I'm like, how about a little bit more of that energy towards putting these people in jail?
Does Comey just get
consequences
arrested?
for their
Isn't he
actions?
going to jail?
But also, he's turning
That's
on
not
people
gonna be
with
anything.
huge platforms that are going to vote for Republicans, and I just don't think that's
I think he's
smart
got plenty of
overall.
energy. He's
Those are,
going
like,
after
the
the deep
top-watched
state.
people in the
He's going
country.
after his enemies.
Yeah, but the fight has always been Trump against the media, and they are
I
the
see
media
action
as well.
every day.
So they're not exempt from being
Who
criticized.
have you seen perp walked?
James Comey was just arrested.
He was not arrested.
No, he wasn't.
That's not true.
Indicted. He was
The
indicted.
the indictments on Comey failed.
He was arrested but not perp walked. Like he had to go.
Never
and
put in
answer for his
cuffs,
indictment.
and the indictments failed.
Donald Trump has mugshots. You have
Right, but
the
who did that?
FBI.
Fannie
Hold on,
Willis
hold on.
did that to him.
You have the FBI
Also,
that spied
indicted her,
on him.
failed.
They framed him for fucking treason. Then Fauci creates a bioweapon, unleashes it upon the
Well,
world.
that's legitimate.
No one's gone to
But
jail.
But you guys are missing
And I don't
something.
think no one will.
If I may, I think.
And that's a total failure. That is
that is a
complete
failure.
and
I
utter
don't think
failure.
no one
I
will.
can answer your question though.
Sure.
It's about Trump being project focused, right? Right now, he has very specific things he's trying to accomplish, and
Can
the
you
reason
add that to
he's
the
going
fucking
after the
project?
people.
That's such a big deal.
Maybe it's about project focus, or maybe maybe Donald Trump understands that the deep state is still incredibly strong, and all of these arrests, all of these things that maybe he wants to do aren't going to lead anywhere because they're all on the same side. So even if this Comey thing pans out, where's he? You know what I mean? What court is he going to be in? Where's the location of the court? Who's going to be the judge?
Let me explain.
How much power do they think Donald Trump has?
Agenda for,
Hold on, I'll
Clint,
explain.
Is that in Agenda 47? Is that in any of the 20 points of Agenda 47?
He talked about it on the campaign
RNC
trail.
and the
I don't know about on the document.
But let me ask
well,
you,
you
what
should
is
know
all the-
because there are 20 promises made to the American people. Perp walking Obama, and Fauci is not one of them.
But
Sorry.
regardless, and I think
I mean, I'm totally, don't get me wrong. Like, yes, make arrests, do the perp walk thing, but I just feel like they get, if anything, they end up with a slap on the wrist, and it just shows more of how corrupt the system is. I mean, maybe that would be a good thing to expose more of that, I guess. But I don't know. Like, are there people still operating under the assumption that the justice system is totally legit and perfectly balanced?
It's important. I think we all want to see those people in jail, yes. But we have to look at what the number one priority is right now. What is the number one priority, I think, for all of us to prevent, right?
Well,
we don't want
Democrats.
We don't want Democrats winning in November. That is, I think, the number one priority of everybody who votes, right?
No, that's not my priority.
What is your number one priority?
Yeah, I don't think that's my priority now.
Right now.
And I said the same thing when it came to the Epstein files. I had the same opinion. They should have handled it better. I wanted the Epstein files released, still do. However, I have zero hope that anything ever comes from them. I don't know, like, people really went into that thinking that I had no expectations that there was going to be any action taken on anybody that was in the Epstein files. None. I guess a lot of people did. So I'm confused as to why they're so surprised that didn't happen. And I don't know that I would just place that at the feet of Donald Trump. There is a ton of deep state interest that obviously don't want to get in trouble. There's a ton of people that are far above Donald Trump or the president of the United States. Donald Trump is only in there for 4 years. That's it. Then he's gone. These people are at the top of the food chain, or have been for a very long time, and want to continue to be up there. I mean, like, I'm pretty ignorant on most things, but I have some idea of how the system works. And the president of the United States, although has power, there are people that are far more powerful.
This moment, what is your
My number one priority is not letting the Iran war escalate into World War III.
So,
It hasn't.
But this is the issue.
You guys jumped off the Trump train assuming that Iran is going to be a nightmare.
Here's my priorities.
Yeah.
Arresting every...
And to be honest, the fact that we got anything from the Epstein stuff is surprising. Bella says, I think if you don't see how corrupt the institutions are by now, you'll never see it. I don't know how anybody can't see it at this point. I don't understand how anybody can see it. We have so much work to do, and this is such a long game of trying to even make the progress of an inch when it comes to eliminating the corruption in the system. Like, for people to just have this expectation that one guy's going to come in and be able to completely wipe the slate clean is crazy to me. And then to have that expectation, it not pan out, and then for you to just like throw your hands up and give up and say, well, there's no hope, doomer, 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 black pill. That
member of the
like, we're cooked.
deep state, the people that, that facilitated the invasion of this country, the people that stole the election, the people that tried to incarcerate Trump, the people that weaponized the government.
Duke Tomlinson says it's been a decade. Buckle up, bro. Buckle up. It's going to take a lot more than a decade. We are talking decades and decades. And if you don't think it's possible, take a look at how well the left have done getting their agendas passed over the last 40, 50 years. Just take a look at it. It's definitely possible. We have a problem on the right, it would appear, that we expect things to happen right away. And if they don't happen right away, we throw in the towel and we give up and we pout and, you know, we take our toy and we go home. And then that just gives power back to the Dems. And they continue on their path of being incredibly successful with their agenda.
All these things need to happen.
I don't think it's a fantasy.
I do think it's a fantasy.
The other thing is, sure, it's a fantasy. So you're willing to let the country go. You're willing to let the country die because it's a fantasy to save the country. So you're not a revolutionary.
I don't think that's
you're just
saving
a
the
political
country. I think
is
that's
what you are. Here's
your
the other
fantasy.
thing that
That's the Owen
everybody, this
Shroyer
is going to be, and I think you would agree with me on this. This is going to be a big midterm election issue, and the Republicans are going to blow it. The AI surveillance state that they're building right now,
and the warrantless surveillance.
this is going to crush the Republicans in the midterm.
No, you know what's going to crush us in November? It's really pretty simple. What's going to crush us in November, and this is why I'm so frustrated about, and I don't want to get, maybe we get into gas prices. And it's not the fact that people are paying that much more and it's actually affecting them. Unemployment is still going down. We've added 187,000.
That's not an argument, dude. Can't wait another decade, country will be gone. Then it's gone. Then it's cooked. Move, bail out, get out of the country. They are not going to fix the corruption and the problems in this country in a decade, in 2 decades. It's just not going to happen. So if you don't think that there's any hope, why are you here? What are you doing?
1,000 jobs this month. So gas prices isn't actually affecting the economy, but it's affecting the psyche of the voter. That is a November issue, but I'll put that aside for a second. With the most important thing to Trump, and I understand what's important to you right now is the Iran thing, but the most important thing to Trump right now is preventing Democrats from winning in November. The most important thing we can do to prevent Democrats.
Duke Tomlinson, so why trust in Trump or believe his drain the swamp? You got another option? What's your solution? I'll wait. Do you have to trust Trump? No. But please tell me what other option there is or was. What other option was there in 2024? Not believing a liar is a beginning. If you believe a politician is going to do everything he tells you is going to do in the year 2026, that's not my problem. And that also doesn't solve anything. Just don't believe them. Okay, cool. So if you don't believe either of them, since we only have 2 options, there's only 2 options, guys. Which one do you pick? Which one? I've gone over this before, and I'll keep going over this. There are a lot of problems in this country to fix. So at a base level, you're voting on open borders and pride flags versus closed borders and no pride flags. Anything above those 2 options is a bonus. That's where I view politics today. We have one party that wants to take mother and father out of legalese wording and replace it with what was that crazy shit they just did in New York? They put in whatever they did. Stupid, incredibly dumb, totally woke, makes no sense. So we have that party, or we have this party that at least doesn't want to do that. I think you pick one of those and you start building from there. I think that's the only choice we have. A third party is completely pointless. There is never going to be a viable third party. Where everybody who is 18 years old can now vote in this country, there is never going to be a viable third party. It will only end up taking votes away from either one or the other party, placing the opposite in power. That's it. There's never been and there will never be a viable third party. Not with the way the voting is set up in this country. It's just not going to happen. It's a pipe dream.
From winning in November is passing the Save America
the war
Act.
in Iran.
That is the legislative victories is where Trump is laser focused. So he's going to attack anybody that is standing in the way of him accomplishing his priorities.
I need to ask you a question.
And we're getting so sidetracked.
David,
just,
I need
just
to
so
ask
you know, the Iran war is connected to the gas prices.
I need to ask you a question.
Well, we can talk about that, yeah.
Donnie Mac, fair point. Fair point. Right. We got topless Transformers on the White House lawn versus UFC fights at the White House lawn. Pick your poison, dude. That's where we're at.
Because what you just said, in my opinion, is what shuts these conversations down. Why didn't you have my back in that exchange?
First of all,
Damn, you're getting called.
Jenny Kenny, yeah, gestating and non-gestating parent. Fuck it. Yeah, no, totally. Trump's so bad.
Yeah.
I obviously don't think you're an anti-Semite.
I wish you would have said that.
Yeah, you did. You tried to blackmail me.
Oh, okay.
Right?
Yeah,
I tried to blackmail you after.
That's right.
No.
The timing.
Wait, are you admitting you blackmailed her?
Yeah, she did. She is.
Absolutely, I am. You think Mossad is bad? I'm fucking worse.
I am now religious because I believe the fucking devil exists and it's within these people.
I hope you're all enjoying this video, and if you are, do me a favor, jump in the chat and
All
throw
right,
some
another
comments
ad.
in there to
We'll
help
pause,
us.
see what's going on in the chat. What are you guys saying in here? Saying a bunch of crazy stuff? CA says the corruption may never be fixed. We don't know who all the corrupted are. I don't know. Maybe at some point down the road it'll get fixed. I don't know how, with the way that our system works and how money plays a role in politics. Unless all of a sudden a lot of just really, really moral people all of a sudden become incredibly wealthy overnight and start creating PACs and donating to politicians, trying to get their agendas passed. I don't know how else it works, but it seems all the wrong people have all the money. And as a result, have all of the power. So I don't know. Don't know. If you guys can figure out a way for a bunch of moral people to get a bunch of wealth and create a PAC to now play the system and not bribe politicians to do morally good things, I've no idea how else we get out of this mess.
And why an event like, I'm going to tell you, but why an event like this I think is so rare. I mean, nobody's doing what we're doing today. And it's because every time there's any sort of dissent or dissatisfaction with the administration, what people are told is stop questioning the administration. All of our focus should be on fighting the Democrats. And this is why people never get to express their dissent or their dissatisfaction.
That's what 2024 was all about. It's like that's what 2024 is about. Now we're here and we're giving it all up.
Right. We beat them. Now we want the fucking GOP to deliver on their promises. And you guys are like, well, they're delivering on enough.
No, the GOP is not delivering on their promises.
Yeah, that comes down to the topic though of like the Megans, the Tuckers, the Candace Owenses. Tucker Carlson on his show has not brought up the Save America Act a singular time. He's not brought up the Save America Act one time on his show. So in terms of like actually passing policy rather than just sitting in your studio and just bitching all the time.
We have a ton of libertarians or third-party minded people in this country who have like just never gotten anything that they've wanted ever when it comes to elections. And now they finally like voted for a winner, right? Somebody they voted for won, and they're still not getting everything that they want. So they're just throwing temper tantrums, throwing fits. That's basically what is happening here. I don't think I'm off on that at all. So what are they going to do? You just is this going to happen every time? Is this just how our elections look from here going forward? Dems get into power, all of a sudden everybody on the right and libertarians and everybody else come together and we form this coalition of, okay, this is bad. We need to stop this. Who's the option? Okay, the Republican guy? Yeah, let's vote for him. And then for those 4 years, we split and do this until the Dems get power again. And we're just, this is what we got? It's no wonder we're cooked.
Like, there's no alternative solution proposed. Like, right now, Trump
this is so misdirected.
I know.
Tucker Carlson doesn't have a vote. So what are you talking about?
Tucker Carlson, what are you
Tucker Carlson,
how many votes does Tucker Carlson have on the SAVE Act? Zero.
There's kind of like this double-edged sword that you love to play of like, number one, the mainstream media is dead. We are the
their argument too. His original argument of like, well, we're not more influential than Donald Trump is. If that's the case, then how come Donald Trump went on the Joe Rogan podcast? He went and got Tucker Carlson to bring and appear at events. He went and got all of these people to come out and talk in support of him. So obviously they are incredibly influential. Are they more influential than Trump to certain people? Yeah, obviously. Obviously.
Media, we have the power now.
Correct.
So if the media attacks something that you disagree with the media on, should we just be like, oh, the media doesn't have a vote?
No,
like,
you're saying Tucker. You're saying Tucker isn't doing enough for the SAVE Act. I'm saying he doesn't have a vote.
Tucker Carlson has a massive
He's obviously wildly influential.
You're saying that he's so. You're saying.
So again. So you think Tucker Carlson has more influence on Republican votes in Congress than Trump?
Well, Trump is trying to pass.
No,
the
they're
SAVE
both
America
very
Act.
influential.
Trump is.
You think Tucker more than Trump?
No, but they're both.
Okay, so thank you.
What kind of
Tucker's obviously incredibly influential.
Not Tucker
What is this red herring that you're bringing up?
It's also
Trump has already excommunicated Tucker.
You're just
what
Why
influence does
can't the
Tucker
SAVE
have?
Act get passed? Why can't the SAVE Act get passed?
Trump is trying to pass the Save America Act. When we're talking about getting results, the Save America Act is a result that Republican voters want. Actually, most Americans want. Tucker Carlson has not mentioned the Save America Act a single time. I'm trying to stay to the topic, which is about loyalty and about why Trump is attacking Tucker, Megyn. I'm not even going to group Candace Owens in this. That is why. I'm bringing it back to the topic that in terms of like getting results from the American people, the Save America Act is a result, and Tucker Carlson has decided, I don't really care about this.
He doesn't have a vote. None of us have a vote on the Save America Act. That's literally all Congress.
But the topic is loyalty. The topic is loyalty. So the question is, are people allowed to express dissent from President Trump without being considered disloyal and then getting cut off. I mean,
can I interject? I
Yes.
don't like that framing at all. What are we even talking about? We have to be loyal to a politician? Is
Well,
this
that's the
fucking
question.
America?
That's the question.
topic.
What are we
That's
talking
I think
about?
it's crazy to be loyal
But I
to
want
a politician.
So tell me.
Why? Why would we ever be loyal to a politician? They owe us loyalty. We are their constituency. They have to deliver on the.
Yeah, you know, it sure seems like that's not how the system works anymore. This is a pipe dream to think that politicians owe us loyalty. No, politicians have made a like how many times have we seen politicians say they're going to do something so they can get elected, and then once they get elected, they don't do the things that they said they were going to do. This is very common practice in politics. So, but now all of a sudden it somehow works differently.
Promises to us. This is totally inverted. This is evidence that you guys exist in a cult.
Wait, what do you? We did not come up with the question of loyalty. I don't think we owe loyalty to anyone. I think that if you look at what I mean, if we're going back to the broader
That's not
topic
true.
of MAGA,
That's not true. He
of
just
MAGA,
said that Tucker and Candace and all of them, they were disloyal, right? That's what
correct.
you said.
Tucker and Megyn. It's not about. And I think this is again. It's not black and white. There's nuance to what Gavin's saying. It's not about loyalty. Tucker literally called Trump the Antichrist. Megyn was fired basically from Fox News because she was attacking Trump.
Who gives a fuck? They have a podcast. He's the president of the United States. They can say whatever they want.
Of course they can. He doesn't have to kiss their ass.
Sure, exactly. Yes, they can say whatever they want, but then Trump can also say whatever he wants. I don't understand what the point here is. What's the argument? He's bringing up the idea of loyalty. Like, they could have been critical of Trump. They went so far above and beyond being critical to the point of basically creating division. And then it's somehow Trump's fault because he decided to not take the bullshit and clap back a little bit. You can agree with Trump or disagree with Trump, but like, that is a fact. They went at him first, period.
And Trump,
I'm not asking them to kiss their ass. Okay, he told him to fuck off.
In terms of your question, like, are people allowed to express dissent without Trump going after them? Can we agree that there's a difference between dissent and calling someone the Antichrist, someone specifically who was at now 3 attempts?
So then,
on
let's talk about. But the conflict began before Tucker.
Let's
said
talk
that.
about results.
Long before.
When Trump really went after him, it was after he called him the Antichrist. And by the way, he called him the If we're talking about principled conservatism, he called him the Antichrist after Trump Truth Socialed, saying it will be the end of a civilization. In 2022, Tucker Carlson on Fox News said, "I hate Iran. They deserve to be annihilated." So in terms of like principled conservatism, Tucker switched his whole positions. Trump essentially said what Tucker said before, and then Tucker calls him the Antichrist. I mean, if we're talking about like principledness, is like, if you can show me a misalignment of where Trump has changed from 2024, go back 2016 to now, and then I can show you a litany of areas where Tucker is.
Are you compensated to track the transcripts of Tucker Carlson's monologues? Because I find it fascinating. I have never seen anyone that
knows. How long were you thinking of that joke?
That knows. It's not. I literally just sprung to mind. I've never seen anyone that actually knows like the timestamps of the shit that he said and when he's evolved his position. This is remarkable. Are you his biggest fan?
So he's allowed.
So because he did a little research and came prepared for a debate, that's your get back on him, Clint, is, oh, you're obsessed with Tucker. Good argument, dude. Way to go.
To involve, but Instagram is.
Are you the attack line right now? Is that I'm being factual? Is that
No.
Is that your position?
Yeah. I'm saying.
I've also brought up different times that Trump has said something as well. I've also brought up different times that Lindsey Graham.
This is a good moment to take a turn.
So he got paid by Bibi. Is that the answer?
I don't get what
Bibi paid him.
Guys, please.
The answer, it tells me that might be.
Israel paid
You
him.
can continue the conversation.
You actually think? Wait,
guys, you can continue the.
Yeah, Nikki, definitely. What a stupid rebuttal. Like, good job. You just owned yourself with that. How dare you? I can't believe you came prepared for this, weirdo. What?
Getting paid by a foreign government.
Please. You can continue the conversation. I'm just saying this is a good opportunity to take a turn because this issue affects more than just Trump and high-profile podcasters. It affects the way we interact with each other. So the current MAGA side has adopted terms like panicans and doomers to describe people on the right who question the administration about issues ranging from the economy to personnel choices to the Iran war. The implication appears to be that speaking up about concerns is a sign of panic and distrust of a larger plan at work. The invention and usage of these terms has contributed to those on the other side who may now identify as America First instead of MAGA, saying that MAGA has become a cult of groupthink and unquestioning devotion to Donald Trump. Are people allowed to question this administration without being labeled as traitors?
iRule says it's Tucker that changed, not Trump. I feel like a lot of them have changed, but situations and circumstances have also changed. Not every, you know what I mean? It's politics. It's not static.
Resume.
Brandon, we have been called a cult since 2016. It's just it's switched now, and now they do it because we don't change our
Now it's
positions.
accurate, actually.
Now it's they've taken the rhetoric. I'm not necessarily saying these four, but in general, that side of what the left used to do to us for all these years, because we don't change our positions. Now, do I think them criticizing Trump is being a doomer or a trait? I don't think so necessarily, but I will tell you this. Since before Trump took office, December 2024, on X specifically, people have been
I rule 20, but I mean 180 degrees. Fair point. Fair enough.
Tuning out. December 2024, they started with the H-1B visas before Trump was even inaugurated.
Righteous gemstones. Libertarians are what makes me embarrassed to admit I was a libertarian for 15 years. I still have libertarian views on things, but like, I totally get what you're saying. It doesn't work. It just doesn't. The whole third party concept, it's just not, it can't work. It can't work with the way the system is set up.
They have been fighting since before this man took the oath. That is something that...
And it also doesn't make any sense because, so if the two-party system is so corrupt, all of a sudden we just think a third party is going to get in there and they're going to take power and they're not just going to be corrupted by the exact same system that has corrupted the other two. Show me, prove it, show me. That's dumb.
A few of us have noticed and said, this is more of a psyop. The fact that they panic about everything, if he tweets, they have taken the same personality that the left had from 2016 to 2020. That's just my opinion.
What about calling everybody Nazis? Do you think it's helpful that Mark Levin has called everybody a Nazi that disagrees with him and then said that we got to ban the speech of Nazis?
Yeah, the Democrats called us racist, and now
we're Nazis. So if people on the America First, America Only side call you guys a cult, you guys aren't much better by calling us Nazis.
I've never.
Wait.
What do you mean?
We're
calling Nazis? What are you
I don't
talking
think you're a
about?
Nazi or a traitor. I think you guys are fair weather friends.
I've
you've dumped
literally
him
never
because
said any of your
We're talking about Mark Levin.
immigration isn't good enough. That's your one argument.
Okay, well, I don't even listen to Mark Levin.
I didn't call you a cult. You didn't call me a Nazi. We're using general terms right now. Okay.
So your reasons seem to be the border isn't being policed well enough. There's not enough deportations. That's a very...
Painting the roses red. I used to think I was libertarian, but 2024 made me re-examine things. 2016 made me heavily re-examine things and understood. It brought to light exactly what the fight was that we're in. That was my turning point. Like, oh, I see. Okay, so we can't let these psychos ever have power again.
A subjective thing. So that's not a good enough reason to jump off.
So, and unfortunately, we're in a system where it's like, in order for these psychos to not have power, well, we're going to have to give it to these other psychos who are a little less psycho, or at least psycho in a little different way.
Off the train. The second one is the Epstein files.
America.
I'm sorry to break it to you. The Epstein files are gay and boring. If a bunch of rich dudes were having sex with teenagers, I don't care. It's called Motley Crue backstage. It's a snooze fest. So drop the Epstein files. Now Iran it's been 2 months. It's been 1 month of action, 15 dead Americans, and 1 month of pretty much no action. Like, I can explain to you the merit of the war in Iran. It's not a war. It's a brilliant geopolitical move that can put us in the front seat of the global oil. And right now we have London handling that. With Lloyd's.
We have a segment about Iran.
Right.
Okay, so if Gavin is correct on his assessment there, like, okay, that sounds really good. Sounds great. I don't have a lot of faith that America figures that out or that it works in our favor. I just don't. Just given history over the past 30 years. But that would be fantastic.
I'd like to, for the moment, keep it about how we interact with each other, because Linda, you made the point that they've become a lot like the left. I mean, what do you think about the idea that using terms like panicans, doomers,
well, I'm not saying specifically
shuts down conversation like the left
Brandon,
does?
don't you think it also shuts down a conversation for him to just accuse me that I'm taking foreign money out of nowhere?
Well, for the record, I didn't say foreign money. I asked if you were paid for your talking point.
She said by Bibi, and you go, yeah? Did you not?
I said, yeah, maybe.
Okay, so I'm saying, like, if we're talking about shutting down conversation, I mean, that's just such a stupid thing to say.
No, it's not. It's not
If we're talking about shutting down conversation, it has to be on both.
Hold on, let me explain why.
Why can they call us a cult?
It was
and
a
that
personal
doesn't shut
dig.
down conversation?
Which you do have the opportunity to respond to. I don't think it's indicative of a broader ideological idea that one team brings together.
Can I talk about the subject, like the specific subject you asked?
Yes.
Because I've been bleeding followers since I started talking about Israel.
Yeah.
And then immediately, the second I say anything online, I am treated worse than we would treat people on the left who are actually fucking crazy for the most. By the way, I'm not.
I don't know if I believe her. I feel like everybody who has started being critical of Israel has had an increase of followers, not a decrease. I don't know if I believe that.
Attacking Israel or Netanyahu. I'm not speaking negatively about Jews as a whole. A lot of people are. I'm not one of those people. But the way I am treated and like
my feelings got hurt. People are mean to me on the internet because I have an opinion. It happens to the people on the other side of you as well. Like, is she not aware of this? She thinks it's the bots and the attacks and the opinions are only one-sided. Is she retarded?
Like, it's actually unbelievable, and this is worse than the cancel culture I've received from the left, because
deal with it, lady. I don't know what to tell you. If you're going to have an opinion and you want to put your opinion on the internet, guess what's going to happen? You're probably going to upset some people, and you might lose some followers. Aw, you poor thing. You poor thing. People say mean things to you on the internet.
You're labeled anti-Semitic in this industry.
So stupid. What, like, maybe just don't be on the internet then. Like, you just thought it was going to be all rainbows and yeah. Dumb.
You are not doing well. Brands are dropping you, deals are dropping you, and I'm like, my thing is when I criticize him, I'm also talking about the wins. The wins are very important, and I'm not like end of days. I'm very hopeful. I'm voting red no matter what. All I care about is winning the next election, because those people scare the fuck out of me, and I think they would literally kill us if they could. And it's terrifying, and that's all I care about is winning. But it is crazy when I criticize him. I bleed followers. All of a sudden, I'm a grifter, I'm a sellout, I'm a liberal, and I'm like, that is not accurate. I'm allowed to criticize him. I voted for him. I also ruined my life voting for him.
Maybe eventually at some point she'll stop caring so much about what people think about her on the internet, but it would appear probably not going to happen anytime soon. Guys, if you want to get into the thick of it and have an opinion on the internet, you better be ready to take some criticism. If you can't handle that, don't do it. Don't do it.
I can never work again. I go in public and I'm spit on, I'm assaulted,
I
I'm
think
told
we
I
all
should be
did.
raped to death. Yeah. That's why I'm like,
Shelly Belly, I don't believe her that she believe. I don't believe that either. I seriously doubt she bled followers.
yo, I put a lot.
And maybe she did, like, at a certain point in time when she first started saying it, but I would almost be willing to bet that she more than replaced those followers with other followers, given her opinions.
On the line,
Yeah.
so I get to criticize him, but then it's like influencers who joined like a year ago who are fully vaccinated calling me a fucking grifter, and I'm like, sincerely, sit the fuck down.
That's such a good point, Emily, and I actually want to ask you guys about that, because I think every person on this stage has made enormous personal sacrifices, professional sacrifices, every type of sacrifice, because we were outspoken people behind President Trump. And some from 2015, I got on board in 2018, but we gave up a lot. So wouldn't that in itself allow us the freedom and the grace to speak up when we're not feeling satisfied with what we feel?
Yeah, and Brendan, I think we are still a cult. I think all of us are in the same cult. And that's what's great about this cult, is that we can disagree inside this cult. The other cult, they don't allow these conversations. So
There's I rule. The anti-Israel crowd get criticized a lot less than pro-Israel, i.e. Zionists. I know, in my position on it, I get it from both sides.
So
Well, we're calling each other names for.
I'm not calling anybody names.
So I'm not going to feel bad for either one of them. Fuck them.
People online.
You've never used the term panicans, doomers.
Oh, no, I joke. No, when I call somebody a panic, I'm not speaking about any particular people. It is a panicking approach to say, oh, God, these tariffs are going to bankrupt our economy. And then, oh, look, it didn't bankrupt our economy. Actually, it helped. So I do think there are approaches we could take to things and we could disagree. The name calling and stuff, it depends. I don't personally attack people. I generally don't. Not if they don't deserve it. But for the most part, I think a lot of the criticism we all get, they're nameless, faceless, unverified people.
No,
who
they're
are
not.
making
I'm
it
attacked
seem-
by all Republicans and most of the
Right.
biggest ones.
But
I was attacked personally by President Trump.
Well, that's the bad.
This is all like this is all the this is liberals don't even give a shit about me anymore. They think I'm like fucking insane. It's Republicans coming after me and going and talking to brands, sponsorships, talking to the news. Oh, she's this, she's that. Don't work with her. Oh, she's anti-Semitic. She hates Jews, which is fucking crazy and also not true.
I mean, that's fair. We are going through a bit of our own like cancel culture, it would seem, which I'm not a fan of. Like I don't like that. I think we can just use words and fight back with words. I'm not a huge fan of canceling, but at the same time, people are going to do what they want to do. They're going to do what they think is best.
And even with
Emily, I get that too, and I'm on the other side.
No, I know, and we've talked about
the chairman of the GOP.
I love Chunk. I'm a Zionist who follows you. I never see you say something crazy about the pro-Israel crowd, because I just feel like there's so much more important shit in this country than Israel that it's not like a huge talking point for me to be like, oh no, Israel, I don't think we should give them money. Oh, okay. Like that's, but like there is such a bigger issue in my opinion. So no, I'm not going to waste my time or breath, as opposed to the woke Reich side or whatever you want to call them. Like that's like their only issue is just Israel bad. Like you guys don't think that there are other I don't get it. It doesn't make any sense to me.
Miami has literally basically blocked.
Yeah, ex-samurai, we give everyone money. Yes, we give so many nations money. We do, like, and it's not just Israel. Does Israel have an influence on our politics? I think if your answer to that is no, you're not being real. Of course they do, but it's not just Israel. Look at the influence that we have on our politics just from corporations inside of our own country, let alone outside influence from other nations. Russia probably has some influence. China has influence. I mean, they're sending over spies and shit. You know what I'm saying? How many, Swalwell? Like, what are we talking about? So to base it down to just Israel it's just, I don't get it. It's crazy to me. Some people have said it feels like an op or like there's some weird agenda when it comes to that. I agree. Is Israel an issue? Yeah, but so are many other things.
Blacklist off me from everything.
But I'm not also of the opinion of like Israel needs to be wiped off the face of the earth. You know what I'm saying? Like how people can go from, we shouldn't be sending money to Israel to no, we need to get rid of Israel because they're like going to bring about the end of what? I don't know how we make that leap. Maybe at some point I'll be there. I doubt it, but I don't get that. Like, how about no? We don't need to wipe anybody off the face of the earth. We need to just figure some shit out and maybe mind our own business from time to time.
Because he says I'm anti-Semitic.
Okay, and I don't.
No, I was going to say.
agree with you.
I was going to say the opposite.
They do this.
We are getting it.
It's not.
Or I could be completely ignorant and incredibly wrong. That's definitely possible.
Small accounts. You see people that attack me. It's fucking vicious. And the way they try to block me.
There's no other country that gets questioned about their right to exist. Yeah, but they also, I can't think of another country who screams about their right to exist as much either, though, to be fair. But I don't know. No, they shouldn't be wiped off the face of the earth. That's crazy. Do they have corruption in their government? Yeah, probably. More than likely. Of course they do. Everybody does. Do they have agendas? Like, is Israel only interested in Israel's agenda? Yeah, probably. Probably. It would be really nice if America was more only interested in America when it came to our agenda. But again, like the whole just this hyperfixation on Israel is crazy.
From MAGA, and we should gatekeep MAGA. Who the fuck are you to say you should gatekeep MAGA? And like, no offense, it's people like Alex Clark said that, and I'm like, oh, be so fucking for real right now.
You know, we get it too, though.
No, you know what would be really great moving?
Angie 2324, Israel is our most important ally, not because of any political reason, because of the Bible. You know, like just from a geopolitical standpoint, I just, everybody has their own views, and a lot of people have interpretations when it comes to Israel and the Bible. Okay. I don't like to get into that because of how sensitive a subject it is for a lot of people. But I will just say from a geopolitical standpoint, I think there is a benefit in having Israel as an ally, if for no other reason than Americans being able to visit the Holy Land. Now, do I think that it's so important that we have that we need to massacre people to keep it? I don't know. I don't think so. It'd be really cool if we could somehow figure out a way to just all get along.
Forward, I think, yeah.
You want to talk about some pipe dreams?
People from their politics and personalities, it's too much and it's fucking irrelevant to me. I just want to win elections till I fucking die, and then I want to continue to vote red. So it's just like, that's what I care about. But the constant attacking, I'm like, I literally don't remember the last time a liberal, besides Gay Dean, attacked me. It's always Republicans, and I'm like, you're really
it's Israel.
On, like,
Israel has become the most polarizing thing on the right, and you're talking about people calling you a Nazi. I'm liking Jews. I'm bleeding followers and friends who call me Gavin McInnes.
There's no winning. I went to Israel. I'm a fucking Jew lover.
So the elephant in the room in this whole thing is what Israel is doing to the left, to the right.
I think that we can actually boil this down, and there's actually a trend in elections that show why this is happening. Obama wasn't even supposed to beat Hillary Clinton. The reason Obama beat Hillary Clinton in the Democrat primaries is because he ran directly against Bush's wars in the Middle East. That's why he beat Hillary and then won the election. Now,
I don't know if I agree with that take at all, dude. He did, like, I mean, I don't know that I've ever heard that opinion is because he won because he opposed Bush's wars. I was pretty sure it was just because of the color of his skin. Maybe I'm wrong, but it's not how I remember everything going on there.
You could say the same thing about Trump in 2016.
Sure.
He was campaigning against these same wars. I believe.
Yeah, ex-samurai. Yeah, sure. Oh, and then he bombed a bunch of countries himself. Yeah, he dropped more bombs than Bush did. So no, I think there was a lot of obviously black support for Obama, but then you had a lot of like white guilt support for Obama.
Wars in the
like, look, I'm voting for the black guy. See, I'm not racist. I think there was a whole ton of that happened.
Middle East are a swing issue, and this is what is swinging presidential elections. Now that we're in 2026, I do think it's more directional towards Israel, simply because that's where all of the special interest, foreign interest money that's influencing Congress and influencing these decisions is coming from. But here's what I think is important for everybody at some point, if you can find a time to address the audience of where you're coming from. So, you know, if you want to say that I have these fantasies, that's perfectly fine. But here's the way I look at America. Here's the way I look at politics. And I wonder, it's like, how anybody could disagree with this. I think that our government is corrupt to its core. I think that our country has become so corrupt, and we've become so sold out, and the American dream and the American way of life continues to be degraded, and our society continues to crumble. So yes, if you want to call it a fantasy that I want to save this country with drastic measures, then call me a fantasy. That's fine. I have a fantasy of living in a great country where...
With drastic measures. What, Owen? What drastic measures are you going to save this country with that is so corrupt? It is so corrupt. How do you fix it? How do you save it? And when he says dramatic measures, what does that mean? And how quickly does he think you're going to be able to fix it?
People can afford to live, where we have a...
Like, he's just saying really nice things. That's all it is. He's basically talking like a politician. He's just saying really good things. I want to save the country. I want people to be able to afford to live. I want people to be prosperous. I want it to be America for, like, no kidding. No shit. I think a lot of people do. How do we get there? It's so corrupt. How is it possible that we get there? Slowly and over a very long period of time.
Big middle class.
With a whole lot of hope and really low expectations.
And Washington, D.C. doesn't dictate the future of the country. That's the problem. So if that's a fantasy for me to want to live in that world, then fine, call it a fantasy. I'd like to make that a reality. That's what this is about for me.
I did call it a
Cool story, dude. How do we do that? Nothing. He'll give you nothing. How do we do it? By saying bad things about Donald Trump.
fantasy.
That's why
By spreading doomerism and making sure that somehow the opposite political party with a psychotic agenda gets power. That's how we fix this country?
I call the perp walking of, let's say, Obama, Fauci, a fantasy, because I don't believe that's going to happen. Now, I'm not saying that you're wrong
But
for
Trump
wanting
did say
that.
they committed treason.
I'm not saying you're wrong for wanting that or that you shouldn't want that. I'm saying that to me is a fantasy.
And because it won't happen, we will continue to lose our country.
Listen,
That's the problem.
A lot of laws.
I want to get back to the topic of how we interact with each other. So on this topic, I want to bring up something, just a personal experience that I had to sort of illustrate exactly what you were just talking about. So you and I had something happen between us online recently, and I put a post out on X, and I basically said I want to kind of refresh the people that I'm following with some great truth tellers. Can anyone recommend any accounts that I should be following? I got about 200 comments from people and a lot of different recommendations. And if you go through and you look at my comments, you'll see at least the first 2 dozen people who responded to me. I followed the accounts that they told me to follow. And I went and I responded to them and I said, oh, thanks for the suggestion. You know, some of the people I knew, some of them I didn't know. I just basically followed everything I was suggested. One woman said to me, I've really been
Angie, yeah, I'm not a fan of not a fan of Paula White either.
enjoying Buckley Carlson's posts. I highly recommend him. I clicked on the tag, went to his account, saw that he was already following me. Truth be told, I really don't know who Buckley Carlson is. I don't know much about him. I followed him back. I went back to her account and I said, thanks for the recommendation. I just followed him. Eyal took a screenshot of that, posted it on his account with the word what ? And hundreds of comments came in, and I want to show you guys, this is literally just because I followed the Buckley Carlson account. This is what happened. So here's the exchange. Brandon Strzok is on the side of Islamo-commie Nazis. Unfollowed him a while back. Brandon Strzok is a Candace-level Nazi prick. Brandon has been a big disappointment since he went totally Israel-obsessed. Guess he, oh, well, okay, it's going a little fast. Candace-level Nazi prick. Geez, Brandon, are you insane? I walked away from Brandon Strzok. He apparently supports anti-Semites. Brandon is one of the most unstable and erratic gays on the app. I really don't know why people still follow him.
Put that in your bio.
That's
Brandon
clearly
is woke-like, in other words, right-tarded. Okay, that's a small sampling of what happened. Now, listen, I don't hold people accountable for what other people say.
Notice how they're mostly anonymous too. Like, are they anybody that
I
we
looked
know?
and they all
Is it-
appeared to be right-wing accounts, and they all, many of them said that they used to follow me, and you could be right. They could be bots, which is an issue as well. Here's one of the many issues that I had. Number one, it was insane, the reaction that I got, and to me, it was identical to me of leftist behavior. I mean, like a leftist sort of Antifa online attack. But, Eyal, you and I became friends last year. I consider you a friend. I hope you consider me a friend. We fought Mamdani together in New York City.
Unfortunately lost.
Well, it was an uphill battle.
Thank God saved the
It was an
city.
uphill battle. Some of the things that we did, rallies, debates, you sat
Yeah, right. Hey guys, look, I had an opinion or did a thing on social media and a bunch of people didn't like it. Oh, crazy.
next to me on
You
a
don't
debate
say.
table. My organization paid to have signs made saying things like Jews have a right to exist and Israel has a right to exist. You sat there and allowed these people to say these things about me and didn't say a single word to defend me as people were calling me a Nazi and an anti-Semite. So, first of all, that bothers me. But second of all, I want to talk about the danger of allowing this kind of language to take place. We have people in our movement who are getting shot and killed. I mean, we get physically attacked as conservatives when we go to places, and I think largely because the left has allowed.
What does he mean by allowing this kind of language to take place? I don't like it when I start hearing the words allow being said. How can we allow these words to be used? Like, nah, no. We're not going to open up that Pandora's box. Let's keep that one closed.
Narratives.
We've already kind of been through that. I would like to keep all of the words, please.
To persist that we're Nazis and racists and bad people. We should not be doing this to each other. And I just want to ask you, why didn't you have my back in that exchange?
First of all,
Damn, you're getting called out.
I obviously don't think you're an anti-Semite. Most of those accounts.
I wish you would have said that.
First of all, I don't read any of my comments, and I'll get into why. But I'm saying I didn't see any of that happening, so I apologize that I didn't stick up for you. And if I did see,
I don't believe him. I don't believe him. I think he definitely reads some of his comments. I don't know. There might be people who just post on X and then don't read comments, but I don't know. So why are you on there then? Like, I don't get it. Are they both gay? I have no idea.
all those comments, obviously you're not a Nazi. Obviously I would have said that. And when Nick Shirley was getting attacked like 2 months ago.
Is this a therapy session? Yeah, there's a whole lot of feelings involved all of a sudden, apparently. How come you didn't defend me? You didn't say any, you didn't have my back, bro.
Being an anti-Semite, I wrote this long post saying Nick Shirley obviously isn't an anti-Semite. I think calling everyone an anti-Semite, number one, is unhelpful.
I think it's anti-Semitic.
And I think number two, it degrades the meaning of that.
Agreed. Yeah.
So to address that, and
I love Chunk. He gets lots of comments. Well, he seems to always find the Ian Carroll ones. So he's reading them, or unless he's just got like notifications set to specifically Ian Carroll.
And I apologize. Had I seen all those comments, obviously I would have said something. But I think when we're talking about the reason I don't read my comments is because I open my comments and all it is die Jew right now. I've called the
Mr. B5. I was called a Yahtzee by some random Pakistani account, and I've been called a Israel shill and a sellout like a bunch of times, and I'm nobody. And I'm not even that. So yeah, it's just a shit show. But that's kind of the point of it, right? It's chaotic. And if you are a very sensitive person, it's probably really not the place for you. Though I think it is maybe like good practice if you want to sort of sharpen your edge a little bit.
The FBI.
Or just make some YouTube videos that you know people will disagree with. That'll get you there too.
Multiple times to people to show up to their homes because they've actively plotted to kill me. And so when you're talking about, calling people an anti-Semite versus, you open Twitter and it is Goebbels level Nazi propaganda. And so it's kind of difficult for me to hear this, calling someone an anti-Semite when, at least as Gavin said, and I think most people here would agree, is these labels that are being thrown are kind of irrelevant now. What is relevant is the fact that this week alone, 8 synagogues were shot up in Toronto and the UK. There was a man that the Egyptian national who showed up at a rally for a vigil for the hostages in Colorado. The Jewish Museum was shot up in D.C.
These are all Muslims too.
Not just the amount of rhetoric. For instance, another thing, Dan Bilzerian, it just came out yesterday, asked how he could kill Ben Shapiro. Owen Shroyer.
And to be honest, I don't get blocked by a lot of people, which is a little surprising. I'm always seeing, everybody in this sort of little circle that we've built up here. They're always bragging about their blocks. They're check it out. Just I don't ever get blocked by anybody. I'm not really sure. Maybe I'm just not going hard enough in the paint or something, but it's just something I've kind of paid attention to. I don't understand how all of these other people that I talk to on a pretty regular basis are getting blocked by the people but I just haven't been.
Or had him on his show. So I'm saying,
it's weird.
If you find me anyone who's actively called,
are you relying on Nick Fuentes' account as to what Dan Bilzerian said?
For me to finish,
I wouldn't doubt it.
If you're
2 goats and a dog, I don't either, and I tried. Even Coach Colin, I haven't gotten blocked from, and that dude thinks I totally hate him. He hasn't blocked me, so I don't. But I don't really go at Coach Colin on X. But anywhere, really. I think I've made one video on the dude, and that's just because he had brought me up. So
my friend in the face at a club.
If you're
Not the nicest guy ever.
doesn't mean he plotted to kill Ben Shapiro.
Ask him about kicking a girl in the
Like Coach Colin is just small potatoes in the whole scheme of things. So, I mean, I am too. I'm not saying anything, but as far as that side goes and the amount of influence that they have over there, I don't think Coach Colin is real big on influence. I think he just has some fanboys and then some fangirls and just parrots most of what other people say. I don't know if he even really has his own opinions, to be honest.
If we're going to talk about, I talk about this when I go to synagogues, when I speak at synagogues. I say actively, stop calling people an anti-Semite. Tell them all they're wrong, why they're wrong, because there's a lot to go off of. For instance, the reason I posted that with Buckley and that woman Trisha Hope, Buckley Carlson has spent the past 4 months accusing Erica Kirk of murdering her own husband and covering it up. Trisha Hope has done the exact thing. I vehemently despise those people. In terms of death threats, Erica Kirk and Turning Point have gotten more death threats from the so-called right than they have from Antifa because of people like Candace Owens, Buckley Carlson, and Trisha Hope. And so for me at least, it was personal to me because she had just lost her husband, and for the past 6 months, rather than getting empathy from the right, from people who so-called cared about Charlie, they're going after his wife. And so for me, it's standing on principle. Again, in terms of calling people anti-Semites, I think it's totally relevant. Owen dressed up as a Hasidic Jew and started dancing for shekels on his live stream, which
did you get it?
But I want to respond.
Misty M, small potatoes make for a great meal. I agree. I've got a lot of Irish in me, so potatoes are a must-have.
Which to me, I didn't come out and say that he's an anti-Semite because it doesn't matter to me.
I want to
What
respond,
does matter
though.
is like that's just like it's childish for a grown man to do
Brandon,
that.
why do you always care about that side? Like, I feel like, no disrespect, but I feel like you are biased in this panel. Like, I feel like you.
Well, that's what I was about to say.
And as for me, I've received the opposite of what you've received. So I'll give you an example. I posted a picture with Ana Paulina Luna. I didn't know that apparently I had no idea that people didn't like her and they said that she's a Jew. And I guess she took a picture with Benjamin Netanyahu. I don't know when it was.
Who gives a shit? So you posted something, you had an opinion or something, and people didn't like it, and like, who cares? What does this have to do with anything?
It was before or prior to the war. I'm not sure. What I didn't know, my comment section was going to be filled with Jew. Fuck you. I'm unfollowing you. Are we going to deny that there's also an Israel derangement syndrome on the other side or on their side, and they come after us and they're just as nasty? They send death threats.
That's what I was about to say.
Did any of us reply with that
I want
to
to
you?
make a point on that though, because I even had to come out.
I do
and
want to
was
reply
like,
to you.
Wait, can I hear Brandon's reply real quick?
The Jews are the root of all evil, which people DM me like big names, and they're like, let me convince you. And I'm like, I would rather fucking do anything else than listen to that
Yeah, it's so
shit.
tedious.
But the Jews are the root of all evil. Everything goes back to them. Those people are fucking crazy, and they should be not listened to, okay? The people who are also like, you cannot criticize anyone Jewish, you can never criticize Israel, also fucking wrong. They're both wrong. They're both extremely, I think, crazy liberals. But that's the problem, is like, I've made like valid I've criticized things, and then I've had consequences for those things, and I think it's not fair, and I don't think the right attacking the other right is smart when we have a much bigger battle. But yeah, I just think also the Jew thing is like, honestly, they're just not very intelligent. They don't have anything better to say. It's like when they respond to me, you're like...
Duke Tomlinson, Ana Paul Luna is pushing the BS fake alien psyop for the CIA. I don't pay any attention to that person at all. The fake alien psyop. I like the idea of aliens. I think it's fun. That's about it. I don't know if they exist or not. What this whole like crap about alien, it's gonna change the way Christians view the world or something. Like I mean, maybe some, but like, do you not, to make that statement, like, do you not know Christians? I really don't think aliens are gonna change Christians' views.
Fat, ugly, you should get raped, whatever. It is what it is. It's just easy to call someone a Jew. It's just very unintelligent. But the whole anti-Semitic thing, I'm like, if you're considering people like me anti-Semitic, then it's lost all value, and you should save it for people who are...
And I don't even, like, when it comes to aliens, I don't give a crap about like the whole, like, the alien being. I want the flying saucers, dude. Like, I want the flying saucers and the weapon tech. Could care less about weird little grays that exist on a different planet somewhere far, far away. I don't care. I want to take that spaceship for a ride.
are really fucking anti-Semitic and evil people who want to hurt innocent Jewish people. Let's save it for that. Let's skip people like me.
I want to respond. Okay, first of all, I really appreciate the apology, and that means a lot to me. Second of all, the purpose of this was not to make it personal or to call you out. I was literally trying to provide an example of this sort of culture that's happened, and I don't think.
Duke Tomlinson, have you heard of Project Bluebeam? I've heard of it, yes. I've heard of a lot of projects. Refresh my memory on which one Bluebeam is.
Linda, that it's necessarily one-sided. The larger point that I'm trying to make, well, first let me address the other thing that you said, which is that you think when you compare being called anti-Semitic to literally receiving death threats for being Jewish, the two things are non-comparable. I agree with you.
No, sorry, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that, like, I think everyone here is sat at a
there's so much conspiracy crap in my head, Duke. Like, it's just, I don't even bother trying to keep track of it anymore.
Certain point that, like, these labels don't matter anymore. Yeah. Is that correct? I haven't said that.
Yeah, but I have an issue with that.
No, but I'm saying people have said that, right?
Yeah.
So if those labels don't matter anymore, and that's what you're going to say, then stand on your principle that those labels don't matter anymore.
But I don't feel that way.
And get over it. Okay, man.
But I don't feel that way.
That's the separate part.
I don't feel that way because I feel like Emily was touching on this point that to be labeled anti-Semitic right now is just like when the left calls you a racist or anything else. It costs people job opportunities. It costs people. I mean, you saw right there. I just got unfollowed by like 100 people in your comments. That people that I've been following for 8 years, and now I'm like, so it does have consequences to be labeled anti-Semitic. Is it the same as receiving a death threat that makes you actually feel like your life is in danger? No, but it does, I think, have consequences. And the point I want to make to you, Linda, is that this for me is not.
Duke, I just looked it up. Project Bluebeam. That's the one where they're going to fake the alien invasion or whatever. Yeah, I do find it interesting that it seems like for so long the government tried to cover up UFOs, but now all of a sudden they want everybody to believe that there are UFOs and that there are aliens.
About bias or one side chastising the other side. Part of the reason I want to do this debate tonight, and I mean it, is that I want to find common ground with one another again. And if people, you're my friend, if people, even if we disagree on different issues, if people are threatening your life, I want to jump in the comments and have your back. And I would appreciate it in return if you would jump in the comments and have my back when you know people are accusing me of things in your comments that you know are not true. And I don't think that either side of this divide on the right, I think we should all be having each other's backs, even if we disagree on policy issues.
Project Bluebeam is even easier with drone technology. It's going to be even easier with AI. I mean, do you guys remember that story where I forget what it was, but it was I don't even remember what year. Way back, where like radio was the only thing. They didn't even have TV. And they read that like fake alien invasion thing, and so many people lost their mind because they thought it was real. Like, it's, even though technology has gotten better, and I would like to assume that people have gotten smarter, we're still all pretty stupid, like collectively.
Issues. I don't think this should be so.
Yes, War of the Worlds. Thank you.
Okay, but labels
CJB, it doesn't look, there's about 3 minutes left.
shouldn't matter. That is the last label that will ruin your fucking life and your career. If you label someone anti-Semitic truly the way they've labeled me, and I've had severe consequences for that.
I don't believe that at all. I really don't. I think all of these labels that we have now, I can't see any other conclusion to this than people just being sick and tired of people like a label. Like, you know what I mean? Like these words are losing all of their power. I just don't care. Who cares? You have an opinion and then somebody's like, oh, you're an anti-Semite. Do people really care? Is that really destroying people? It was the same thing with Nazi. Like, nobody cares. Racist. Nobody cares anymore. It's going to get to the point where it's just like, F you. I don't care. Here's my opinion. Deal with it. Maybe I'll change my mind. Maybe it's wrong. Whatever the case is. But these labels, like, I think she's being a little bit over dramatic. Then again, I don't know. I've never had to deal with sponsorships or any of that crap. So maybe there's something to that. But like, oh, do you care about your morals or not? Because if you do, you're probably going to end up paying some type of price for those morals. That's just the world we live in. Like, just because, you know what I mean? Like, you're not guaranteed to just have things. If you decide that you want to take a position or take a stance on something and you end up having to pay a consequence for that position, like, that's just part of life. It's just because you're a content creator Like, that doesn't make you any more important or special than anybody else. Plenty of people have had opinions and have had to pay consequences for those opinions or for their morals or for whatever the case may be. So I don't like, should we not have to pay a penalty? Maybe, but that's just not the world we live in. It's just not how things work.
That actually really does damage your career and your life. And by the way, my friendships, the amount of friends I lost, I was like, but you know me, you know my beliefs. Like, the amount of people unfollowing me, being like, oh, I thought you were a truth seeker, you're just this. I'm like, whoa, that label is like not a joke. And I wish it was. I wish it was like racist.
Try losing all your Nazi friends. That sucks too.
Wait.
All my
Sorry,
Nazis
let me
left.
just address. First of all, Emily, when you were accused of being anti-Semitic, I both privately and publicly said something about it because I saw those comments. I did.
Okay, I was actually going to say none of my Jewish friends have ever stuck up for me, so that makes one. So
I texted you. What are you talking about? I can bring up our text messages, but I'm saying, like, in terms of that, what you're saying specifically, and
yeah, I rule. Like, has she even made a point? I guess I haven't. All I've heard come out of her mouth is poor me, poor me, poor me, poor me. This happened to me. Me. So Emily can't maintain friends on the left or the right. I mean, cool. Like, sorry for your luck, I guess.
Like, I actively say that we shouldn't be calling people anti-Semitic. I think it's irrelevant because I view anti-Semitism as something that should only be reserved for anti-Semites. But the idea that it's like this apples to oranges argument of like, oh, I was called anti-Semitic. Like, you've been online. Like, some of the biggest influencers are fully Nazis. Like, actively say they're not. Like, I'm not paraphrasing. I'm quoting them. And like actively calling for another Holocaust. Amru Fudal, Myron Gaines, literally wore a Cookie Monster's hoodie to turning.
CA. Project Bluebeam is a popular conspiracy theory alleging that the United Nations and NASA are planning to establish a totalitarian New World Order government. Yeah, probably. Wouldn't surprise me.
Point with Jews going into the oven. Like, the idea that there's some sort of like apples to apples thing, like, I think it's wrong. I actively say that it's wrong. It's stupid. It's childish, and it's unhelpful to call people
Okay, I'm clearing my name on that. I did not know what that sweatshirt was. I did not know what it fucking meant. I took
just a joke.
I took a photo. My caption was making fun of him because he's a douchebag and a dipshit. And then I deleted it out of respect for my Jewish friends. So I'm clearing my name.
Oh, here we go. Oh, me, poor me. Shut up.
How is it something stupid?
Okay, what are
like,
the metrics?
You fucking
Oh, there's a.
chance.
I didn't even see there's a part 1 and a part 2. So Gavin must get wild in part 2 because he feel like he didn't want to mess up his tie so far.
Civil War, Gavin.
I'm not talking if you interrupt me again.
Well, you can't just say.
Yes, I can. Of course I can.
So what is a war?
I'm allowed to say a thing.
Tell me what is a war.
Don't tell me what I can't fucking say.
The Gulf War, for instance, was because of Kuwait. We went into Iraq. Eyal Yakoby, the current prime minister, actively was writing Bush saying, don't go in. This is not a good idea.
Well, what was he saying to him, though? He was telling him to go to war against Iran.
Yeah, because the Israelis viewed.
So how much influence did they have?
Because the Israelis viewed Iran as the
But you know why?
Well, wait.
You know why? Because we said after Iraq, we'll go for Iran.
Like, are you kidding me?
No, I'm
That's
not
your
kidding you. It's a debate. You don't know how to debate, then why did you bring her?
Oh,
You can't ask.
I could have just said, hey, stupid bitch. It's what she said on the fucking screen. Just fucking say that.
I won't.
Oh, so all the good stuff happens in part 2. I see. Got bamboozled. When does that? Did they just advertise when that comes out? Did I miss that? Coming up in part 2. When? When is it coming up? Did you guys catch it? When does it come up? I have it muted, guys, just so you know, because I didn't want to listen to them talk again. I don't think part 2 is out right now. I think they just dropped part 1. But I will definitely double check. No, they didn't even say when they're putting it out. Is it out? Oh, man, it is. It's an hour and 40, guys. Where are we at? We're 3 hours into the stream. Should I just wait? Maybe I should just wait and run this like tomorrow. That seems a whole nother 2 hours, which really means another 3. So that would be like a 6-hour stream. That's a lot. That's gonna require a lot more potty breaks. Put it on 1.25 speed. That's no fun. That's no fun. Let me get 24 hours no smoking under my belt. Did you quit smoking? Like today? You just chose today is going to be the day that you stop smoking? I mean, good for you if you're working on 24 hours there. You just cold turkey in it, saying, nope, I'm done. It's over. Ex-Samurai 25. I'm at 3 years in July. Nice. Congratulations. Part 2 has more fire. Yeah, it really, I mean, I don't know. There might be a little bit of a bamboozle there and just have more of the same kind of boring back and forth stupid arguments, but they sure made it look like there's going to be some more action. I can barely listen to regular speed anymore. Yeah, I see. It's out now. I can see that. It is out. I just don't know. I don't know if we run another 3 hours. All right, let's just, I don't know how to do polls. Sure wish I had a mod here who knew how to do polls. Everybody in the chat, type 1 if you want to keep going, 2 if you want to wait till tomorrow. We'll let you guys make the choice. All right, for everybody who's participating. Oh, ones are leading. Oh, all right. The ones win. Let's pull it up. Can I do a Cali and vote again? The question, Lori, was 1 to keep going and watch part 2, or 2 to just do it tomorrow. Let's see. I feel like some of these do here. We'll run it at 1.5 speed and see if that's bearable or not.
A major issue for many Trump voters was de-weaponization of our three-letter agencies. Immediately upon taking office, Trump brought in Pam Bondi, Kash Patel, and Dan Bongino to head up the DOJ and FBI. Kash and Dan had for years said that the FBI needed to be dismantled and reformed.
The FBI's footprint has gotten so freaking big. And the biggest problem the FBI has come out of its intel shops. I'd break that component out of it. I'd shut down the FBI Hoover building on day 1 and reopening the next day as a museum of the deep state. And I take the 7,000 employees that work in that building and send them across America to chase down criminals. Go be cops. We're going to come after the people in the media who lied about American citizens, who helped Joe Biden rig presidential elections. We're going to come after you. Whether it's criminally or civilly, we'll figure that out. But yeah, we're putting you all on notice.
However, Kash and Dan ended up giving promotions to some in the FBI who orchestrated the targeting of innocent people for January 6th. Critics of Pam Bondi's have pointed out that no meaningful arrests have taken place of any deep state actors connected to the witch hunt against President Trump, against any Epstein perpetrators, or any of those connected with January 6th. One of the DOJ and FBI's first moves, infamously, was to invite social media influencers to the White House and present them with binders labeled labeled the Epstein Files Phase 1, which contained no new information about the Epstein case that wasn't publicly known for years. Kash Patel, Dan Bongino, and Pam Bondi did a complete about-face on Epstein, stating that he definitely did kill himself, and that there are no known perpetrators, and participating in the abrupt narrative shift that it is now time to move on from Epstein.
And this is something Donald Trump has talked about. The DOJ may be releasing the list of Jeffrey Epstein's clients. Will that really happen?
It's sitting on my desk right now to review. That's been a directive by President Trump. Everything's going to come out to the public. The public has a right to know. Americans have a right to know.
Who, if anyone, did Epstein traffic these young women to besides himself?
Himself. There is no credible information. None. If there were, I would bring the case yesterday.
You said Jeffrey Epstein committed suicide. People don't believe it.
Well, I mean, listen, they have a right to their opinion, but as someone who has worked as a public defender, as a prosecutor, who's been in that prison system, who's been in the Metropolitan Detention Center, who's been in segregated housing, you know a suicide when you see one, and that's what that was.
He killed himself. You want me to? I've seen the whole file. He killed himself.
So the two of them, they came on. I don't know if you remember the interview, and they
I'll
said,
never forget it.
Yeah, and they said he definitely killed himself. We can't.
So I'm thinking I'll just keep 1.5 speed through this, and then when they get to talking back and forth, I'll probably knock it back down to regular speed.
Tell you how we know that. Trust us. If you saw the evidence that we saw, then you would also come to the same conclusion. And people are like, oh, well, they said it, and that's it. And I said to myself, hold on a minute, I'm a lawyer here, okay? So you've just told us that you have actually cleared every potential suspect. You have the exonerating evidence that says that nobody's guilty. Now, if you were telling us we have a suspect, we can't tell you why, we're building a case, I would say, okay, let's wait and let's see what happens. But you just told us that there's no case. So why can't we all know why you're so convinced?
Dan Bongino quit the FBI after less than a year and immediately went on the attack against any conservative who criticized him for inaction in the FBI, including blocking countless followers who expressed their disappointment with him. Many on the pro-MAGA side have praised Kash and Dan and Pam for their performance and attacked people who criticized them. So given that so many people fought for Trump to get in, to fight weaponization, to give people transparency about government corruption and cover-ups, why are the people who are demanding these things now being labeled panicans, doomers, black pillars, and traitors?
I feel like the Epstein debate has already been totally played out and had out, and everybody's kind of reached their conclusions. I don't really know how much wiggle room there is for people on that or convincing there will be. And I think it just boils down to this. Do you believe Epstein killed himself in that prison cell? No. And do you think that Jeffrey Epstein was just some wholesome guy that liked having pizza parties with grape soda and a beef jerky enthusiast? You either believe that stuff or you don't. I don't really think there's any much more room for debate. Now, as far as the people that Trump brought in, and also apparently Epstein really liked dentists. Not sure if you guys have gone through the files at all, but they talk about dentists quite a bit too. Beef jerky and dentists. They also seem to think that there was some there. I mean, Pam Bondi's statements speak for themselves, and she said many of other things as well about the Epstein client list. And now all of a sudden we're told that none of it exists. It's just Jeffrey Epstein. He just happened to become a teacher's aide and then a billionaire, and then he owns these islands. He's got all these security deals. He's got access to the top people in the world, but there's just no there. He just happened to like little kids. So you either believe that or you don't.
Well, and it also required an act of fucking Congress to get the disclosures that were promised by Trump on the campaign trail. And by the way, that is the primary reason that they're going guns blazing after Thomas Massie, is because he was responsible for passing that bill along with Ro Khanna. That is the reason that the Epstein financier class is funneling $25 million to try and primary him, which will make it the most expensive primary in GOP history in the House.
But the point of this segment and the point of the question is that I think that despite how anybody feels, it's weird. I think the handling of Epstein by this administration is weird. And it seems like to simply acknowledge that it's weird is getting people labeled, panicans, and people are now suddenly going along with this whole, shut up, move on, stop talking about it. That's not really what people were saying.
Brandon, a few things. Owen, there's more to discuss than just saying you either believe what I believe, which is what you're saying. You must believe that Jeffrey Epstein was raping little kids and that the code words are grape soda, beef jerky, pizza. And if you don't believe that, then you believe that Epstein's a wholesome guy. I think that's not how you really do evidence, and that's not how you take it to
hold on a second. So, but we're not denying. Wait. We're not denying that Epstein was a pedophile, right?
That's not.
Duke Tomlinson, which intelligence agency was Epstein blackmailing our politicians for? You think it was just one?
How you do that?
But
you have
hold
discussions
on. We're
about
not
it.
denying he was a pedophile, right?
I haven't seen evidence of prepubescent.
You just said.
He is banging mine.
You said there's no nuance.
I've never seen evidence of that. They've all been post-pubescent.
So now Epstein is not a pedophile?
I don't think so. No.
Was he? Do you think he was an asset for intelligence?
There's 32
pervert.
states that have the age
Rich
of
guys
consent
were
at 16 years old. By the way, Owen.
This is amazing. See, actually, this is a very pivotal moment. This is where MAGA is out. This is where MAGA.
No, hold on. Hold on. You don't get
this. So I say, have at it. Defend Epstein. The stage is yours. The floor is yours. The floor is yours.
Do you know why you unfollowed me? Because I corrected you and run facts about Epstein, and you got upset.
No, actually, you unfollowed me because you tried to blackmail me.
No.
Yeah, you tried to blackmail me, Linda.
I tried to blackmail you after.
Did. Yeah, you did. You tried to blackmail me.
Okay.
Yeah, I tried to blackmail you after.
That's right.
No.
Wait, are you admitting you blackmailed her?
Yeah, she did.
Absolutely, I am. You think Mossad is bad? I'm fucking worst. Owen, guess what? I corrected you one time and I said, you got the dates wrong. And what did you do?
On what?
You're protecting pedophiles.
On what?
I corrected you.
What
on some wrong, I don't remember the exact thing. It was some wrong stuff, and I said, I said, Owen, that's not what happened. This is what happened because I have read the fucking files.
Soda and beef jerky. That's what you
probably.
Okay, so there it is.
Probably.
So there it is. You believe.
Okay, are you gonna take that to court? You think that's evidence of pedophilia? You're gonna go and say, hello, FBI. This is the evidence that I have. Grape soda mentioned 1,000 times in pizza.
Yeah,
that's
so you
the
believe
evidence
that.
you have.
So you believe if you look at your kid's phone. Hold on, let me say this.
I'm so confused. What's the argument that she's making? Like those words are obviously code for something. Beef jerky. Like all these billionaires aren't emailing each other back and forth and are just super excited about beef jerky or pizza. Like it's obviously code. What it's code for, I think if you read through a good chunk of it, you get some type of idea. Now, as far as like Gavin defending Epstein here, I don't think so. I think he's just playing the word game. And that is PDF file has a specific definition of a person attracted to somebody who's prepubescent, right? I don't know if there's any like direct evidence that that's the case when it comes to Epstein. Definitely minors. Like he was convicted of that. So I think Gavin is just taking that stance. Like, well, hold on here. We have to, like, if we're going to accuse somebody of that word, like we have to make sure that we're all operating under the same definition of what that word is, because it's all bad, but there's a difference. And I think we need to keep that distinction. All bad. It's all bad, but there's a distinction there.
If you look at your kid's phone and your kid is talking about pot and grass,
no, I already know this analogy. I already know this analogy. What are they talking about, Linda? Why don't you tell me how the case started?
Are they talking about
pot? I don't really give a shit.
Or are they talking about weed?
I don't really give a shit what they talked about. Did they rape the kids or not?
Yes, kids were raped. Absolutely.
And it, like, I know Epstein did these things and that there were a lot of people involved with this, right? But that wasn't like Epstein's only thing. You know what I mean? It sounds like he was definitely some type of middleman for organized crime, or just had a really good understanding of like working and helping, trying to figure out what it is. Like there was so much more going on than just trafficking. Like there was so much other stuff happening. And it all absolutely has to do with basically organized crime. It was like the mafia, but it's different. And I think Jeffrey Epstein I think he just was really good and knew how to sort of network and play that game. So he moved up the ladder fairly high up, which also, like, I don't know that I'm 100% convinced that the dude's even dead.
Okay.
I feel like you know.
Defend Epstein. Take it away, guys. Take it away.
Tell me how the case started.
Well, hold on a second.
I want to ask
Given this
something.
ultimatum,
You're an expert in the case. Tell me.
Josie, go ahead.
All right. I want to say, so the issue people are having is the word pedophile. I think it's like
like Ehud Barak, or however you say that dude's name. Like Jeffrey Epstein is the one who basically, I don't know if I want to say like introduced, but made Ehud Barak aware of who Peter Thiel was and Palantine. Like this is what Epstein did. Aside from all of the other gross stuff, right? Like, but it was more than just that. he used pervert politicians to be able to do what he wanted, but it wasn't just that though. Like they're going to compromise people in any way that they can. Some they were able to probably compromise that way. Others they compromised in other ways. And nobody's being held accountable.
File or something when you're attracted to kids in a certain age.
At least not yet.
It's a semantic argument. But I do want to say that even if the age of consent is 15 or 16, wherever it is in the United States, trafficked children cannot consent.
But didn't Pam Bondi herself say 10,000 videos and they were all child porn on Jeffrey? So why are we even
And she
arguing?
said the things that she saw was the most horrendous things that ever exist.
And there has been.
But have you not seen the photos and read the files? There's emails, there's photos, there's video evidence.
Have you seen photos?
Yes. This is not a conspiracy. There's hundreds of thousands of pages.
Duke Bronson, do you believe the rumors Trump wants to pardon Ghislaine Maxwell or shorten her time in jail? I don't know if I believe them or not. I can tell you this, nothing would surprise me. Nothing would surprise me.
Have you guys not seen it?
The emails between Jeffrey Epstein and other people saying what they said.
Oh, what's up, Cold-Blooded Christian? Cold-Blooded Christian's in the house. What are we watching? We are watching a shit show. We watched the first 2 hours of it, and now, because I'm being held hostage by everybody in the chat, we are watching part 2, which is another roughly 2 hours. And we just started it up. We're 9 minutes in.
They are horrendous. There's one where.
But it's a debate, basically Maga versus America First. Bronson, have you seen all of Jessica Reed Krause's interviews with Nicholas, terrible last name, Epstein's cellmate? He was also targeted by Comey. No, I have not. No, to be honest with you, like right away when everything sort of started dropping and then the Bannon interview came out, like I was paying attention to it. And then I just after going through some of the stuff, watching some other people's content that went through more than I did, like it quickly became pretty obvious to me that nothing was going to happen. So I just kind of stopped.
A little girl is saying she loves Jesus and Jesus makes her feel safe, and they're making fun of this or.
Look,
okay.
I'm not defending Jeffrey
does
Epstein,
that prove
obviously.
rape and kill
but every
and
time
murder?
someone submits something as a tip or whatever, it's included in the files.
He would get clots from Aymans, from the cabal in Mecca. Seems like he had everyone under his control. I don't know that he had everybody under his control. He was just he was just really good at networking and handling. I think that's what he did. I mean, he was high up, but he wasn't like at the top, right?
But that's
So
less
there's
than
infinity in the files.
But no. So this is emails from Jeffrey Epstein.
I mean, like he clearly didn't have everybody under his control because he got arrested.
And we've only gotten 10%.
Submitted. Let me just say something. The elephant in the room is we all know what Epstein Island was. It was a Mossad operation because they felt like the left was getting too anti-Semitic.
I don't believe
so
that.
Mossad wanted to catch guys
I
like
don't believe
Clinton
that.
fooling around with teenage girls.
The teenage girls never even
That's
went to the
corrupt.
island. That's why
But
I say,
it hurt the left,
why doesn't
so I don't
anybody
care.
answer how the case started? I mean, you guys are the Epstein. So tell me how the case started.
Talk about the Florida case.
Yes, the one and only case.
So
Tell
the
me
Are you
how the
talking
case
about
started.
the young girls that called because of the massages
Tell
in
me-
Florida?
Tell me how
This
the case
conversation
started.
here is why this is an issue. It's because it's not what's Epstein is a disgusting person, and you can reclassify or argue about what he did, what he did. I don't care. I don't care how he died. The fact is, I think we're all glad he's dead, and I hope more people are held responsible
No.
for what happened.
No, we're not
But
doing
hold
that.
on, like,
I'm
we can
sorry,
argue about how he
can't-
died in a minute.
Yeah, but
let
it
me make my
matters.
point. Let me make my point first.
If he got
It
murdered,
doesn't matter to my
let him
point
make
right
his
now.
point.
That's my
Let him
point.
make his point.
My point is, the timing of the Epstein saga is the issue I have with the Epstein saga. And I believe when Trump referred it to as a hoax, he wasn't referring to the Epstein saga as a hoax.
So Clint's going to try to make an argument here that it matters how he was unalived. If we thought that we were ever going to actually know the truth, then maybe it would matter. But no, it doesn't matter because I don't know that we're ever going to know the truth. That's the problem with the whole Epstein thing, is regardless of who is in power, I don't believe we are ever going to know What happened? We can make all kinds of assumptions. We can speculate based off of the data that we have, but to know,
folks, but the timing of the Epstein saga, very interesting. And I think this side of the room is going to be happy that I say this. Netanyahu leaves the White House, and the next day, Epstein becomes the biggest issue in the country. And then right after that is Operation Midnight Hammer. I think there's actually a correlation to that. Now, I'm not going down this road yet.
You just did it.
I know, but because my point is irrelevant to that for a moment. The timing of the Epstein release is the scandal. And the reason why we're all arguing with each other about the details of Epstein is exactly the purpose of the timing of the Epstein scandal.
Because of the reason you just said, or what about the timing?
I think there's a whole lot going on
It
here.
was used as leverage for Operation Midnight Hammer. That's what you just said.
Bindergate was February of 25. That was 1 month
By the
after
way,
the
that's a
administration
conspiracy.
started.
That's something that you guys fantasize about. That's not
Bindergate,
reality.
you just said he's on your side. Yell
That's
at him.
fine. And I disagree with Gavin
I'm on my
McInnes
side.
about
I'm on my side.
the
Wait, so
island
then
being
why
almost
is
sawed away.
so then why is Ghislaine in jail? She didn't do anything wrong. She didn't traffic anyone. She wasn't. So why is she in jail? Why don't we let her out?
Did you cover the
That's
trial
not-
like
I think
your friend
Epstein's a
House
bad
and
guy.
Hobby did?
Giselle deserves to be in
You
jail.
should look into House and Habit's reporting and see what she did, because guess what? She got charged with 1 trafficking count. Where is the mass? You guys are saying that it's all these children that were raped. They wouldn't even admit. The prosecution wouldn't even let Virginia Giuffre, who was the poster child of Epstein, testify against Ghislaine Maxwell. She got charged with 1 count of trafficking to Jeffrey Epstein.
Do you guys think
To
that we're
Jeffrey
being
Epstein.
told the truth about the nature of his death?
Yes, I believe it.
I don't know that that's much of a defense. No, in the federal court, they wouldn't even allow this person to do in a what? So maybe they're covering some things up. Maybe they what are we talking about? I don't know. That's a terrible argument on her part.
You do?
It's crazy.
Yeah. So does that bother you that is coming from Trump's administration, cash and
Absolutely. But the guy that you just showed with the yarmulke, he was hired by the Department of Justice to go in there and clean up.
Yes.
And his job was to stop weaponization. That was his role. And I think it's a perfect example of our split, by the way. He brought people that had been abused by the Department of Justice.
Who is this chick? I have no idea, but she is annoying.
Physically, he brought them into the office to give a face to the story. And he was told again and again, well, we can't do that. And I go, but it's Trump's administration. And he goes, not really. He goes, the DOJ is a holdover from decades ago.
Yep.
And so he ended up quitting. I assume that's what you were talking about on the podcast.
Yes.
He ended up quitting because he couldn't make any headway in this swamp, in this sludge. So I know you're mad at him for not draining the swamp, but talk to someone who's been there. It's a fucking nightmare.
Well, I agree, but this is where I guess my fantasies come into play. The reason I fought for Trump was to end that, and I think what makes it so bitter is you say, well, he's trying. Okay, well, let's say I believe he's trying. Well, guess what? It's not getting done. But you know whose desires are getting done? The foreign interests and the special interests. Nobody's going to stop them from building the AI surveillance state. Nobody's able to stop them from continuing
we're not supposed to
go to war in the Middle East.
with China
but
for AI?
We can't drain our own swamp that was weaponized against our own people. So that's the problem.
I think, first of all, it's better to lower the temperature. I think when it comes to Epstein, I think the handling was wrong. I don't think there should have been so much posturing, because then you have to stand on that, right? There can't be, 4 million or 5 million files. You're a month into the administration. Obviously, they're not able to comb through 5 million files in that time. So don't speak about something that you're actively pursuing, because you don't know actually what's in there and what's not in there. And I think and I think it's legitimate, a lot of these conspiracy theories that surround Epstein. And I think the handling was poor. But I think at the same time, Trump was the only president that released 2 million files. Trump was the president that did that. This didn't happen under Joe Biden.
Congressional law, you're going to give him credit for
No, he released it before.
Never going to get a better swamp training.
There has been so many releases.
He released them before, and to address your question about... Yes, he did. Yes, he did.
No, he didn't.
Go back and if there's like a little
bill was signed into law before.
We've been releasing year after year after year.
In the post. In terms of your question of do I think Epstein was a pedophile? I think he was. I don't think there's this mountain of evidence that backs that up. I think personally he was. And then in terms of him killing himself or not, I disagree. I think he did kill himself. I think Kosh specifically,
Where's the footage?
I think Kosh was specifically someone who was kind of like you before joining the administration, was like very much, he didn't kill himself. If there was anyone that was like trying to find an answer, and he came out and he said he did kill himself. And so unless you can provide evidence that he didn't
His
kill
cellmate
himself,
came out this week
that he didn't,
saying that he killed himself.
Not the fucking head of the FBI. Or
So
the
the-
deputy
so
director.
like, why do we have to
prove it and not them?
No, you can't. The burden of proof.
It's on them.
No, it's on you,
and that's what he
actually.
said. But that, I'm saying that's what
The burden
I'm
of proof
saying-
is on the state.
No, you can't prove. You can't prove a negative. Like if he did
Yes, you can. You can show me the footage from the jail. Why did the cameras die?
The cameras died at that 1 minute. And it wasn't his
And the security
roommate,
guards fell
his
asleep.
roommate ahead of time. Didn't he die of COVID?
No, his roommate just came out and said
He had
that
two roommates.
his roommate just came out and said that he'd for sure killed himself.
What about the
before that-
autopsy and what his brother
He
said?
could have said whatever, but House and Habit has been talking to him for years and been posting about it for years, and she got ahead of the New York.
Duke Tomlinson, if you can't work out Cash is lying, I'm not sure about your IQ level. I'm also not sure with the information that Cash is dealing with either. Like, you know what I mean? If there is no video, I just don't know. I would like to see whatever we haven't seen, if it's there. But I don't know what info they're working off of either. Could he be lying? Sure. Could he be telling the truth based off of the information that he has? Sure. Could that information have been screwed with the deep state that we know that's been in there for how long? Absolutely. So I like I said, I think, and it sucks. It like sucks to say this, that it's a waste of time, but I think it's a waste of time because I don't think we're ever going to know what happened. I don't think we're ever going to have that information because people better than us don't want us to.
Post was posting it now, and one of the things that he told her, which you guys don't want to hear because you've already convinced himself that it's a Mossad operation, they were raping kids, was that Jeffrey Epstein, while he was in jail, tried to kill himself the first time, lied about the roommate hitting him so that he could be moved to a cell on his own, and that's when he ended up killing himself.
But that wouldn't change how the suicide watch works at all. He still is on suicide watch, so none of that would change. But again, I think we have to get down to basics here. Okay, did Jeffrey Epstein work with Ghislaine Maxwell?
Yes.
Yes.
That was his girlfriend.
Okay, who was
No, that
Maxwell?
was his
Hold on.
girlfriend.
Who
That
was
was his
Maxwell's
girlfriend.
father?
Mossad.
Who was Maxwell's father?
Maxwell.
See, you shrug because you don't want to give the answer because it hurts your stance.
It doesn't hurt my stance at
It
all.
absolutely
Because-
does.
Because what does that have to
I think it's Robert Maxwell, right? Like this goes all the way back, like ties in with Rothschilds and shit. Like this stuff is so deep, guys. They're not going to let peasants like us know about all this. It's just not going to happen. There's just no way.
I didn't do intelligence
I'm sorry,
agencies
what does
up
that
one
have to
side
do
and
with
down
the
the
case?
other.
But that doesn't prove anything, Owen.
What do you mean that doesn't prove? That's
anything.
circumstantial
That's
evidence.
Just, it's just,
Wait,
exactly,
do you know
you
what
just said it. That's
circumstantial evidence? Do you know
circumstantial
what
evidence.
circumstantial evidence means?
Yeah,
That's not
here's
even
a guy.
admissible.
Here's a guy.
That's not even admissible in court.
Here you go. Here's your circumstantial evidence, okay? Here's a guy who's connected to the intelligence agencies up one side and down the other. He's also connected to all of Trump's attorneys, by the way. He got a sweetheart deal on that Florida case.
He didn't get a sweetheart
and then he
deal.
magically kills himself
didn't
in
get a
prison
sweetheart
with
deal.
no footage, no security
He was on
guards,
house
with a toilet
arrest.
paper.
He didn't get a sweetheart deal.
Yeah, he did.
Yes, he did. He was on house arrest.
You realize
Yeah,
Am I able to talk, or are you just going to fucking scream
ahead,
at me
go
the
ahead.
whole
No, I
time?
forgot
Am I
you're
able to
defending
talk?
Epstein. Go
Are you
ahead.
able to tell me how the case started from the very
Go
beginning?
ahead. Yes,
Are you
girls
tell me?
were recruited to go to his little massage
That's not how it
parlor in
started.
Florida.
You're not able to tell me, right? I'll tell you why. Because Governor DeSantis signed the law, changed the law of our state to please people like you guys. You know what it is to change the law of our state? Because they wanted more stuff to come out? Of course you don't know that, because why would you know that?
You're just
you don't know
wrong.
shit.
Okay.
No, I'm not wrong.
You are, but
Governor
that's right.
DeSantis
You'll find out when
signed a law.
When Acosta
Governor
cut the
DeSantis,
deal,
okay, you don't want to
DeSantis
talk to
had
me. You
nothing
want
to
to
do
keep
with it.
interrupting me.
No,
Governor
it's
DeSantis
fine.
signed a law in 2024 with what? Pull up your phone. Somebody pull up the phone. He signed a law to get all of the documents that were in the Florida court that nobody had seen before, that only the judge is allowed to release. He bypassed the judge, signed a law, released everything from the files. And guess what? Guess what we found out? You know how the case started, Owen? Girls were bragging, the teen girls were bragging at school about the money they were making from an old guy in Palm Beach giving them massages.
Two goats and a dog. You bring up kind of an interesting point. Think Bondi may have really screwed up. She definitely did. I wish Bongino could talk. I think the deep state absolutely covered much while Biden was in his basement. let's just operate on this theory that Bongino knows more than he's saying. Why would Bongino not be saying it? There would have to be some type of fear for either his life or maybe his family's life, his children, whatever the case is, right? Like he would have to, there would have to be some crazy level of fear that's convinced him to not talk. Until we get people in positions of power who cannot be persuaded by that, who are willing to basically pay the ultimate price, nothing is ever going to change. How do we get those people into power? I have no idea. They probably won't be let in. I feel like if you're not compromised or you're not able to be compromised, you're probably not going to get very high up the food chain. So I'm just with with the way our system is, we still have to try to hold off as much evil and corruption as we can. Right? Like we can't just completely give up and throw the towel in. That doesn't do anything either. Like if the only weapon I have is a stick, I'm still going to pick the stick up.
They get into a fight because one girl calls the other one a prostitute. Her mom finds out, calls the cops, the case starts. The girls are bragging about the money they were making. They weren't in distress. They weren't saying they were raped and abused, because most of them, when the cops started their investigation, you know what they said? I don't think Jeffrey did anything wrong. Some of them were getting their cars paid for. These are their own testimony. You're mad.
So let me just
so you're mad at the testimony that I read? You're mad at the testimony. You know what some of the girls said? They got cars, they got travel, they got their college paid for, and you don't think these girls know what the fuck they're doing?
I find it funny that you're leaving out the entire years-long.
CJB34, if he and Cash know something, they are working a way to get the truth out. Do you remember a tweet that Dan Bongino put out? This was, I don't remember exactly the timeline in his year-long stint that he had there as deputy director, but it was something along the lines of the amount of stuff that I've seen, that I've read since I've been in this position. Like, we can't run a country based off of how things are currently done. Like, I mean, he was way more dramatic than me paraphrasing it here. But did he ever talk about that tweet that he made? I haven't watched Bongino much, just because I've just been so bummed out with the whole everything. But did he ever go back and bring that tweet up himself and explain what it is that he's referring to? Because it's a very vague tweet. He didn't get specific. But that was a pretty alarming thing to put out on social media from somebody in his position. So I don't know if he's talking about solutions on how we fix things based off of the things that he's seen. Like, that makes me a little concerned too when it comes to Bongino.
Investigation.
Like to put something like that out and then just seemingly not go back to that and like try to explain that, or, you know, at least explain yourself. Like, what were you talking about here? This is a pretty serious accusation to be making, Bongino. And I don't know. That seems a little strange too. I would like him to talk about that tweet that he made.
Enjoy.
I will enjoy it.
Enjoy this position. I'll
enjoy it.
Yeah.
I'll enjoy it. I made plenty of videos about it. What am I enjoying? The truth? You don't like the fact that
I rule 2530. I think he was talking about corruption high up in the agencies. What corruption? Which agencies? Who? What's come on. You got to give us more than that. I could get online and tell you guys everything's corrupt. That's not going to, he knows. He definitely knows some stuff.
Actually read the files. You don't like the fact that I'm quoting. You don't like the fact that
You're talking about the grand jury testimony from Florida.
Right. And you don't like the testimony.
Why they reversed that?
You don't like the victim testimony.
No, but do you know why they reversed that?
Because they
broke the law. Yeah, they broke the law. They did not tell the deal to the victims that they were giving to Jeffrey Epstein. That's why he was rearrested. There was a years-long investigation into Florida. That's true. They brought the investigation. He was caught trafficking girls.
Julie Brown at the Miami Herald, a very corrupt institution, which I guess you guys are cool with it now, started to talk to the victims again, started an investigation, and got him in New York because they couldn't get him.
So Epstein's wholesome. He's an innocent guy.
I don't think he's wholesome.
No, everything you're saying could be true, and it's also a Mossad spy op.
I don't think he's a Mossad. I've never seen evidence.
Mossad would have been the hero.
Drunk. We got to hit him with that truth serum stuff.
In this claim.
Yeah.
His girlfriend's dad was just the head of Mossad.
I was going to say, is that the one case where Mossad looks good and then
Mossad's
to argue
supposed to
against
look good.
it?
It's okay for you to support it. Mossad looks good.
Mossad caught a bunch of perverts.
Well, I don't believe it's
blackmailed
Mossad.
them.
So because I don't believe it's Mossad, they look good.
Mossad organized this whole sex ring in order to bust
No,
Bill Clinton.
you made this up. You have no evidence of that.
Are we like, I haven't really been listening. I've pretty much tuned this lady out. Is she trying to argue like intel agencies are good? Like that can't be what I just eased upon here, is it? Intel agent? No, Mossad's good. They've done, like, yeah, it's an intel agency. I'm sure they've done good things and they also do bad things. This is what are they arguing right now? What a waste of time.
Not just Bill Clinton.
You have no evidence of that, Josie.
Yeah.
Wait, can I just ask a common sense question,
I'm complimenting Israel.
Go ahead,
Well,
Emily.
why are you? See, this
Yeah,
is,
I wanna
this
do
is-
it too.
This is Israel derangement syndrome. No one is talking about Israel, but she has to bring up Israel.
on your own side are bringing it up.
Why are you talking about Israel? Why are you bringing up Israel?
Epstein has no connections to Israel.
I never said that, Owen. But
So
no
then
one's bringing it up.
how is that
I never
Israel
said that.
derangement
I
syndrome?
never said that. I never said that.
To be fair, it was Gavin who just mentioned the Mossad operation.
Oh, great. Well,
Okay,
Gavin, why do you have
Emily.
Israel derangement syndrome?
I would take maybe like, I don't know, just
Come on, Nick
step
Shekels.
back.
I ruled no. She's talking about the evidence. The evidence or like the lack of any evidence.
From not us, because I saw so much of that. I had a mental breakdown and literally had to like call my mom, and I was like, I am now religious because I believe the fucking devil exists and it's within these people. But I'm like, just common sense. You have this guy, he somehow is connected to every model, politician, everyone around the world. He was kind of a nobody, and now he has like all this money, all this power, and I'm like, you don't get to that place unless you are doing something inherently fucking evil with a large price tag on it. And it's like, come on, we've seen like the Sound of Freedom and all this shit. This is not a fake thing. Trafficking's like not a fake thing.
It's not,
There's
Emily,
a lot
but
of money
that's
for
not- that's
children.
not what happened
but to
in this
say
case.
that
They
you
weren't
think,
children.
okay,
That's
but
not what happened in this
okay,
case.
let me finish. To think organically, this guy's timeline did not involve being a pedophile or harming children or any of these is fucking.
So he's, I mean, I would think that we still refer to like 16 and 17-year-olds as children, especially if we're Epstein's age. No, not prepubescent, but I would think that we would still call them and consider them children.
Crazy. And
I don't see any evidence of that.
Okay, I'm just confused because I thought I've seen like millions of pages of photos, videos.
Come to think of it, I know some 20-year-olds that are 20 plus that are definitely still children.
Evidence, but
I've
apparently
seen
it
some of the
doesn't
emails you're
exist.
talking about, and some of the emails
I know some 40-year-olds that are still children. Let's be real.
are just that.
Just had
So
it
what
here
about
just
Pam
there in
Bondi
his
saying
home
that
for no
she has
reason.
the
He wanted
client
to
list
clean
and
it
I'm
up.
just like, this is the only thing I don't
the pictures.
understand.
So she just lied?
I think, like he
So
said.
Pam Bondi lied?
Yes, I think a lot of them got ahead. I do think that, and I think she was the wrong choice.
No, but did
I do
Pam
think
Bondi
that.
lie?
Probably.
So she lied.
Probably.
She never saw a client list. She never saw the video.
Probably.
Are you a panicking?
The reason Dan Bongino lost and the reason he lost market share is because he talked a hell of a lot of shit to get himself into that position of power. And then once he got that position of power, he didn't deliver, and now his reputation is fucking
deliver
wrecked.
to your expectations. He
But
delivered to what he was supposed to do with
It ain't just me, sweetheart. Look at the numbers.
Hang on, but on that same argument,
Okay,
though.
but that's media.
Lynch would vote along with Trump on 95% of things too. The reason he backs Lindsey Graham is because they have the same fucking benefactors.
I really wish Gavin or somebody, like when she starts talking, I wish one of the dudes would chime in at least. Like they just let her go. Oh, that's her name, Linda Catalina. Yeah, I didn't even know who she was until this, and I'm probably going to make a really hard effort to not remember her.
And you know it.
That's not.
No, that's what
That's
you. That's what
It's
you
not
came up
Israel.
What
So
evidence,
Trump's endorsed
Robert?
Lindsey Graham because of Israel.
What do you mean, what evidence?
There is no
you have
evidence.
Lindsey Graham, you have Ted Cruz, you have a litany of other politicians whose entire lives are dedicated to a foreign country, correct? Can we at least acknowledge that?
No, I don't.
No?
I don't agree with that.
Patriots, this month the Walkaway campaign turns 8 years old, and in the
that Trump has met that many women.
Oh my gosh, she's still going. All right, we got to take another quick potty break. I will be right back, guys.
I don't think Christine Owen was a good choice for
That is.
DHS. There are certain positions like Carolyn Levitt where I think, women does a good job when doing that. When I think of DHS and I think of the DOJ, I'd like to see men in charge, which we got now.
I'd like to see less women in debates. They're very
Well, wait,
loud.
I'm so confused. No one answered my question how this guy became a
Based,
literal
Gavin.
billionaire and was connected to everyone in the world,
Yeah, he's
and he
Jewish.
never did anything wrong.
He's Jewish, and Jews
Josie.
help each other out.
No,
right?
that's actually a really horrible argument because I'm
Josie.
trying to ask if he wasn't like trafficking children,
sold
which there's
weapons.
such a
He
heavy
made a lot of
price
money
tag
selling
on.
weapons.
I think he was doing that for the CIA.
well, that's true. He's what he did.
Josie, I'd like to hear your opinion about what Linda said about women in positions of power in the administration.
I agree with Linda. I agree that there should be less women in power. I like
agree.
Tulsi. I like Speaker. But when it comes to women in power, in powerful positions like leading the DOJ, it's a man's job. I'm sorry.
So women need to know their place too.
I get
They've
it.
done an
Women are
embarrassing
very
job.
good at certain types of things, and they're not as good at other types
Shut the
of
fuck
things.
up. Women, shut the fuck up. Dinosaurs? Sorry.
Did you not get the memo about what you're supposed to wear to this thing? We're all hearing collars and stuff, and you're wearing. You got that big
I'm wearing
bug-shaped
jeans, so-
scab on your
It's like
arm.
John Fetterman.
He's a libertarian. He doesn't have to follow the rules.
You didn't hear we're supposed to wear suits?
No, I didn't hear that.
Well,
Either way,
He doesn't listen to rules. He's a libertarian.
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Doesn't have to. They don't apply to him.
On the topic of podcasters and influencers, many identifying as MAGA have denied that there is a legitimate splintering of the movement and saying that this is a false perception created by podcasters and influencers. But if this is true, the numbers seem to tell a different story. The top podcasters who have a dedicated message of praising the Trump administration, like Daily Wire, Turning Point USA, Dan Bongino, have seen their numbers decline. Notably, Bongino dropping from Spotify's top 10 to out of the top 100. Yikes. Daily Wire recently reported major staffing cuts. Meanwhile, critics of the administration like Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, and
I think I'm just going to leave that comment up there for a little bit.
Megyn Kelly have seen soaring ratings on their podcasts. If the fracture in the movement isn't real, how do we explain the vast discrepancy in viewership of these podcasters?
Just sank cells.
I do think the Bongino thing is a little different because he did his podcast for years, basically railing against the deep state. He gets into the FBI and basically does nothing. So I think that that's kind of a separate issue.
He nuked himself.
As far as the MAGA division or coalition divide, I do think it's like hyperbolic that people will sit here and attack Tucker Carlson and Megyn Kelly and all the former MAGA people and then say, but there's no divide.
And it's totally backwards, too, because if you actually look at the charts, everybody who's been critical of Trump, in my opinion, telling the truth about Trump, their numbers are in the ascendancy. Everybody who's been carrying water for Trump, like Bongino, Ben Shapiro, TPUSA, Mark Levin, down the line, all of them are falling off a cliff. So it's evidence that there's market demand for people who are going to actually be telling the truth about it.
And this is true in regular mainstream media and in our world, alternative media. Because anytime there is a Democrat president, the Republican commentators on social media,
Waffles
the Sean
bacon.
Hannity's.
Yeah, exactly. Of course, we're counting bots. Yes, bots and non-Americans, people not in the United States.
Of the world, their ratings skyrocket. When we have a Republican president, their ratings go down. It's because people want to tune in to hear the dissent. And so dissent is what sells. And the reason why Tucker
that's
is
fair. Chaos sells. 100%. Totally agree with him.
Is so popular right now, and Candace, even though I disagree with everything she says,
Candace has a liver audience, by the way. Now
regardless of her audience, but what she is selling is what people want to buy. They
But
want to
hold
buy
on. Here's
the
the
dissent.
Here's the key thing, though. Tucker Carlson on Fox News was the #1 nightly news show at the time. That was
Who was president?
That was while Trump was in power.
Tucker Carlson
2019.
was most famous during the Dominion issues in 2020. And
Okay,
got sued.
he was still the
and
#1
he got
guy in
fired because of
2019
it.
when he was just.
But that's why he was #1. He was saying the things that nobody else was saying. He was a dissentful voice in a sea of people.
Okay, but it goes counter to the fact that Trump was the president of the United States. Trump is currently the president, and Tucker is dissenting because he believes that Trump is off
Trump
the
was the
beaten path.
outgoing president of the United States. Biden was the incoming president, and it was among the election dispute where Tucker made his name. That's why he left.
His name?
No, when Tucker when he was at Fox, he was the #1 show, just like Greg Gutfeld is the #1 show at Fox right now. But Tucker became Tucker
It ain't the same
when
thing.
Tucker left Fox.
It ain't the same thing, though.
So you think this is a normal ebb and flow?
Yeah, it's obviously a normal.
Well,
Do you think that also applies? Because I heard you say something, and I think it applies, but I would like to know if you think.
CJB34, people want to buy doomer crap? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yes. Have you been online? Yeah, it's super popular to be incredibly negative.
It applies. I think.
And really, really easy. It's really easy to do so. Not difficult at all.
That's kind of how we used to see Trump, was anti-establishment.
Exactly. I made that
from
point
the
earlier. I
establishment.
agree.
But now I don't view him that way. I view him as
Like dissenters will always have job security because there will never be a politician that does everything everybody wants. So they have job security, like I said.
Exactly. I agree with you. I said that point earlier. I said,
but even in his first administration, he still carried that aura.
Yeah, but that's what buried him. The reason why Trump wasn't a success.
No, they stole the election. That's what buried him. He won that election.
I'm not going to argue with you there. What I'm saying in 2016. The Trump administration in 2016 was less effective than the Trump administration in 2024 is because he tried to get along with the establishment and they buried him. This time around, he's balancing getting along with the establishment but also bucking them where necessary. And I think it's a balancing act that made him more successful. I think if you look at his administration is much more anti-establishment than his administration in 2016. But yet he's getting along with the establishment externally, which is what's making him effective. I think it's a delicate balance. Yes, it's going to piss people off, but at the same time we have results. And I think that's really the overarching thing of this administration is he's been able to get shit done in a very divided time. But
it's
that's
not divided. He's got the House, the Senate, the SCOTUS.
Yeah, but the House is not. But that is not a.
Dirt Bike, they're wrong about the numbers, at least some of them. Megyn Kelly has lost tons of views and Shapiro's channel. I don't know why anybody ever listened to Megyn Kelly to begin with. I'll be honest with you. Jared, continue freedom. Tucker is no longer a dissenting voice. He is a contrarian voice. Being the dissenting voice is hard. Being a contrarian is easy and ensures job security. I might be splitting hairs on the definition. No, I think that's fair. Here's the real question. Do you believe Tucker believes what he's saying? That might be the difference between a dissenting voice and a contrarian.
If the Democrats were in charge and Nancy Pelosi do her little thing, everybody votes the same way. We have narrow margins in the House, so we have to get one or two Republicans that nobody's ever heard of from not voting against it just to become famous
but
in re-election.
the margin's so narrow, and yet Trump is still willing to expend energy on ousting people who have been diehard supporters, like Marjorie Taylor Greene, trying to get Thomas Massie out of power.
Wait, Marjorie Taylor Greene voluntarily quit Congress.
You know why?
No, it doesn't matter why.
They were threatening her with the same
women
treat.
shouldn't have that position.
They were threatening her with the same.
Dirt Bike, Tucker and Megyn. Tucker's bleeding views. Are you sure? I guess I don't know. I haven't really checked. I just assumed with Tucker, it just kind of depends on who his guest is.
Same treatment that Thomas Massey.
But Thomas Massey didn't quit. What are you talking about? Thomas Massey.
It doesn't change the fact that the dynamic was the same.
The ousting means like forcing someone out. She left.
So it's about Bongino.
Dan Bongino, I don't know him. I've never listened to him, so this is not from a fan perspective.
He's a bum. Clint, you said Dan Bongino's a bum?
We can have this conversation.
Hold on. Now, you can criticize Dan Bongino, but the dude walked away from millions and millions and millions and millions of dollars to serve making maybe $200,000 and to come back and have to fight for ratings because he left the market.
Don't talk shit. And
that's
then get
not
into
a bum.
position.
That's a public servant. And he was in the Secret Service before that, defending the country. That's not a bum.
And what is the point? They're popular and people listen to them and people agree with them. I listen to, I would say if I have to listen to politics.
Don't you?
Yeah, but I also listen to Megyn. If I want information, if I want to know what's happening, I'm going to listen to Megyn Kelly, and I think Matt Walsh is the best. I mean, he's very into his own bullshit, and it's great. But I'm like, I'm sorry, I'm not listening to Ben Shapiro. He clearly has such an agenda. I think he cares way more about Israel than he does the United States. It's very negative to listen to. I feel like it's almost like anti-American sometimes. And I just think they're popular because people listen to them and they resonate with them. Maybe there's people like hate listening to them too, and that's a lot of their views. But I'm like, they're popular for a reason, and you can't deny that. And the next election, their voices are going to matter a lot too.
David, there's one thing you just said that I do want to push back on a little bit, and it's only because I think that any
Is this at risk of you not being neutral?
Well, I don't know that
Brandon,
it betrays.
move your chair a little bit over.
I don't know that it betrays any position in particular. I think it's just a point that applies in general, which is that when somebody makes a decision to go into either an elected office or something like a high-profile appointment like director or deputy director of the FBI, they're going to go on for the rest of their lives to sell books, to have
But he was already doing that.
speaking tours. Nobody is sacrificing by taking a position like that.
I think Dan Bongino sacrificed a ton.
Because he was already I think ultimately that's going to be true, but I also think that you're correct. It's like, you know, look at how many people go from the administration into the media. Look at how many people go into administration, into the lobbying agencies. But in Bongino's case, he definitely lost. I mean, he's still richer than probably all of us.
But let's be clear, though. The reason Dan Bongino lost and the reason he lost market share is because he talked a hell of a lot of shit to get himself into that position of power. And then once he got that position of power, he didn't deliver, and now his reputation is fucking wrecked.
He delivered to your expectations.
But
he delivered to what he was supposed to do with it.
It ain't just me, sweetheart. Look at the numbers.
Hang on, but on that same argument, though.
That's media. That doesn't compare to what he did internally in the FBI. And again, I'm not a fan of his. I don't care for him.
That's based off of public perception.
If he did a lot of great things at the FBI, don't you think people would be interested to tune in?
I agree. People like Kosh, Dan, were talking about the Epstein files. They got there. And they said, I looked at the files, there's nothing there. So do you want him to start lying to his audience now and be
No,
he
is lying when he says
lying to his audience by saying
But that's because you guys believe that. But they're the ones that saw the evidence and didn't find anything.
Bring it back to the question on these people. It's like, take the example of Candace Owens, for instance. Candace has bigger audience than she did 2 years ago. The reason is now she sells like bullshit conspiracy theories that anyone who wants to watch, it's like watching Keeping Up with the Kardashians. It's like, what is Candace going to talk about? What is Candace going to talk about today? The Egyptian planes?
Gain a lot of liberals.
Or the bee cult in Utah run by communists. It's like, anyone, like, conspiracy theories are really interesting.
She's created a soap opera.
And people love buying into them because they're interesting and they're weird and they don't make sense and you want them to make sense. And so you tune in for the other episode. That's why every time at the end of her episode, she goes, wow, I found really big evidence. Make sure you watch.
Bald guy is getting on my nerves. Have you listened or seen Clint Russell before this at all? Just out of curiosity. He's actually going like, he's being pretty mild. Jared says, other than the haircut, I have very little in common with Clint Russell. Yeah, I'm right there with you. Well, I don't know, because I would think on policies, you probably have quite a bit in common. But his, like, I don't know. I feel like these people are not offering very much grace when it comes to, I just don't get it, right? Like, they will continue to tell people how corrupt the system is. And then when somebody says they want to do something and then they get into that system and then they don't do it, why? Like, do you believe that this person now has just become corrupt? Or if the system is so corrupt, do you believe that maybe this person is in fear and decided that they don't want to make that sacrifice? You know what I'm saying? Like, they're not giving people any grace at all. Like, if Clint Russell all of a sudden got a position, does he believe he'd be willing to sacrifice to pay the ultimate price to expose the corruption? I doubt it. Maybe, but I doubt it.
Tomorrow.
We're getting close.
5 months.
So I feel like these people need to at least try to put themselves in these other people's shoes before they just straight out and be like, nah, dude's a bum.
5 months ago, she said that I have the actual documents that a French Legion working for Mossad wired $2 million to the army, the military, to kill Charlie Kirk. It's been 5 months. We still haven't seen these documents.
Go back.
Like, you know what I mean? They're looking at it from, like, just take Epstein, for example. All of this craziness going on with Epstein that these people believe happened. You're just going to get in there and you're going to be the guy that solves all that. You don't think they're going to take you out. You don't think they're going to eliminate you really quickly. And everybody, like, what are we talking about? Just look at what, like, low-level cartels do. This is the same thing on a much more massive scale with much more power. Come on, guys. Let's have a little bit of an internal critique here and be honest with ourselves a little bit. You're going to call... I would like somebody to do that. I would like somebody to be willing to pay the ultimate price and get in there and expose everything. But I'm also like I'm not going to not be sympathetic to their situation and be like, you know, I don't know if I would do that. You know what I'm saying? So the fact that, let's just say, for instance, that Dan Bongino knows a bunch of stuff and he's not telling, I would assume there's probably a really good reason that he would have to not spill the beans.
She said last year before his death.
And I don't think it would just be money. I could be wrong. Continue Freedom. I agree. The system is broken. The system is broken for some people. For other people, the system is working exactly how it's supposed to be. So that's just a matter of perspective. But yes, I don't think we will. No, I don't. Clint have gone so far. I don't think there will ever be a marker we can hit this side of reality. No chance. But I don't think that because of that, we should give up trying. Like, we should still try. We should still participate and do as best as we can. But I think we need to manage our expectations a little bit. These guys have crazy expectations. And it makes no sense. Their expectations make zero sense. If they truly believe everything is so corrupt, then they have to know that their expectations are incredibly retarded.
That she had evidence that RFK, Kennedy, was engaging in some, well, Israel, of course, was blackmailing RFK, and she had this whole thing with Ian Carroll, never.
No. I'm just saying we will never make folks like Clint happy, ever. Well, I would think also that Clint probably has a financial incentive to never be made happy either. You know what I'm saying?
Provided it 3 episodes, LinkedIn House and Habit, Jessica Reed Krause basically alleging that she was somehow involved with this Mossad operation. Never happened.
Did we solve those Egyptian planes?
We never solved it. Egyptian planes, the Ukrainians, the beat code.
So is she politics or is she entertainment?
She's entertainment.
Okay, well then there you go.
In terms of other people, like Megyn Kelly has like 1/10 of the views that Ben Shapiro does on an average video. In terms of Tucker Carlson, he tweeted this out himself. He said, my ratings have gone up by 300% outside of the U.S. I'm sure Pakistan would love Tucker Carlson as president. But if you look, and there's been polls by basically every single polling outlet, Tucker Carlson is like -40 amongst Republicans. Trump is +40 with Republicans. If you look at each issue line by line, you will see that Republicans overwhelmingly think that Trump is doing a good job. His voters think that he's doing a good job. And so in terms of the divide, I agree. At the top of the podcaster class, I fully agree that there's a massive divide amongst podcasters. Right. In terms of the average voter, the average American who voted for Trump, There is not that same divide happening, and it makes sense. The incentive structure is different. 401ks are through the roof. They're higher than they've ever been before. If I'm a voter and Trump's president, I'm gonna be like, I like that. If you're a podcaster, though, the incentives isn't to be,
like
things are going great. It's to engage in conspiracy theories. Right. It's to engage in demoralization. So we also have to think a little bit about the incentive structure here on who is tuning in. I mean, Tucker has Cenk Uyghur on to talk about it. I mean, this is someone who said, buckle up, white Christians, your time is done. And so, yeah, he probably has an increased audience from people in Pakistan and communists.
And have you noticed, by the way, this whole discussion has been very one-sided. It's been a total audit of all of Trump's sins and all the terrible things he's done. And you guys bring up his mistakes, and we sit here trying to defend them. But I don't think it's fair that we haven't had, 5 hours of talking about how awesome Trump.
Just to bring this up, they CJB made that point that they all recycle their same guests. I don't understand it, because if they were so confident of their positions, why don't they have on guests with opposing views more often to have discussion, to create more discussion, to maybe, I don't know, try to stop this like extreme divide that we're going through, or at least slow it down a little bit. I don't understand that. I wish they would.
Trump has been.
But the topic is the MAGA divide.
I understand. And it just, the takeaway is going to sound like constantly defending Trump, but in true equal discussion would be his foibles and his accomplishments. I'm not criticizing you for doing this. I'm just saying that if you were just to land from outer space and hear this, you'd think this Trump is a screw up. Well, like Obama created this pall of hate in America where we're all racist and the land was stolen from the Indians, and what it did to the American psyche was just make you feel like shit walking down the street. More racial hatred, black on white violence increased because they wanted revenge.
1619 Project.
I think you give Trump way too much credit for the cultural shift. Like, we won that war largely through those podcasters, which you guys now hate. Like, that's how, and Ben Shapiro even played his role. I'll give him credit for that. The woke mind virus was defeated by
Jared just had deja vu, not pertinent to the topic. I just thought I'd share creepy. I mean, we've basically been talking about the same things for like the last 9 months. So it's understandable how you might perceive that you've had a deja vu moment. It's been the same discussions for 9 months straight.
Free dialogue and debate.
Elon buying X was huge.
Yeah, that's huge.
But there's something big here, though, that's worth talking about that kind of ties this all together. And because a lot of this is, I'm mad at Trump because, or this is why I'm getting off the Trump train, or whatever it is.
Colleen Myers, I'm not Republican, never have been, but dang sure never going back to the Democrats. They're crazy. Yeah, you're not the only one that feels that way. There is a large portion of people that now vote red who probably don't consider themselves Republican or right wing, which is totally fine. I get it. I understand going, not a big fan over here, but holy crap, are these people insane and incredibly dangerous and psychotic, and I don't want anything to do with them. I get it. Totally get it.
But at the same time, all of the things that everybody wants from Trump, the Christmas gifts they didn't get to open, were things that Trump would accomplish if he could, and we're saying, well, why can't he? So the real solution to this is exactly what I said at the very beginning, and that's this November, because if he's not getting the votes that he needs to do the things that everybody wants him to do, that is the most action we can have. And what I would love to see from the entire movement is us demanding that the things we can touch, and that's our local politicians that we can actually replace much easier than you can the president, is holding them accountable for not voting for Trump. And so rather than getting upset with Trump for endorsing Lindsey Graham, get upset with the voters in South Carolina for not approving the primary opponent of Lindsey Graham, because Trump has no choice but to work with the people that the people elect. So this all doesn't fall on Trump.
Hold on. He endorses.
But why doesn't that standard hold up with Thomas Massey?
Exactly.
I think it does hold up with Thomas Massey.
No, he's campaigning against Thomas Massey.
Well, because
he should.
He's endorsing.
So then why can't he answer that question? Why can't he?
Because he doesn't vote with the MAGA agenda.
She's right
why
about
can't
that,
he vote?
He doesn't vote with the MAGA agenda.
Okay, so Lindsey Graham is MAGA. So Lindsey Graham is MAGA. Thomas Massey's not.
Thomas Massey
voted against
supports.
Do they really not understand this point? you've got to be kidding me. They have to concede a little bit that this is a valid point. So Lindsey Graham votes with yes, Lindsey Graham is voting with pretty much everything Donald Trump wants to try to get done. Massey didn't. Like they really don't understand this point. Even me, who's like I kind of like Thomas Massey. I understood, like, yeah, I can see why that I can totally get why he's campaigning against Thomas Massey. Totally get it. Thomas Massey lost. Just curious, did you guys see me make a video pouting and crying and screaming about it? It's like, nope, totally get it. Massey, you kind of shot yourself in the foot, bud. Which as somewhat of a Massey guy, kind of pisses me off. Like, I'm cool with you standing on principle, right? There's some things, policy stuff that I agreed with him with, okay? But you did it to yourself. How selfish of you. That's incredibly selfish of Thomas Massey. For the people that he represented, right? He went and decided that I'm going to stand against Trump on some of the biggest legislation that he wants to get done and cause me to not be in there anymore. Like, oh, well, fuck you then, I guess. Cool. Thanks. Appreciate nothing. Good job.
In terms of why Trump wouldn't campaign with Thomas Massey.
But there are reasons why they're not.
Yeah, there's no value to Trump to endorse Massey.
I'm saying Trump disagrees with those reasons.
So Lindsey Graham is MAGA, Thomas Massey's not.
Never. See, this is what you always do.
And to be fair, my biggest concern with the whole Massey election was the dude that did get elected. Nobody really knew anything about him. And that always just makes me a little nervous. That's it. It's like, oh, this person's so bad. Let's just get rid of him and put whoever in there. Well, what if this person's worse? I don't know if that's going to be the case or not, but that had me a little concerned, but it is what it is.
Those reasons.
Defending a pedophiles or no, that is not the part. No. We don't think Lindsey Graham is MAGA. We don't think Trump.
Another thing I think hurt Thomas Massey was he got a little too diva. Became a little too diva.
Graham is MAGA.
No, he doesn't.
Trump doesn't think Lindsey Graham is MAGA.
To get things done.
Exactly.
He could get Lynch in if he wanted.
Exactly.
He doesn't like Lindsey Graham.
Then he could get Lynch in.
Did I say Massey, not Graham? I said Massey, right? Okay. I'm hoping I said Massey, but that's who I meant. Yeah, Massey just got a little too diva. I think he got a little too, his head got a little too big for his britches.
But it's not advantageous for him to go with someone who turned their back on him.
Bullshit. The
And
whole
he
reason.
has to go with this.
Hold on. It's
he
not
has to
tactical.
compromise.
Lynch would vote along with Trump on 95% of things too. The reason he backs Lindsey Graham is because they have the same fucking benefactor.
Like I would rather people like Massey play politics, play the game, so they can keep their positions. So when it does when time does come, that there's legislation that is either very pro-America or legislation that's anti-America, that we can have those people in there to fight for or against. So like, I'm okay with these people playing the game a little bit. And Massey just decided he's not going to play the game at all. And he's just going to completely stand on principle, which I understand why people respect that. But I don't think that works very well in the political game. Just doesn't.
And you know it.
That's not.
No, that's what
That's
you. That's what
It's
you
not
came up
Israel.
What
So
evidence
Trump's
is
endorsed Lindsey Graham because of Israel.
What do you mean, what evidence?
There is no
you have
evidence.
Lindsey Graham, you have Ted Cruz, you have a litany of other politicians whose entire lives are dedicated to a foreign country, correct? Can we at least acknowledge that?
No, I don't agree with that.
You said the Christmas gifts that we can't have or we can't open or
Yes.
whatever. Well, that's
the Red Ryder BB guns.
That's the problem. We can't get the Christmas gifts that would benefit America, yet we can go to war whenever we need to, don't need congressional votes, no funding obstacles at all. You need war, doesn't matter. South, East, West, Russia, Ukraine.
Listen, I don't have a whole lot of hope when it comes to politicians and them being Puritans, all right? If they support policies that I want to have happen in, like, I'm going to suspend certain things, certain standards that I have.
You name it, we got war. Venezuela, Iran, Iraq.
No, I disagree.
Venezuela was a war. Venezuela was a war.
Can I respond?
What you're saying is just
I will just say, like, full disclosure with MTG, I always thought she was a complete loon, and I'm so glad that she's not around anymore, or not in or not in power anyway. She's still around, unfortunately, and I don't like. I don't think that she's a complete loon. I think that she's a complete loon. And I'm so glad that she's not around anymore, or not in power anyway. She's still around, unfortunately. And I don't like if they're going to ride or die with MTG and think that they're going to be successful, these people are clueless because she sucks. She sucks bad.
You take like grains of truth and then you just start with that
This
and then
is
you
what he
just
does.
slap on.
I don't. Yeah, I do. I tell the truth.
This is what he does.
I
This
tell
is
the
what he
truth and I
does.
ask questions. I'm glad we got.
Like, didn't she got power, right? Got elected, went on the whole Q thing. Didn't she cheat on her husband, divorce her husband? Like she needs to just go away.
Truth.
He lies.
I tell the truth and I ask questions. They figured me out.
I think it's a fair question.
You want to talk about representatives making the right look retarded? She's at like the top of the list. Like at least at least with Lindsey Graham, you know that dude is a complete weirdo POS, right? But with like MTG, like she somehow convinced a whole lot of people that she's super based. No way. Is this real? MTG is launching a new video series about her life. People, this is gross. This is sick that people care about MTG's life.
It's a fair question. The things you've seen with using the war powers to engage in a military conflict.
So we are in war.
I said using war powers, engaging in a military conflict.
So
I'm being very specific on the language I'm using.
Well,
it's the same thing he's actually done with bypassing the inability to do the things legislatively. He has 200 plus executive orders because Congress wouldn't act. And Trump has rallied the Republicans to try to allow these executive orders to become written into law. Very few of them have. His recess appointments, the Republicans are blocking him. So Trump has used as much executive authority as he can constitutionally use. This happens all the time. How many cases, hold on.
Is he
How many
John
cases
Cornyn
has the Supreme Court had to rule on because Congress has acted separately from Trump?
We'll see what happens with that, because I think he's been set up by the Republicans to get impeached.
I agree. Well, not impeached, but I think the Republicans want to lose out.
So you guys, if we're on the wrong side of this politically and philosophically, okay, so what's going to happen? Trump's going to end all the wars. We're going to drain the swamp. We're going to get the economy humming, and all of this is part of a big plan. No. And then we're going to win the midterms. We're going to get the deportations, and we're going to have a nice little political dynasty for a couple of years. Well,
Let's do common ground.
What happens? So, but here's the issue. What happens when that doesn't happen?
We're going to make sure it does.
But it's not, and that's the problem.
I'll give you an example, and Brandon, I think you'll like this, is that you'll take one grain of truth. For instance,
so the guy who has no solutions is now asking for the other side to have solutions for what he perceives are problems. What? Oh, and you're supposed to, like, you're the one with all of the issues. You're supposed to have how to fix it. Like, you're supposed to be offering the solutions. What? Guys, I'm so glad that we went ahead and started watching part 2. Great call.
The midterms in 2026. You will say this is proof that Trump has lost a coalition, that people aren't turning out to vote.
Yeah, it absolutely is.
Okay. If you look historically, when you have a Republican president or a Democrat president, the other party typically wins Congress.
And we all know why, because politicians are liars, and Trump is another lying politician.
Dominated the conversation. Bing. You don't let anyone else get a word in. Are you scared?
Bing. Great job, Owen. You figured it out, dude. Politicians lie. Holy crap. Now what's your solution? Oh, yeah, you don't have one. You don't have one. You have this idea of how you think the country should be. Okay, cool. How do we get there? Well, I don't know. It's corrupt. Nothing we can do. Not boomer. Doomer. Black pill. Neat.
Of someone else talking?
Because you're proving my point.
And you
is
talk
what you're doing.
slow, so.
You're proving my point.
Are you going to let someone else speak? If you want to continue.
Go ahead. Keep going.
Okay, so if someone loses the midterms, this is proof of something bigger. But if you look historically back, it is most likely, historically speaking, that the Republicans will lose this midterms. We've held the House for two consecutive congressional terms, and now we have a Republican as the president. So I'm saying you don't need to view everything as black and white. There's nuance to all of it.
But you don't understand. You just proved my point. They never deliver. And that's why they lose, because they never deliver. And Trump was supposed to be different, and he hasn't been.
How is it something stupid?
What are the metrics?
You fucking give me a chance.
But what are the metrics of a war, Gavin?
I'm not talking if you interrupt me again.
Well, you can't just say.
Yes, I can. Of course I can.
So what is a war?
I'm allowed to say a thing.
Tell me what is.
Hey, Jared, I think you figured out the secret. I think you figured it out. We got to change up our tactics here. We need to just go full doomer. Seems to be the best way to get the clicks and the views. I couldn't imagine like being one of these big talk. How are their lives outside of this just not miserable? Like they're just constantly doomer, bad, all bad. Yet it seems it would seem that they live a pretty decent life outside of this stuff. So they don't believe it. They don't feel like that sounds miserable.
Don't tell me what I can't fucking say. It's like the prison yard. You go and you knock out a dude once a month, and then you go back to your cell. And if you go there, do some shock and awe, blow up some shit, and then go back, then China, then Russia, then Islam learns that you can blow up everyone and kill everyone if you want, but you won't.
Did you guys know that you can support Walkaway by going to our shop and getting some incredible merch? And
they could be B-rate actors. Yeah, I agree. They go home with money. I suppose. If you're just making all kinds of money. But then again, I don't know, man. I feel like the soul needs more than just material stuff to feel fulfilled and happy. So I don't know how much good money would do. Maybe I'm wrong. I've never had millions of dollars, so I have no idea. Oh, whoops. Donnie Mac, I agree. We want too much from the government. Just get out of my way and let me live without. Yes, 100%. 100%. There are so many agencies I feel like we could do without. There are so many programs I feel like we could do without. Less government power. 100%. Yes, don't tread on me. Leave me the hell alone.
And that's why they lose, because they never deliver. And Trump was supposed to be different, and he had.
But that's counterintuitive to the state. The state wants more power. Just that's its whole design and premise, is that it wants more power. It doesn't want less power. So we're competing with that as well.
Well, and to be fair, the conversation started with your team saying that if we lose the midterms, it's because of that.
We didn't say that. None of us said that.
No,
That's how it, that's how it felt.
Maybe you felt like that.
I think Gavin may have mentioned that.
Apathy will hurt us in the midterms. Many things will hurt us in the midterms, but one of the many things could be losing you guys.
Yeah, well, then you could actually deliver on the things that we want.
What a great way to end this segment. Some critics of Trump's second administration say that our leaders and our government are unduly influenced by Israel. The war in Iran seemed to exacerbate that belief for many who feel this way, leading to unprecedented criticism of Israel. On the other hand, criticism of the Trump administration's policies, including policies that have nothing to do with Iran or Israel, are now being labeled as anti-Semitic or rooted in Jew hatred. How can we have functional policy debates if criticism of Israel's government is off the table, and even worse, if MAGA is now labeling virtually all criticism of Trump as anti-Semitism, thus embracing the same type of identity politics and silencing through false character attacks like the left uses?
Well, first off, there's obviously ample evidence that the Israel lobby has tremendous influence in our politics. Moreover, Trump, who got $250 million from the Ailsons, who have said that their primary loyalty appears to be to Israel.
Don't forget what Trump said on the radio show a decade ago.
What was that?
That Israel owns Congress.
Oh, right, and he's now lamenting the fact that they don't anymore, or it's not as obvious as I guess it once used to be. So that obviously really frustrates me. And then for our generation, I think, I can speak for most of us, we recognize that we were lied into the war in Iraq. We recognize that the global war on terror was based off of lies, and I think most of us that are being honest about our analysis of the war in Iran.
Okay, so they're perfectly aware all of a sudden that Trump was an absolute Zionist, and now they're upset and surprised that he's doing Zionist things. I thought for sure I was the only one who caught that from Trump. I don't remember anybody ever bringing that up. And now all of a sudden, I'm going to take credit. I think they might have seen one of my videos talking about it. And I don't think it was a decade ago. I think it was 2021, but he maybe said it a decade ago too, but
have come to the same conclusion that this is once again a war that's being fought.
That's the first time I've heard them bring it up. But I don't pay much attention to them either. As far as Clint and these guys go, I mean, I catch some stuff every once in a while, but maybe they brought it up before. But it's just, I find it really difficult that they would be aware of that, but then also be so shocked that Trump is doing Zionist stuff or is doing things that would favor Israel. My God. You guys sure seem awfully surprised for knowing this information ahead of time.
On behalf of Israel. So we're now racking up more casualties, $25–50 billion so far. We're also paying an extraordinary expense at the gas pump, that being the primary input cost for economic goods across the board. It doesn't come without a cost. And it seems quite evident to people in my camp, I'll just speak for myself, that we are bearing that burden because of Trump's donors, because Trump he owes an allegiance to...
Clint, you just talked about 20 years of history going back to 9/11.
Yes.
And Trump has only been president for 6 of those 20 years.
Right, this is a pervasive issue.
But the thing is, you can't, so Trump can't be the reason for all of these things, but yet you're giving him all the blame. There's been Republican and Democrat presidents.
He's responsible for the war in Iran. He's not responsible for the war in Iraq.
Hold on. The war in Iran, first of all, which isn't a war, it's a military engagement.
Nikki for Freedom, what is their solution? I don't know if they have one. I haven't heard what their solution is. I've heard what their gripes are. But I haven't heard them suggest on like the actions that need to be taken in order to get these things that they want. I haven't heard that. I would like to hear it. I would be interested.
It's not a war. Congress hasn't declared a war, first of all. And second of all,
how is it not a war?
Because it's not a war. Because it's not officially a war.
It depends on what day of the week it is and whether Trump calls it a war.
Well, no, but here's the bigger issue.
These are semantics.
Okay, but here's the bigger issue. The bigger issue here is, and Gavin said this, and I'm going to let him make the point because I...
Waffles Bacon 5. If you think America should exist, congratulations, you're an American version of a Zionist. So I think Zionism has gone a little bit further than just, do you believe that the Jews have a right to exist or that they have a right to have their own homeland? I think it's gone a little further than that.
No, I hope I know where you're going with this because it's a brilliant point, is what's going on in Iran has way more to do with being America first.
But I do believe that Christians should have a homeland and that it should be the United States and there should only be Christians in it. Can we do that? Is that possible? And I don't mean like Christian Zionism either. I mean just straight up Christian, just Christians. That's it. Can we do that? Do we have a right for that? Let me hear your guys' take on that. No, I understand that's what the idea of Zionism means or originally would have meant, but I don't believe that to be the case anymore. I think when you start talking about Christian Zionism, it goes to the reason why. And a lot of people point to biblical reasons. And that's where you lose me, is on the biblical side. Not that, again, I don't like talking about this because people are so sensitive about it, but that's just me personally. That's where you lose me, is when you start talking and giving biblical reasons for it. You could argue geopolitical reasons, that it's important that we have some type of access to that area because of whatever reason, or, keeping the Middle East in line from them getting to whatever the case is. But I'm just saying Zionism has gone beyond the whole point of just like, well, they have a right to exist. They're a people and they have a right to exist.
Making America stronger, making America great again. And it's a geopolitical realignment.
Because, I mean, don't you think, like, just them? Doesn't everybody have a right to exist? At a very base level, doesn't everybody have a right to exist? Doesn't everybody have a right to sort of their own, like, I don't know. I don't know when we start talking about, when we dig a little deeper into the understanding of that.
of where China gets its energy
No,
from,
this
where
is such
Cuba gets
Orwellian
it.
nonsense.
No, it's not, because
that we're going to carry on the banner and the legacy of the neocons, and that's America
Hang on,
first.
you want to take 20
really don't
years
respect that.
of
I don't.
geopolitical military engagement, blame it all on Trump, and then tie it
That's
to
not
Jews
what I
and
did.
Iran.
That's not what I
It's
did.
just you're oversimplifying
Well,
way complicated issues.
I Love Chunk says, oh, Christian Zionism, I'm not sure about. Well, Christian Zionism is a really big part of why there is such a support for Israel in the United States and why that there is seemingly so much influence in our politics. It has a lot to do with Christian Zionism. So it's relevant to the conversation, I suppose.
I think you just don't understand.
However, I feel like our country has far bigger problems than that.
And the point that I make.
I understand completely.
He's making the point that Israel controls Trump and therefore Trump
Yeah,
did it
but
on
how
behalf
can
of
Israel control Trump if you're talking about 20 years of history? And you can even go back, let's go back to the 1940s. If Israel's controlled everything, let's go all the way back to from World War II
the neoconservative
all the
movement
way to now.
and the Zionist movement is obviously precedes Donald Trump.
Is it possible, though, that Israel is very interested in what happens to a country that hates it? So, of course, they're going to lobby America to do things.
I would actually, Jared, I would like your opinion. If you could expound on this a little bit. Jared says, I think they overplay the influence of the evangelical influence of Zionism by they who. And Nikki, I agree that Israel doesn't control Trump just because of the way that Trump words things when he talks about him. Like even when he was talking, like he thought the country was better when Israel had more influence in Congress in that radio interview that he did. That doesn't sound like somebody who's controlled. That sounds like somebody who has seen some things happen, has formed an opinion on it, and has made a decision. He also talked about when he got rid of the nuke deal with Iran. That was one of the best things that any president had ever done for Israel, right? So the way he's wording things it makes me think like he thinks he's doing Israel favors. Not that he's controlled by Israel or that they have something over his head or anything like that. I think Trump is just that way. And I don't know if it has to do with America or if it's something outside of America itself and it just involves Trump and maybe business. I don't know. And I don't think we'll ever know. But no, I don't believe that Israel controls Trump.
Things that they think is good.
That doesn't mean I have to like it.
Everybody,
No, you don't have to
everybody
like it.
does it. But
Saudi
it's not
Arabia
just
lobbied
Israel.
Trump too.
Everybody
But we're not
loves
going
Trump.
That's what I said. You don't have to like it, but it's not
You
just
don't need The Gulf War, for instance, was because of Kuwait. We went into Iraq. Eyal Yakoby, the current prime minister, actively was writing.
And since we're on the topic of evangelical and Christian Zionism, I think that's one of the biggest reasons that we're seeing somebody like Candace Owens or these other people go at TPUSA. I don't, at this point, I don't think it has anything to do with them thinking that somehow they had anything to do with Charlie Kirk. I think Candace Owens has adopted certain religious beliefs and she's on like this, I just converted and I'm going to change the world sort of mentality. And she's doing what she's been doing. So I think there's a lot more religious stuff going on there than actual concern for who killed Charlie Kirk. I mean, what did she say? And she made a tweet today about it, something along the lines of she was just over in Russia. She wants to go back and now she wants to take like a bunch of young Catholics with her and we need to repair the schism. If you guys aren't familiar with the schism, that's essentially when I'm assuming the schism she's referring to is the separation that happened with the Roman Catholics and the Orthodox. And somehow Candace Owens has been a Catholic for like a confirmed Catholic now for like a month or two or something. And all of a sudden she's going to repair the schism that happened 1,000 years ago or whatever it was. Like, sure thing, Candace. So I don't even know. That's so above my pay grade, but I think she's she's taking on a fight that probably she should just stay out of.
Bush saying, don't go in. This is not a good idea.
I rule 2530. She's not even true Catholic. Again, I would be, depending on people's, I think true Catholic means different things to different people. Continue freedom. The Genesis 12 argument that Ted Cruz got tied up in implies bless Israel no matter what. I know people like that, but they are the minority. Most evangelicals recognize their right to exist. Man, I really don't want to talk about this stuff. Listen, if you're a Christian and you love Jesus Christ and you do everything you can to love Jesus Christ, like, bam, you know what I'm saying? We're right there. We start getting into theological stuff and whoo-wee. Nope, not me, not this guy.
What was he saying to him, though?
Thank you. Two goats. That's what I'm talking about. I'll give her a schism. There we go. Way to lighten it up and get me off of this crazy topic. Let's go.
Give the second part of that. He was telling him to go to war against Iran.
Yeah, because the Israelis viewed.
So how much influence did they have?
Because the Israelis viewed Iran as the
But do you know why?
Well, wait.
You know why? Because we said after Iraq, we'll go for Iran. So this.
I love junk. I'm just a dirty Jew. It's all right, man. Jesus loves you too. Stop being. You can stop anytime. You don't have to be anymore. The door's open. Come on in.
This is an issue that persists throughout presidency.
Yeah, but you just said that Iraq and like the Gulf War were because of Israel. The current Israeli prime minister at the time actively did not want the Iraq War. How can you even say the Gulf War was for?
Did you hear what I just said?
It was because of Kuwait.
I just clarified the point. If you don't understand it,
do we think U.S. foreign policy has been good for our odds?
What about the JCPOA? That was one of the, AIPAC, the Israel lobby, poured everything they could to stop the JCPOA from happening, and it did happen. So is that an example then that Israel
and then Trump tore it up because
Trump tore it up because it was a bad policy for America.
How was the JCPOA bad?
Because there were no sort of triggers or any checks that could be placed on Iran. Iran could.
They had inspections all the time.
You ask questions, and then it seems like you don't want to hear the answer.
You don't know the facts.
The
is Iran allowed to be a sovereign country?
What are you talking about? Oh, and do you want Iran to get a nuclear weapon?
No. Is Iran allowed to be a sovereign country?
We're going back to this.
Yes.
Oh, my God.
So then why can't they have a nuclear weapon?
Oh, in 1 second, Gavin, go ahead, please.
Just because Israel likes what we're doing in Iran doesn't mean we're doing it for Israel. It's a mutual gain for both parties. We're not doing it for Israel.
So do you think U.S. foreign policy has been good for the last 4 decades?
No, it's been a nightmare. And this
so we all agree.
That.
There it is.
No,
so this is more of the same.
No, this is not more the same. This is not a quagmire.
Oh, boy.
If this becomes a war, then I'm off the Trump train. If
how is it
something
stupid, what are the metrics?
Jared, that's exactly where my mind was going when I said those words. I just didn't cap it off. Come on in. The water is fine.
Give me a chance.
But what are the metrics of a war, Gavin?
I'm not talking if you interrupt me again.
Well, you can't just say.
Yes, I can. Of course I can.
So what is a war?
I'm allowed to say a thing.
Tell me what is a war.
Don't tell me what I can't fucking say.
Tell me what
Let
is a war.
me say my sentence for fuck's sake.
What is a war?
Shut the fuck up for 2 seconds, Owen.
Let him answer.
Jesus Christ, man. We went there, we had a month of action, okay? We lost 15 guys, we decimated their military, we prevented them from building a nuclear bomb, and right now, the situation in the Strait is great for the globalists. Lloyd's of London decides who goes in, who goes out. They control that oil, 25% of oil. Trump is smart enough to go, I'm gonna make us the boss. We wanna run the Strait. We want to be in control of that. So right now, and again, there's been no action for a month. That's not a war. There's a standoff going on right now. Their oil is dying. They can't sit in those tankers forever. So they're about to be out of oil. It's a major gamble. It's the biggest gamble I've seen in my lifetime. But if it works, then we run the Strait, we're in control of that oil, and our fucking economy just goes through the roof. Yep. So what he's done is he's made a huge gamble, and you guys are already calling it a war and leaving after 15 American
Trump
casualties.
called it a war.
Well, it's not. He's wrong.
Okay, but what if it doesn't work then? What happens?
It could be the biggest success, the biggest brilliant chess move in the history of America.
Every president thinks they can win this bet, and not one of them has.
Can I say this, and I want to play off of your
We're
point.
already dancing on the grave of this failed attempt. way before it's failed.
No, I just don't want to repeat history.
We're
that's
not.
failed us
This
so
is
many
what's
times.
different about this.
History.
Yeah, but we're
It's
already
a
in
brilliant
the situation.
move.
You don't know that. You just said if. You just
Okay,
said
well,
if.
that's subjective then. We're talking about
It's a brilliant move if it works. If it doesn't, I don't know. Like, I don't know what happens if what Gavin is saying here is true, and that's the plan. What happens if it doesn't work? Like, what does that look like? Do we just pull back and go, well, never mind, I guess that didn't work out, and then nothing comes from it? I would like to know what the downside is if it doesn't work, so it can at least prepare. But this whole nonsense of like, it's a war, it's not a war, it's a conflict, it's an excursion. Like, why? I don't know why we're playing this game. I don't know what difference it makes.
Future here.
And if it doesn't happen,
Like,
okay,
call it whatever you want to call it. It makes no difference.
the missile capacity of Iran has been decimated to like 15% of what it was before.
Cares?
The missile production.
I care.
We care.
They're responsible
Some
for
of us
10
do care. You may not, but we
I
do.
care.
No,
They killed thousands of
We
Americans.
care.
I fucking care. They killed thousands of Americans, so I fucking care. They
So
chant
did
death to
Anthony
America.
Fauci.
They actively plot terrorist attacks against Americans all over the world. So personally, I do care.
Yeah, I'm sure they're never going to build another missile because.
Get the
hey,
vibe
David,
you guys are trivializing terrorism too. Like you go the global war on terror, blah blah blah.
David,
I think it was
you
a
know that
disaster.
Islam is at war with the West.
To the point about North Korea having a nuke. Iran, the Islamic regime of Iran, and I'm very specific on who Iran is because there's a lot of great versions.
What? Why did they cut him off? I want to hear their responses to this about the West being at war with Islam being at war with the West. Are they going to talk about that? They better talk about that because that side really seems to avoid talking about that at all. I want to hear what their answers are.
Who want to take Iran back. So it's not Iranians we're at war with, it's the Islamic regime who, the very first thing they did when they got power was declare war on America. So Iran has been at war with America since the late 1970s, early 1980s. That's the difference between North Korea, and I'm going to explain, North Korea and Iran. So the difference is Iran, the reason why we've been saying this, Owen, that we don't want Iran to have a nuclear weapon is because they've been at war with us since the Islamic regime took power. Now, we talk about Sharia and the spread of Sharia.
You're going to start in 73 and not 50?
Will you let him talk?
So the issue is when you have a country that has declared war on you, that's actively trying to get nuclear weapons, that is funding proxy terrorist forces against the United States all over the world, and then getting in bed with countries that are way more powerful that do have nukes, it's a geopolitical shitstorm that we've been dealing with. Every war that you hate, that I hate, that we hate, Iran and China and Russia have been tinkering with. We have been fighting proxy wars with every one of our enemies for decades. What Trump is doing now, and the reason why Gavin says it's a gamble, is because we have the ability to economically crush every one of our adversaries without a single war. So when Trump says he doesn't want any new wars, what he's doing, oil and energy, like everybody says, that will prevent any war from ever happening again if we control it.
I hope you guys are right. Let me be perfectly clear. I hope you guys are right. I just don't believe that that's going to be the case.
Well,
but again, I'm looking at logical consistency here. You say Iran declared war on us. When did Iran bomb us?
Iran, they
killed thousands of Americans.
When did Iran bomb us?
They can't bomb us.
So we're bombing Iran.
They killed 200 Marines in a military
again, this is just logic. This isn't policy. This is just logic.
I'm answering your question.
Hold on a second. This is just logic.
They have attacked us
This is not
repeatedly.
policy. This is logic.
Yeah.
So when we bomb Iran, it's not a war. When they don't bomb us, it is a war.
Yes.
Owen, is the definition? I'm confused. Is the definition of a war is whether you can bomb someone else? Is that the position you're taking?
No, I would.
Would you say that's an act of war, bombing somebody?
No, because Iran declared war.
Okay, so we've been at war with Iran.
They declared war on us when they took a bunch of American hostages during the 1979
and bombed the barracks.
Where did that happen? Where did that happen?
In Tehran. Who cares?
So we were in their country. Okay.
Do you not care about? Wait, what? Wait.
Everyone's in
if an Iranian military installment was here and we took them prisoner, would you accept that?
Are you stupid?
Would you like that?
It wasn't a military outpost.
What are you talking about?
So war in the Middle East ends up with our soldiers getting held hostage. Again, this is why I don't support it. I don't want our soldiers dying in the Middle East. I don't want our soldiers being held hostage in the Middle East. I don't want to spend more blood and treasure in the Middle East.
Was it a military barracks that they kidnapped over 40 Americans in 1979?
Yeah.
No, it was the embassy.
Okay, so what's your point?
You said it was a military barracks, that was an act of war.
No, you said that. I'm saying I don't want any troops in the Middle East.
I definitely didn't say that.
I said I don't want any troops in the Middle East. Do you want troops in the Middle East?
It was an embassy.
Do you want troops in the Middle East?
It was an embassy.
Oh, wait,
Do
I
you
want
want
to have
troops in
bases
the
all
Middle
over the
East?
world.
His answer is
was an
absolutely
embassy.
yes.
Yeah, he wants troops in the Middle East.
Absolutely
I don't want troops in the Middle East.
East deployed fighting? No.
Okay,
No, but I want
beautiful.
outposts.
Thank
I want
you.
safe-
I agree.
definitely want
We agree.
outposts.
military
Middle East.
bases all over the world.
Josie, I have a question for you. The libertarian point of view, would it be fair to say that you feel that Trump promised the libertarian base no new wars?
Yes.
So,
Verbatim.
Yes.
right. Well, and we heard
He
it.
went steps further and said, I'm going to even get the neocons out, so that way it's like, I don't have any of that influence. I'm going to get the globalists out, so I don't have any of that. So it was not only that he promised us no new wars, it was that everybody that was working, the neocons, everybody that was working to make these wars happen, he was going to purge the administration of them. And that's that he bought us. We trusted him.
The question that I have for you specifically is because they've laid out a lot of really good, solid reasons that could be beneficial to the United States for us getting involved in that. And I don't take any of that away.
I hope you guys are right, because in order to benefit America, in order to get further in America, in order to make everything cheaper, we have to control energy. I understand that. I think this is a war because if somebody dropped
okay, well then you have to understand in order to do that, well, you're gonna have to bomb some people. Like, okay, so they want all the benefits that come from a global empire, but they don't want the things, the perceived negative things that come from being able to have a global empire. Like you don't get to have your cake and eat it too. You can either be all about being, in control of power and energy but then to be like, but no, we can't bomb anybody. Well, I don't think it works that way. Yeah, right. No, we just have to give out hugs. Imagine if that's all it took. Like, hey guys, listen, we think that we're probably better at controlling all of this than anybody else. And we would really like for you to turn that power and control over to us. And in return, we will make sure to give you guys hugs and be really nice to you. You think that would work? Maybe that would work. Have we tried that? Maybe we should try that. I haven't seen anybody dropping hug bombs. Maybe that would work. I don't know.
Bomb on America, it would be a war. Yes? Yes?
So if they killed our soldiers with roadside bombs in Afghanistan, you would call that a war too, right? If Iran manufactured roadside bombs.
If we were in Iran and they killed our soldiers?
In Iraq.
Iran
was manufacturing roadside bombs that were being used to kill U.S. troops in Afghanistan and Iraq. Would you consider that an act of war?
Us being there or them attacking?
So our soldiers are somewhere overseas.
Regardless of where they are. If they're in Iraq, Afghanistan.
No, I think that's a pretty important.
But my question is it? Right? You said bombs is an act of war.
Yes.
I'm asking, is it an act of war to manufacture a roadside bomb?
I am America only. I listen to
So only if they kill somebody in America.
If they invaded our borders and bombed our country,
okay, so
that
only
would
if
be
they
an act
attack
of war.
America in America. That's an act of war. I just want to understand your position.
You're going around my position.
I apologize.
Okay.
What I'm trying to understand
No,
is,
if they kill your husband
bombs,
in the Middle East, is that an act of war?
No, I'm saying
Why is my husband in the Middle East?
I don't know.
I'm just saying.
Okay, I'm trying to lay out parameters, and I'm just getting.
Well, I think these are important details. If my wife is in the Middle East to go tour and eat food, and they kidnap her and kill her, yeah, okay, that's criminal. If my wife goes to the Middle East strapped with guns and bombs and grenades in a tank, they might consider that a national security issue.
I feel like in that case scenario, regardless, it was wrong to invade.
By the way, all of this is globalism.
Owen,
just
do
so
you
we're
ever
all
shut up for 1 second?
No,
Holy
I don't.
Shit, dude, let someone
We
else
need
speak.
military outposts all over the world.
Here we go. Another Israeli. Here comes Goyven missile wanting to military against me.
We do have military
bases in Latin America.
Yeah, we do.
That's good.
And it's bankrupting us.
Josie, who are the war hawks that Trump was supposed to get out? And Lindsey Graham's voted in.
These
he doesn't
these are people within the DOJ, within the administration, the swamp that we've all been talking about. Do you want me to name their names?
Yeah.
I don't know. They're the swamp. You believe that there is no swamp because I can't name the people in the DOJ who've been there for 30 years?
You just said that Trump made a promise to libertarians
to drain
clean
the
up
swamp.
war hawks specifically, and I'm asking you, who they are.
They're in the
What other
DOJ for
names?
30 years. We've
Well,
addressed all this. You guys have talked about
So
this.
do they
Can't name
exist?
them.
Do they exist?
They don't
I'm sure
exist.
they
Wait,
exist. I'm asking
wait,
her.
I
Before
need
you
to
start
name them.
screaming
This
at
is
me,
the-
I'm
so they
asking
exist.
her
Just
This
quickly,
is
so I
logical
can move back to the
policy.
topic.
who
After Trump
specifically she wants
when
out.
Trump
Is that a
gained-
fair
when Trump-
question,
when
Owen?
Trump
Once they
gained
start
power-
getting
Is that a fair
fired,
question?
then once they start getting fired, I guess I'll know their
We're
names.
not.
When Trump gained-
Do you just listen to this man talk on the
Do you not
screen, the
remember-
guy with the hat that talked on the screen that said, I can't do anything because the swamp runs too...
John Gross.
Yes, thank you. The swamp runs too deep. I can't do anything here, so I have to quit. And everybody's like, yeah, good. And then Linda's like, well, what do their names show? See? Like, are you kidding me?
No, I'm
That's
not
your
kidding you. It's a debate. You don't know how to debate, then why did you bring her? You can't ask any questions.
So there is a
Whoa, cat fight, cat fight.
And she gets mad about it. She could have just said, hey, stupid bitch, it's what she said on the fucking screen. Just fucking say that.
I won't.
Just fucking say that. But she comes back. Then she comes back to me like, what the fuck are the names? What the fuck? I'm just asking a question. I just ask you a question.
down.
I don't have to fucking calm down. I don't have to fucking calm down. I don't have to calm down.
You're being
I don't have to calm down.
Wait,
I
I'm
don't have to
being
calm down.
irrational.
I asked you a question.
You're being
You got upset
emotional.
about it. I asked you a question. You could have said. You could have literally said, I don't know their names.
Okay, Gavin,
There's
what are their
an
names? What are the names of the swamp? What's the names of the deep state?
Always
What
in
are
the
the
bathroom.
names of the
I'm
swamp?
asking you. You're the one that
there's
wants
Ed
them
the
out.
Knife.
I'm asking you who should be out.
Obviously,
The guy
bitch.
on video in the Biden.
Why did she stand up? What was she gonna do? I thought she was gonna pull her phone out and like just start recording her and like get her going. Like that, I would have done that at least. Would have got some stuff on video so I could clip it and throw it up on Twitter or something.
So ghetto.
She didn't do anything.
Actually, for that fucking matter.
Linda, come on, it's not that.
Okay, can I make like a common sense point from like a normal fucking person that's not just like so aggressively on like one side? It is okay. Okay, first of all, we should
You bitch.
we should all agree that we pray these things work out in our favor.
Yeah.
We should all
Absolutely.
literally pray at night for that.
I agree.
It is okay to criticize it and be skeptical of it, and it is okay.
I have no idea, Nikki. She said, what is the redhead's point being America only? I don't know. And I would be willing to bet that she probably doesn't have very many good arguments for being like a total isolationist.
To be like, this is great, it's gonna work. Where it's a little retarded, in my opinion, is when I talk to influencers who aren't the smartest in general, and they're like, no, this is great and it's gonna work and it's fantastic and he's doing this. Okay, you don't know that. The way I don't know if it's not gonna work out, you don't know if it's gonna work out.
But
So
here's
it's
the
okay to
difference.
discuss these
Here's the
things.
difference. We all remember indictments are coming. TikTok, indictments are coming. They did that for 2 years. They did that for 2 years with the first Trump administration. No indictments, nobody got arrested. They stole the election.
That's why I'm on this
Nobody's
side.
been
I
arrested.
don't believe they delivered, but this thing of like influencers and people in politics and podcasters acting like they know the outcome of this, none of us do.
I think the issue though is when we frame the Iran war. Number one, I mean, it's on a quagmire is when it happens for at least 2 years. We're 6 weeks in, and there was only 4 weeks of actual bombing military operations happening. Number two, during Operation Midnight Hammer, I remember there were many people online that were saying BRICS would join the war on day 2 and start bombing America, that thousands of Americans would die, that the global economy would crash and there would be mass famine. So let's kind of level reset that. Just like a lot of people.
Do we have like specific guidelines as far as what constitutes a quagmire? He said something that lasts 2 years. Is that a specific thing? Where did he get that from? Because the definition of a quagmire is a complex, difficult, or hazardous situation that is extremely hard to escape or resolve. And I don't know that there's like a specific timeline. Like it only counts as a quagmire if it's 2 years or more. Not saying that we're in a quagmire or anything. I was wondering where he got that from. That seems oddly specific, and I don't think I've ever heard that before.
People are saying this is going to go well. There's also a lot of people that are just saying the most absurd thing.
But hold on a second. Gas prices did go up.
1 second.
No, but gas prices did go up, and they're buying oil in the yuan now. So these things did happen.
Okay, Owen.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Sorry. Oh no, where'd the comment go? I just lost it. Donnie, I like to wait till the job is done before I critique. We don't get the daily briefing that the presidents get. Yeah, it's one thing to be critical or to maybe start like waving some warning flags like, hey guys, we should be really careful and tread lightly here. We don't want to get stuck in another Iraq situation, as opposed to just on day 2 saying, here we go. It's a whole nother Iraq situation. We're going to be at war for 20 years. Screw this president. Screw this administration. It's over. We're cooked. Like, yeah, I think there's an in-between there, like a really giant in-between somewhere that most level-headed people that aren't just grifting would fall into. Like, ooh, well, let's see how this goes. Hopefully this doesn't turn into something terrible. We should really keep our eyes on this and see what's going to happen. You know what I mean? But to just go completely like on day 2, oh my God, we're so screwed. This is totally corruption. This is all like, what? The definition sounds like a Tucker Carlson episode. It's got to be 2 years.
Converted to yuan.
At the same,
but I'm saying these are things that we warned about BRICS involvement, and now they are happening.
Oh, and the UAE also left OPEC, which was one of the single most consequential decisions of an OPEC member to make, specifically the UAE leaving.
Ash Bay, it's almost like they forgot how bad it was with Biden. Yeah, they've completely forgotten what it was like. Completely gone.
OPEC is beyond beneficial to America. I'll get back to my point now, unless you have something else to say.
We'll see if that works out.
Awesome, great. So anyway, then there's this other dimension that this operation does not benefit America at all. The Islamic Republic, since 1979, has declared war on both America and the West. In their parliament, they chant death to America. They want to establish an Islamic caliphate. I'm not making this up.
It's also gay. They can't fucking.
Lori, were you one of them did you push one? If you pushed one, you better open your eyes and ride this out. I don't remember.
Touch us, dude. You know they can't.
Yes, they can't. They've done 10 terror attacks in the UK. 10.
No.
Do I live in the UK?
Better man up. Suck it up, Lori.
Western world, they're part of Israel.
They can't touch us.
It's a terror
Bring
threat.
our fucking troops home.
When we talk about like what's going to happen, I think we should leave the Middle East, but I don't want to leave the Middle East if that means that the Middle East is still unstable. And without the threat of Iran to be able to shoot thousands of ballistic missiles and drones at our Gulf allies, at places like Turkey and Lebanon, which they fired at both countries, that is good for America, that we can withdraw, say, Israel, Saudis, Qataris, Emiratis. We spent a lot of our blood and treasure here. It's on you now.
Okay.
There's no more threat.
Let me make sure.
Hold on. There's no more threat of Iran.
Let me make sure I hear understand.
We figured this out. We are now going to focus on the Indo-Pacific and the Arctic. And in terms of
there's the pivot.
One more point.
So you're not actually interested in bringing our troops back. You just want to reorient them towards China. Is that correct?
No, I don't think we should have. What are you talking about?
That's what you just said.
No, I think we should have we should have a focus on the Indo-Pacific and the Arctic.
Is it yes or is it no? You get offended when I'm following your logic.
Well, again, there's nuance to this. No, I don't think we should. I'm saying those troops that are in the Middle East, we should bring home. At the same time, I don't want China to invade Taiwan. Do you want China to invade Taiwan?
Could you just answer the fucking question? Do you want to move our troops towards China? Is that what you're actually advocating?
Hey, by the way, the Chinese opposition leader, or the Taiwanese opposition leader is now pro-China and is about to get elected.
That is not true. The polls do not.
Okay. What is the ultimate goal of the end of the Iran war? How do you all see it happening?
We control the Strait. Our dollar is enhanced. Lloyd's of London doesn't control the Strait anymore. Iran is starved to death. They have no economy. They're completely fucked. The Persians take over with the regime change. Iran takes care of itself. We control oil more than anyone else in the world.
Okay, Iran taking care of itself. So would it be a regime change or
yes.
So
Persians would run it. No more ayatollahs.
Okay. So how does that happen?
We just
keep bombing them until they decide we give up.
It's a gamble.
I know that the way that Iran is structured, it was structured to maintain if somebody took out the Khaleesi or whatever the fuck it was.
Ayatollahs.
Yes, thank you. Yes.
Whether or not Gavin is correct, I just appreciate people like this who just say it how it is. Really appreciate it.
Kamani. So it was structured to take it out. So as soon as you take that level out, there's going to be another level. And as soon as you take that level out, it's going to be another. And then
we've taken out dozens of levels of their leadership.
That's not of the Iranian regime. This just isn't how this isn't how it works.
So it's to take out the whole regime and the regime under it and the regime under it. The regime it's just to get to it.
I think there's two levels of victory. I think ultimate victory is exactly what Gavin said, that there's regime change, that it becomes Persia again. We have a pro-Western government in Iran. Yeah.
Like compare Gavin's response and explanation to this dude's. Like this guy's going to throw in like some crazy word salad and try to go more in depth. And Gavin just keeps it really simple, really clear. Yeah, it's a gamble. I really hope it works out. So how does that work? We just have to keep bombing? Like I said, it's a risk. It's a gamble. Yeah. Hopefully it works.
That would be best case scenario, and that does not mean
keep all their land.
And that does not mean boots on the ground removing the government. It means an organic uprising like we saw in January that's actually successful. That would be best case scenario. Do I think that's likely? Probably not. I think what victory does look like right now is getting those kilograms of 60% enriched uranium out of Iran, dismantling Natanz, Pickaxe Mountain, and Natanz, and dismantling their underground facilities and having a memorandum from Iran signed that they will not develop nuclear weapons with inspections, along with not re-upping their ballistic missile program, which is supposed to provide.
That's what the JCPOA was.
That's not what the JCPOA was.
The JCPOA did not say that. Number one, the JCPOA would expire in, I think, 2031. So Iran was allowed to build nuclear weapons at a certain point, and during that period of time, they were allowed to develop as much nuclear enriched uranium as possible, like during that time up until a certain level. But once that, and as many, and as money, and they're at 60%, so they didn't.
Oh, yes, absolutely. The left hated him. Probably still does. Yeah, continuously. He's a neo-Nazi, anti-Semite. He was a bigot, a misogynist. Oh, yeah, all that. For sure.
Abide by it.
No, that's because he tore it up.
No, it's not. You don't know what the JCPOA was signed by more than just Iran and the U.S. It was signed by the EU as well. Just because the U.S. pulled out does not mean Iran does not have a contractual agreement with the EU still.
And they
the
maintained
EU's kept in it. Number one. Number two. In terms of
Duke Bronson, when Trump takes Cuba, will you support that? It depends on what that looks like. I don't know. Do we know what that looks like? Like, does Cuba just become a U.S. territory? I don't know. I don't know what that looks like. It would be, I don't know that I care too much, to be honest with you. What do the Cuban people want? Free Cuban cigars. Well, I don't think they'll be free. And I also don't know that it will affect the price as much. I don't know if you guys are familiar with cigars at all, but thanks to China, Cuban cigars are so expensive.
Iran signing agreements like the JCPOA, they also said that they wouldn't develop ballistic missiles that could reach more than, I think it was 16 or 1,700 miles, which everybody in the world thought. They launched a ballistic missile at the UK base in the Indian Ocean that was 2,300 miles away. That was in the sphere of radius of places like London, Paris, Rome, Berlin. Would you be okay with Iran developing a nuclear weapon? It's a very simple question.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so I guess that's a point of disagreement. You think it's fine for Iran to develop a nuclear weapon?
I think it's fine for nations to have sovereignty, to have self-determination, just like the Israelis, which we ought to talk about.
What's the relationship between a nuclear weapon and self-determination?
National defense.
How is a nuclear missile defense in any capacity? You're saying you want.
Oh, interesting. So,
I haven't paid attention much at all to what's going on with Cuba. What are the downsides to the United States sort of, I guess, taking control of Cuba? Like how is that bad for the Cuban people?
So now nuclear weapons are purely weapons of aggression? Is that your argument?
Well, yeah, because
that mutually assured destruction doesn't exist.
It's definitely a level of deterrence.
Yeah, we don't want Iran in the mutually assured destruction.
I mean, this is such a stupid argument. When you watch it back, you're going to realize
hold on, Clint.
I think anybody watching with half a brain,
like, isn't the whole reason this is even like a topic is because of how poorly the country of Cuba is doing? So I guess I'm not, I don't like the people themselves. I think if it's a net positive for the people, sure, I suppose I'll support it.
Someone would say that a regime that literally chants death to America, that has acted on it by murdering Americans, should be trusted with a nuclear
ballistic
weapon.
Missiles defensive or not? Yes.
Real quick on the mutually assured destruction, that is something that or hopefully responsible countries all use to say, okay, fine, we won't nuke each other. The last country we want with a nuke in that pact of, okay, we'll promise not to nuke each other is Iran. But that being said, you questioned how have they attacked the United States?
North Korea has it. They're fucking lunatics.
The way they have attacked America, if you look at Venezuela, and this is where this whole geopolitical realignment comes from, Venezuela had Hezbollah influence in Venezuela. Some of the
I rule. Downside is that they become a burden. Yeah, but I feel like I feel like they would have a positive impact on the economy. Their coffee's great. The cigars are great. I think they would have a positive impact.
People that were being sent across our southern border, and this brings it full circle to what we're talking about at the top of the show.
Hey, have you guys ever had Cuban coffee? Holy crap. Is it delicious and incredibly strong. So good.
To the border and also removing people. What Trump did at the border is twofold. One, stop the people from coming in, getting rid of the criminal aliens from places like South America, Central America, and etc.
They would all vote Republican. Fair point.
So stopping the incentive of places like Iran sending people like Hezbollah who had a relationship in Venezuela. What were they doing there? They were sending them into the United States to do what? We have been busting, the FBI, with Dan Bongino, has been busting terror cells in the United States. And where were they sent from? Iran. So you can't argue that Iran hasn't done anything to the United States in the United States. They have tried to. But for the good work of the men and women in the FBI, there would have been terror attacks in the United States. So you can't say that a country isn't at war with us when they're actively trying to attack us. And but for our FBI, they would have. Do you want to wait until they kill Americans before we stop them from killing us? That is my issue. You can't just say we live in this bubble.
I want to rewind back to his point earlier about the JCPOA.
Why? Because I made a good point.
No, you didn't.
You said
arguing that they might attack us because our borders were left open.
They're not only in Venezuela, they're in Colombia, they're in Havana,
Cuba.
they're everywhere.
Right. So
yes, and they just caught one in Colombia that was getting paid $30,000 by Iranians, wanted by the FBI 3 days ago. They just caught one, an Iranian that was getting $30,000 per person, per Iranian to go from Colombia through Central America all the way to the Mexican border. He's going to be extradited here. Just happened this week.
Do you think the FBI has caught all potential Iranian terrorists that got in?
God, I hope so, but I probably don't think so, no.
So, this is like, everything seems combative. I just feel this is a fair question.
Let's say anything that was combative.
Neutral, exactly, neutral here. If Iran chants death to America and wants us all dead and they have terrorists here, why aren't they attacking?
Because it's bullshit.
Well, they're planning. So they don't plan on attacking us? That's bullshit.
They've been here for 4 years.
You're not a serious person.
They have attacked us.
What are they waiting for?
They've killed at least 1,000 Americans.
Not here.
Yeah, here. They've
in America?
funded terror attacks here.
When did that happen?
West Side Highway was linked to Iranian funding. San Bernardino was linked to Iranian.
Yeah, the tourism alone would be a net positive. I definitely understand the argument for some downsides for the Cuban people of tourism, but I think overall it would be a net positive for Cuba and the Cuban people.
Iran is like the global bank of terror.
How many successful regime change wars has America led in the last 30 years?
Regime change is not a goal in Iran, though. Trump has said that. A lot of
we all said that this was
my ideal scenario.
That's not Trump's position.
Right, y'all, you said it's serious. It's the reason why, if we're upset that there's a regime change war, this is why, because
but I would be like, I would have some, like, I would be a little selfish. I wouldn't want us to just go over and like completely destroy the whole like Cuban vibe. You know what I mean? I wouldn't want big business to just all of a sudden get in and there just be to just make it look like your average town in the United States anymore. Like I would want them to keep, you know, the authenticity of Cuba. I don't know how that would work, but like you just end up with a Starbucks and a McDonald's on every corner, like everywhere else. That would suck. And I think that would be a definitely a con for the Cuban people, but.
Of non-successful regime change war. If there is,
I don't see it as a regime change war. That's my ideal scenario. I see it as a strategic oil move.
You see it as an oil move.
Yes,
okay.
and it'll be over soon.
War for oil.
I got to just really quick. So, your description when she asked you earlier about like what is the win scenario, right? Basically, what you described. Just to be clear, you won't agree with me, but the people at home will agree with me. What you described was the JCPOA.
No, I wasn't.
And you described the Strait of Hormuz still trafficking oil using the U.S. dollar. That's what you described. That's what you guys described as like basically the ideal.
80% of oil.
Wait. When did I say any of that?
I'm combining both.
I
of your
want the
points.
Strait of Hormuz.
I would love the Strait of Hormuz if that's possible.
80% of oil that was transited through the Strait of Hormuz, effective 3 months ago, was being traded in U.S. dollars. What you guys are arguing for is that a win scenario is getting back to baseline of 90 days ago. That's not a fucking win. It's a massive sacrifice.
Who said that? That's the goal, though.
Wait. What are you
No,
talking
they were just
about?
trading in the U.S. dollar. That doesn't mean we ran the Strait. That's just the currency.
But we're not going to run the Strait anyways, because they can always control
When did I
the
say
drones.
that I would like the JCPOA back? When did I ever say that?
Because you want them to not have a nuke. That's what the fucking JCPOA was.
You didn't hear me the first time, so I'll restate it. JCPOA still...
I don't need to hear it, bro. They had the JCPOA and they didn't develop a nuke.
You're just lying. You're like, the JCPOA...
They didn't develop a nuke.
They didn't develop a nuke because of concerted efforts in terms of cyber hacking, which we've already been over, and assassinations against the top nuclear scientists.
There was
What's not true about
inspections.
that?
There was regular inspections for years.
No, there wasn't.
So you align more with Obama's foreign policy, is what you're saying.
On Iran, absolutely.
Okay.
Obama was absolutely right about the JCPOA. It was the best thing he ever did.
It's just lies. Like, the JCPOA fully allowed them to have multiple underground facilities, as they do today, and develop as much nuclear enrichment as possible. No, there wasn't. The IAEA
You're a liar.
literally came...
You're a liar.
Anyone watching this, go online and see what
Look
the
it up. Look it
IAEA
up.
said
Look it up.
themselves.
And by the way, look at what country in the Middle East doesn't let the IAEA in.
I'd like to get clarification from something Gavin said a second ago. So when you said it's a war for oil, is that what you said?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, I'm not calling it a war. It's a very dangerous, very high stakes geopolitical move that could work in our favor in a major way and alter our economy forever.
So are you saying that you believe that's the primary purpose for why this happened, why we're there?
Yes.
Okay.
I think regime change is an icing on the cake that we'd like, but we aren't optimistic.
And before I ask this question, I want to make clear I'm not a pacifist. So I'm not one of the people who's deeply, deeply upset that we're there. I'm not. But I do want to ask this question. So if you're saying it's a war for oil, isn't that in a way almost like the worst possible betrayal of Trump saying no new wars, no new wars? Because at least these guys are saying like they're trying to stop Iran from having a nuke and save the people of Iran and all these other things. You're saying I always wanted oil.
Yeah. I'm joking when I accept Owen's war for oil thing, but I'm saying if it's a strategic move and we end up with 15 dead Americans, it was the most brilliant military action in modern history. But if it goes bad, we lose the petrodollar, they switch to China, and we're completely fucked. But I don't think.
Thank you for
I don't think it will be
possible.
a boots. I don't think there's any scenario where there's thousands of boots on the ground trying to physically take over like a mile on either side of the strait.
Would that be a red line
That would
for
be
you?
a world. Oh yeah, that would be a world war.
Well, if we don't.
But you guys are acting like we're already doing that.
Well, because if we don't reopen the strait, that means that you have shortages that ripple across the economy, which means that you probably.
The voice of reason is Gavin McInnes. What?
We do need the U.S. to reopen
Well,
the
you're
strait.
forgetting Venezuela. That's why Venezuela went first, because their oil supply is ramping up, and they could supply what Iran is.
They're not going to offset Iran.
Well,
I feel like Gavin is so grown up now. He's matured.
There is an element of truth to that. The problem is that oil is not going to be ready for market for at least probably 6 to 8 months. Right. And the oil that was ready actually went to Israel.
They sold one thing to Israel, and he said
They sold it to a bunch of different countries, and Israel was one of them.
they gave Qatar.
So what I said was true.
Qatar got oil too.
Come on, you didn't say that.
Is what I said true or not?
You didn't say that in good
Is what I said true or not?
First of all, relax.
Is what I said true or not?
Relax.
Is what I said true or not?
Yeah, I said they sold it to a bunch of countries.
Thank you. That's all I need.
Okay, you didn't say that to say a truthful statement. It was clearly a straw man.
And it's really helped lower gas prices too. I mean, that's
Well,
really
that's not how the gas prices work, and I agree with you. They're really bad, and I feel like that could more than the Epstein, more than anything. If anything's going to hurt Trump in the midterms, it's going to be the gas prices and the higher cost of goods overall.
I would like to say I don't want you guys to let your hatred for Jews cloud a good, healthy hatred for Islam. Harbor that hatred for Islam in your heart.
I can't believe that the founder of the Proud Boys is a moderate compared to me. This is fucking nuts.
I'm sorry, from an outside perspective, just from a random redneck in America, is it not fucking weird? Okay, I'm watching like a politician, like even like Nancy Pelosi, Democrats and Republicans, and I don't really.
Oh, she's got a little potty mouth. She's got a little potty mouth, doesn't she? She's dropped the F-bomb quite a few times.
Like when we agree on things, that's a little weird. Go up and it's like, I don't care if our nation falls as long as Israel's thriving.
Yeah, that's fucking weird.
I just go, what the fuck? And that is like not me hating Israel. That's just me being like, from a normal American, why the fuck are you saying that? That's so fucking weird to me.
Lindsey Graham's lead donor is APAC.
Who said that? I missed it. Can you guys help me out in chat? She is. There's a couple of people on the panel I just kind of tune out when they start talking. Who is she talking about? Did she say, like, did she give a name?
Back at almost $500,000. Under that is a company called the Floor Company, and they're $43,000. So there's a big differential between where you're getting
these
money
guys, these
from
guys
people
are
who have a
owned by a foreign
loyalty
lobby.
to another
Let's be honest
country.
about
Wait, but also when I criticize Israel, I go, that doesn't mean I fucking like the other side, because I really fucking
I think
hate
it's messed
that.
up when you wear an IDF suit.
She's serious. She is super serious. There was a comment in here. Dang it, where'd it go? I think it was from Donnie talking about, yeah, I've been paying between $3 and $4 a gallon of gas for 3 to 4 years now, it seems. But like, was it Bush too? His second term? I feel like we were paying $3 something a gallon. Like, I mean, really all in all, we're not doing too terrible when it comes to gas prices, I suppose. In most places. Some places, you know, with certain states and their stupid taxes, they're definitely worse off, but
Or IDF uniform onto congressional floor. You couldn't do that with another country. And it's messed up when you wave the Ukraine flag.
Thank you. Yes.
It's all messed up.
When Israel was founded, they were not supported by America. It wasn't until the '67 war that they actually became, like, Israel and America became allies. AIPAC wasn't even a lobbying.
With that said, though, I would much rather be paying like $1.87
firm until I think like.
Well, they were the Zionist
dude,
America.
Let me
something.
finish.
Well, you're just wrong.
I have no idea. CAR59 says, I was under the impression the strait is open and our carriers were there to make sure the traffic was moving and getting through safely. I feel like it's open and then it's closed and then it's open and then it's closed. And like, we're over there like hijacking some ships and they're over there hijacking other ships. And I don't know if it's really clear on what's going on over there, to be honest with you. I think it just depends on where you get your information from.
Was AIPAC a lobbying firm until 2018 or not?
They were registered as the Zionist Western Coalition or something. Do you remember what the name was? They just renamed
No,
themselves.
it wasn't.
It's like what AIPAC is doing right now.
No, it
now
wasn't.
they're the Washington, D.C.
AIPAC was a lobbying firm. It did not donate directly to political campaigns. You don't know what you're talking about.
So yes, it was the Zionist Coalition or something, and then it's AIPAC, and now it's something else because they're always unpopular.
Okay, before October 7th, before 2 years ago, the overwhelming number of Americans, specifically Republicans, very much overwhelmingly supported Israel, and therefore it would be logical conclusion to be like, yeah, the elected officials similarly support Israel. In terms of I know for a fact Nancy Pelosi has never said that. If someone has said that, that's fucking weird, and that should not be happening.
I've covered these on my show for a week straight because it was top Republicans, top Democrats, and I was like, I just want to know, unless you were taking money or have some weird interest, why you would ever say that, and you should never represent Americans if you value any other country and their lives. And every time a clip of Netanyahu comes out, and it's like, one Israeli's life is worth like 1,000 Americans, and every single time people go, that's not what he said, Emily, that's not what he said, you translate it wrong, that's clipped. I'm like, how the fuck is it this one topic I'm always fucking wrong about? No, America should be your priority, and you should represent us.
Wait. First of all, I fully agree. There's no argument coming from me. In terms of like misclipping and lies, it's also that you don't think there's like a massive apparatus coming from the Muslim Brotherhood and Antifa to intentionally.
I agree with what you're saying. I just want to say, why would a politician go up and say something that's fucking crazy? We should just all die so they can thrive. What the fuck? No, fuck that. That's like
I want to get this back to the question that you asked, because I think that
I'm still not clear on who said that. Was that Ted Cruz? Was it Ted Cruz that said it? Were you guys listening? Did she say? I'm not. Maybe I should have just been paying more attention. No one said that. Well, she thinks somebody said it. I'm just wondering if she said who she thought said it.
Right. I mean, this is how it's always going to be with foreign policy.
She said Pelosi? Pelosi said that? That's wild. Did Pelosi say that? I mean, Pelosi says all kinds of stupid shit, so I guess that wouldn't surprise me.
The frustration that I have, and I understand that not everybody's going to see eye to eye with me, not everybody's going to have the same priorities as me, but the issue, like, again, the whole purpose of Trump, I thought, was to prioritize America's issues first. And so we can debate, oh, well, this foreign policy is. But until I'm not paying 33% of the money I make in taxes, until a product that's produced and then reaches the consumer and the 5 to 6 transactions that take place are all taxed, like, until this stops, until I'm done being robbed by my government, I don't want to hear about another fucking foreign country. I'm sick and damn tired of it. My country is being looted. My people are being looted. Fix that issue, and then you can do whatever the
I don't really disagree with him on that point.
hell you want on the rest of the planet. Until that issue is fixed, I'm not going to sit here and let the same neocon foreign policy dictate what being a conservative is.
So, Owen, you don't want any U.S. money going to any foreign country until your money is not being wasted by your government.
Well, I would say, I would actually just, you can put the first statement alone.
Yeah.
Okay? I don't want any U.S. money going to any foreign country, period.
Right.
But no. When we hear about tax cuts, it's all BS. There's no tax cuts. You'll get what? You got an extra couple $100 if you're an average American in your tax return. That's not going to pay your bills. That's like maybe a month worth of groceries.
There are plenty of Americans on TikTok talking about how much money they got under taxes this year. The people.
So now the internet is reality.
People
okay?
no tax. Oh no, you're so right. You're so right.
That's what you're.
Average American.
Wait a minute. No, you don't get to do that because you used internet as reality many times, and Clint and that other woman who is, oh, look at all the mean things people said to me on the internet. So, like, they're so stupid.
Average Americans who are saying, I did better, friends of mine included in the industry, in the entertainment, not in the entertainment, sorry, hospitality industry, who say, I got more money back this year because of the no tax on tips, etc. They're wrong.
I'll tell you.
You know, real talk, we are so spoiled in this country, and we take it for granted all the time. We really do. We have no idea how bad things could really be. And it's kind of what it sounds like when they talk too. It's just like a bunch of spoiled people. Like, oh, we get tax cuts, but it doesn't do anything. It doesn't. You got a couple $100 a month or extra $100 a month or whatever. Like, even if we didn't have tax cuts, like, our starving population here are still doing, like, there's really nobody's even starving, but our poor population here is doing so much better. And I know that that doesn't, like, make an excuse like, oh, we don't need to change anything, right? But, like, we're just not as bad as I think some of these people want us to believe that we are. Doesn't mean I don't want things to get better. Doesn't mean things can't get better. But I think sometimes we just lose sight of how decent we have it here. There's about, let's see, 17 minutes left.
Based off math, the inflation way exceeded any tax cuts we got. That's
and the cost per living. And here's the other issue.
Yeah, that's just that I'm so poor, but I've got a brand new iPhone and I've got all my wonderful subscriptions that I use to entertain myself with. And, like, I don't think there's really too many people in this country that are living incredibly bare bones. And then you see, like, we'll look at all the homeless and the people in the tents. Like, if you go talk to those people, like, I think they want to live like that. I think that's a choice that they're making. I could be wrong, but I've definitely seen some things on the internet, I suppose, that would make me believe that those people kind of want to do what they want to do.
During Biden,
inflation's gone down. So the inflation
we're at 3.3 right now.
But wait. We just came out of a global pandemic, which was going to increase inflation no matter what. Number one. Number two, if you compare America's inflation
that's
CARES Act.
Number one is just wrong.
No, inflation went down.
100% right.
You lock down the global economy, it doesn't create inflation, dude.
No,
and that's not how inflation
COVID
works.
created inflation.
Inflation is money printing.
You don't think COVID created
inflation is money printing? My God, man.
The $1,000 that were handed out to America.
No, it wasn't just that.
Oh, and I wanted to get to your point because I want to understand, like, what it, and I don't think you're making a point that people would disagree with.
I think we would all agree, yeah.
I think what you're saying is, I don't want our money going anywhere else. I want us taking care of it. That's America first, right? So my question for you, and it's a follow-up, and it's a legitimate question. It's not. I'm not being combative. When is it okay, in protection of America, to then pay, instead of putting American troops anywhere. Because you don't want American bases, you want American troops home, you don't want any foreign wars, you don't want us funding in other countries. At what point is the interest of America necessitate then giving another country money to fight so we don't have to?
Maybe, but I don't think we exist in that time. And, you know, unfortunately, probably for everybody in this room, we've never even gotten a chance to experience that. For probably everybody in this room today, we have been spending hundreds of billions, trillions of dollars overseas. And we've had to sit here and watch these Gulf nation deserts go from desert nothing lands into sprawling metropolises while our society crumbles. And it shouldn't be that way. Our society should be thriving. America should be thriving. So to me, it's like, look, when we have a situation economically in this country right now, which is the truth, the average American is living paycheck to paycheck. They are grinding paycheck to paycheck. It's hard to get savings, vacation times, all of this stuff is down. We need to have the American dream back. We need Americans to have an ability to own a home, a car, get into the asset column, not get crushed by regulations, not get...
Again, how do we get there? I mean, these are all wonderful talking points. How do we get there? Anything? Is he going to give us anything?
Crushed by taxes. And unfortunately, until that happens, all of this other debate that we're doing, our country's going to continue to crumble.
So let me ask, because I think what you're saying resonates with a lot of people at home trying to buy a house, trying to buy a car, trying to save money when they can't, trying to pay their electricity bill, which keeps going up. I think that's all legitimate. But pointing to Trump's record, and Gavin said earlier, why aren't we talking about the good things? To point to Trump's record, he's onshored a lot more American jobs. I know the H-1B thing is still a thing. We're dealing with it. I get it. But he's onshored a lot of American jobs. He's trying to ramp up production. If we not only become energy independent, but through this gamble, if we become a major exporter of oil, then those Saudi waste or those Middle East wastelands that we're rich now, we get to be that rich. The other side of that
I
is
hope so.
by replacing the chair of the Fed. May 15th, we have a new Fed chair coming in that's pledged to lower interest rates, which would make borrowing the money to buy a home more affordable. So I think there are things that Trump is doing to help answer the affordability. There is short-term pain. And we saw this with the tariffs too. But I believe unless we change something radically, because what you're saying is true, a lot of people, no matter who's been the president, our lives stay the same shitty. It doesn't matter if it's a Republican or Democrat. Nothing ever changes. We go to war. We don't go to war. We give foreign countries money. We don't. It's still just this yin and yang of America's getting screwed, right? I do believe Trump is doing more now to combat that, and he's doing it in spite of a lot of odds. And I do believe, and this is my personal belief, and maybe I'm wrong, that if we just give Trump Congress in November...
2 goats and a dog. I want the homeless druggies forced to do a rehab. Sorry. You know, the rehab only works, man, if they want it. You know what I mean? That kind of stuff only works if people want to change. If they don't, I mean, it'll get them off the street, I guess, for a little bit, but they'll end up right back where they were.
That we can probably get closer to that America that you're envisioning. But I worry, but where I sit is what I worry about is that all of this infighting that we're doing, which I think is healthy, is inevitably going to affect the people that listen to us to the point where they're like, nope, Trump didn't give me anything. And as a result, we get nothing. And so I think
but
we're
you
on
can't
track.
ask us to lie.
Yeah.
No one's asking you to lie.
I'm an isolationist, just like you, but I also want us to blow some shit up once in a while. It's like the prison yard. You go and you knock out a dude once a month, and then you go back to your cell.
Based.
We're not criminals, are we?
Yes, and we're in
There's a
competition
problem.
like a prison. The world is a prison. And if you go there, do some shock and awe, blow up some shit, and then go back, then China, then Russia, then Islam learns that you can blow up everyone and kill everyone if you want, but you won't. So not everything has to be a quagmire. You know, we lost 15 dudes. If we get out of there, it's a win-win.
We've been at war every year of my adult life, and you're saying just sometimes I'm a non-interventionist, I'm an isolationist, but sometimes
I don't want quagmires, but I'm saying there's another option outside of nothing and quagmire, and it's called shock and awe. Boom.
Just blowing shit up doesn't actually create the end goal that you're claiming.
Just wanted to respond to David real quick. It does feel like the Senate is there to maintain the status quo. Like they're not passing the SAVE Act, even though 80% of the country wants it. But then at the same time, they're like, we got to push through this clean FISA bill.
Oh, I agree with you.
And at the same time, it's like, what is
And Trump backed that, by the way.
Is warrants? Yeah, and the thing that was used against him, which was shocking to me.
Because he's a fucking sellout.
So are they saying that warrants are a dirty FISA bill?
I'm sorry, I
mean, I suppose 80% of the country wants it, but maybe 90% of the money donated to Congress doesn't want it. Maybe we need to kick in more money. I don't know.
What was the last question?
Are they saying warrants?
Like somehow it would seem to me that we have to compete with the donors to change things the way the system is built, the way it's designed, the way it's currently set up. So how do we do that? If that's who they listen to, are the big donors, how do we figure that out?
They want to push through a clean FISA bill.
Yeah.
So are warrants?
I don't like FISA, and I agree with Anna Paulina Luna that I don't think FISA.
Colleen makes a pretty good point here. The problem is young people don't want affordable homes. They want to start out in a McMansion and then move up. Just the hard truth. 100%. And if you look at like homes being built now, to go back to like the 50s, like granted prices were completely different compared to wages and stuff, but they were also much smaller homes. Like people had less, but that was like, you know what I mean? That was the American dream. Now, if you look at homes, like a 2,500 square foot home is kind of small. Like it's a different mindset that people have today as well.
Should have been reauthorized without the warrant requirement.
Then why did Trump back it?
Because the reality is FISA also has a very important role into stopping attacks on the U.S. And when we're at, you can call it a war or military engagement with Iran, and there are terror cells in the United States, whether they are or not. FISA is a very important tool that our intelligence communities have used, and they've told the president, we need this ability. And so what we don't want to do, because the FISA authorization ends, and we're in the middle of operations that is using the FISA authorization. So you need a bridge to not make us vulnerable.
CJB, yes, and they want to lease new cars instead of buying a used one. Yeah, we have a gigantic materialism problem in this country, 100%, that I think comes from a severe lack of religion, specifically Christian influence, that we need to get back to. Because materialism is only going to get worse, and it's only going to destroy people. My opinion. It's not healthy at all. It's not healthy at all.
At a time when we're in a military conflict with a terror nation. That's the reality. Yeah. Why?
It's hot. Like way hotter in real life.
I'll be brief.
Like twice as hot.
Okay. I want to do a closing final segment with you guys, just very quickly. Before we do, I'm not going to force anyone to do anything. Do you want to address what happened between you two?
What?
Well, it got really personal. I mean,
I asked her a question.
You called her a bitch, and it got pretty. You don't have to if you don't want to.
Were you calling Owen a fucking bitch or her?
No, she was calling me a bitch.
First
she called me a bitch again, then she called me a dumb bitch.
No, I called you a stupid bitch.
Stupid bitch.
That's very different. I asked.
Stop. No,
it was the only moment to me that felt really below the belt.
I don't know if that's very different.
Stop, please.
Exactly.
Please.
That's what I thought. You're not gonna do shit about it.
You're like twice my size.
Exactly.
Why would
I beat your ass, bitch. I will beat your ass.
Nobody's beating anybody's ass. Go ahead, Brandon.
I want to close out our conversation tonight much the way we began, but instead of each side having 1 minute each person to say what is the problem with the other side, I want everyone to take 1 minute each to say something that you admire and respect about the other side. Because the whole point of this conversation tonight is to see if we can once again find common ground and where we can come together, being on the same side of the political aisle that we are.
Yeah, well, I think that you guys you really believe that the morale needs to be uplifted. You think that the commentary that we're doing is somehow degrading that. So I think that you guys are really focusing on morale. I think that's a good thing. I don't look at it as a morale thing. I think it's just an honesty thing. It's a truth thing. And I think that morale builds off of honesty, not dishonesty to keep morale up. I think that eventually falls out. But I will say that what I hope happens, and I don't know, but what I hope happens is that people will be able to see this series of panels that you're doing, and we can get back to a time in America where it was okay to get at each other's throats with political debate and then say, hey, we're all Americans here. It's okay. Let's break bread at the end of the day. We care about the country. We love the country. We believe in God and life and the beauty of it all. This is what passionate debate looks like when we all strive for that. So we may have our differences, but I think that we're all striving for the same thing, a better life, a better world.
Thanks, Owen.
Yeah, I mean, obviously I agree. I think sentiment-wise, we do want to see the same things. We want to see, first-time home buyers, family formation, get the reproduction rates elevated, actually kind of reinstill the faith in the American dream. I personally believe, and I mean this sincerely, despite the assertions that I'm doing this for clicks or for some sort of, drama farming, I 100% from the bottom of my heart believe that you guys are wrong, that you are leading us down a path of destruction while applauding
The cold-blooded Christian, are these conservatives? I mean, I know the host and I know Clint and I know Gavin, but that's about it. And I don't want to know nobody else. I wouldn't say that they're necessarily conservatives, but they're not progressive leftists either. You know what I mean? So seeing as how the only way it would appear that we can win elections against progressive leftists is to have whatever they are be part of that coalition. I think we have to figure out a way to find some common ground, and these people need to stop. I mean, they're not going to because it gets clicks, but they really need to. If they're not going to stop criticizing, at least they need to put into their content some positive stuff so they're not just doomering doomering and blackpilling people. So I don't know. I don't think it, I'm trying to be hopeful that midterms are going to turn out okay and that it's not going to be a complete shit show. But man, if you listen to these people, and a lot of people seem to listen to them, I don't know. It's hard to stay positive about the situation.
Donald Trump, and I think it's a huge mistake, and you will look back on it the same way many people look back on, George Bush Jr. in 2004, 5, 6. And
I don't think you understood the question.
Yeah, no, I'm getting to the compliment.
Gerald, I wouldn't go that far because I think there's a whole lot of policies that the progressive left has that these people are absolutely opposed to. So I wouldn't compare them to the left. Now you could make an argument, I suppose, that they're worse than the left, but at the same time, we need their votes. Like the right needs their votes. It's just a reality.
That was very flattering.
I conclude however the fuck I want. Right?
Have your chance.
And I want to say, I like your eternal optimism. I do. I find it endearing that you guys are so optimistic. I think it's misguided, as I said. And more than that, I think that Gavin McInnes is one of the most interesting people I have ever encountered in my life. And
We're talking.
I want to thank you three gentlemen. I think that you guys were really great.
Oh, okay. Yeah, sorry, I should be pulling these up so people know what I'm talking about. Gerald says, I just mean their hatred for America. I don't know that I would say that. I mean, some of them probably, but I don't think that they hate America. I think that they're incredibly unhappy with the direction that the country is going and has been going for some time. So like their idea of what a good America is, I don't know that I would disagree. And that's what they want. So I don't know that I would say that they hate America. Does that make sense? I think they're not being honest about the actual situations and what's going on. And I don't think that they have, whether they're misinformed. I don't know. I'm trying so hard here to be like, to not just go F these people. So I guess I'm trying to convince myself here a little bit. It's really not going very well, but I'm hopeful that I really don't think that they hate America. I think they're really not happy with the Iran conflict, war, whatever you want to call it. They're really not happy with the Epstein stuff. They do feel like they were promised this utopia and they expected Trump to deliver on it, and he hasn't delivered on everything. I feel like it's a very immature stance on their part, and maybe they will just eventually politically mature. But I don't know. Our House 24, I don't feel as charitable as you. I get it. A lot of people don't, and I'm trying real hard. I'm trying really hard. It doesn't help that they are also idiots. No, you can be stupid, but like listen to smart people and come to better conclusions. That's what I try to do. I'm an idiot. I just try to listen to people that are smarter than me. Of course, I guess you could make the argument, well, if you're stupid, how do you know which smart people to listen to? So that would be fair. Is this over? I think this is over. They're just going to try to say like a bunch of nice things about each other. Let's try to just Let's get through this quick.
Patient as I'm not anti-MAGA. I'm not. I haven't walked away from MAGA in the way that Owen and Clint may have.
Our House 24. Now that I would agree with. They may not hate America, but they sure are not doing our country any favors. I agree. They are not helping. They might think that they're helping, but they are not helping.
I'm still up to listen to ideas, and I liked your energy perspective. I know how important that is, so I really do appreciate that, and I respect you three gentlemen very much.
Emily.
I appreciate everyone's sacrifice, because I go through the same thing, everyone's commitment to, I genuinely think, the truth. Whether it ends up being the truth or not, I don't think you guys have sinister intentions. I actually think you guys love Americans, you love America, and I do think most of the things you say are also America first, and I appreciate that. And as you guys sit here today, like, not only are you guys choosing to do this and educate probably millions of people that watch you guys, you're also like educating me as I sit here across from you, and I do change my mind on things quite often, and I think that's beautiful, so I appreciate it, and I hope you guys never stop.
Thanks, Emily. Let's go to the MAGA side, start with Gavin.
Yeah, I think that's what's important about this debate is that we're all focused on truth, and you guys want what's best for the country. And what we're disagreeing on is I'm saying this is good for the country, and you're saying no, it's not. And at the end, we all want what's best. And I don't see that on the left. I see that spite, I see tactics, I see rhetoric and dogma and guilt and all this other shit where they don't seem to want to get down to the semantics of truth. And I think ultimately, we don't fundamentally disagree. We just have a different series of facts that we've put into our number crunching.
Eyal.
I appreciate you guys coming, obviously, and engaging in debate and the exchange of ideas without too many ad hominems, and I think that's healthy for any democracy, and I think it's needed. At the same time, I think sometimes you lack nuance to ideas, that it's not always so black and white, and things are very complicated. Everything is very complicated, and while it'd be great to wave a magical wand and get something done, there are other things that need to happen, and certain times it's not so simple as plucking one thing or plucking the other. There's a system at play. There's a globe. There's an entire ecosystem of different things happening. And so I would just hope.
Gritsnitch. They expect miracles in a short amount of time. The deep state took decades to be established. It takes time to reverse that. Yeah, the argument is that we just don't have the time. So that's not acceptable. Because if that's the case, then it's because it's not going to happen in a quick amount of time to reverse all of this crap. So if it's we don't have the time, well then we're just screwed. And that's like a just wave the white flag, give up, it's over. Like, no, I don't think so. I think you don't just give up, right? You fight till the end. What are we talking about? I think we have the time. I think we can make change. I think it can get better. You keep fighting. It's so stupid. Just like, oh, we don't have the time. We have to do it right now or we're screwed. Well, it's not going to happen right now. So I guess we're screwed then. Still going to pick up my stick.
It was more looking at the good things in that system and not just the negatives.
Linda, it's your turn.
So I think I can only really see myself aligning with Emily, although she has, like she said, she still vote red, which I agree with her. I think it's very important. I have nothing in common with the libertarians. I think he made it very clear that he's more on the Obama foreign policy. I'm obviously not like that at all. I believe that the conversation of geopolitics has
maybe not on foreign policy, but I bet that you guys probably have some things in common when it comes to national policy. So like she's just, I don't know what her deal is. She just wants to close the door on everybody, which is stupid and is, again, she's not helping anything either with that stupid take. Okay, cool. He completely disagrees with you on foreign policy. Well, what about national policy? How about that? I bet you're pretty similar.
David mentioned, which includes the petrodollar. We didn't really talk about that. And getting back Latin America as our #1 ally, cleaning out the corruption, the cartels, all of that stuff we didn't talk about, I think is beyond their IQ for them three. So I don't think we'll ever be able to see eye to eye when it comes to that. But overall, I enjoyed the discussion.
David, this did not turn out to be the heartwarming exercise I had hoped.
I understood.
So, David, it is up to you
To close this
save
out.
America right now. You have to literally have the closing words that unite the entire right.
So between, and they're going to hate me for being nice to everybody online, I promise.
For the record, I like you.
Well, that's what I was about to say.
I like
So some of you folks I already know from our world, and some people I've met.
The way they act, I
met them
can't
hotel
completely
lobbies,
blame
we met
her.
before this.
You know, I mean, what? I don't know. She was annoying. I don't know if you've been watching this whole time or not, but I could have done without about half the crap she said.
Event. I've known a lot of these people from social media and online. And I generally like everybody here. We disagree on policy, but we get along as people. And I consider the new friends and the existing friends to all be friends. And this is the important point. And I appreciate Walkaway doing this because this allows us to show the world.
Yeah, 1 year, 5 months. We have seen incredible, drastic changes, but they just, for whatever reasons, don't want to acknowledge that because it doesn't do them any good for their subs. For their clicks, does them no good to acknowledge that Trump has done some good and to talk about the good that he's done. So we don't have this crazy doomer mentality. Does them no good, unfortunately, because people don't want to hear that. They want to hear it's all bad and Trump's all bad and we're in a quagmire. And for whatever reason, that's what they want to hear. Because I guess they want to be right. I don't even know.
That we can have different opinions, but mostly, I guess I'll get along after. But the idea is we can have different opinions, but still respect and love each other. And that is what the other side won't allow us to do. And so what's so important is let's keep having these discussions. Let's keep pushing it on each other. I think what Owen says is exactly right. We need to do this because this is healthy for America. But what I respect about everybody, they all care enough to show up and do this and have an opinion and pay the consequences for it, our side as well. But we need to have these discussions, and I appreciate everybody willing to sacrifice personally to give a damn enough to have them. But everybody's great, and so for their audiences that think we hate each other and want to get in our comments and be like, we all hate, let's all get along, tell our audiences to do the same and keep having these tough discussions. And so I appreciate you, and I appreciate everybody being here.
Rock and roll.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Brandon.
Thank you.
You're very welcome. The debate tonight had two.
Okay, I don't think we need to listen to him sum it up for us. I'm just going to run through some comments real quick and then shut this down. We've been live for 5 hours and 40 minutes. I guess not too bad. We made it under 6 hours. That's pretty solid. That's pretty solid. Made it under 6 hours. Grits Niche, I wonder how many of them will vote for Trump and not tell anyone. Well, earlier on, they pretty much said that, like, I believe, if I remember right, they pretty much said they're still, like, going to vote red. It's like, okay, maybe you should tell, like, are you telling your audience that? Like, are you informing them that, oh, by the way, we're not voting left. We definitely need to stop them from getting power. I don't think that they're saying that. I hope they are. These kind of people only care about what was done in their pocket and not it. Yeah, there's definitely a lot of them that fall under that category, I believe. Did people do this under Biden? Because I didn't hear this much complaining back then. The left was pretty divided there towards the end of Biden's term. There was a lot of infighting going on the left. That was a thing. I do remember that. But I think they knew that the writing was on the wall. You know what I mean? We had the Butler thing that happened, which garnered a ton of support for Trump. Like they just knew that it wasn't looking good for them in the presidential election or in Congress. So that created more and more infighting. So that also concerns me coming up on midterms, seeing how much infighting there is on the right, because that generally doesn't translate well when it comes to results in elections. So I wish these people would calm it down a little bit and try to get a little bit more serious and understand the game that we're playing here, but doesn't seem to be the case. They're too worried about themselves and their views and pissing off their audience. Yeah, we running it out here, man. 5 hours and 42 minutes. Yeah, we're pros out here now, dude. You are welcome at our house for, cafecito, if you're ever in South Florida. Absolutely. So good. So good. So I remember the first time I had Cuban coffee. I was not expecting that at all. Like, first of all, I had no idea it was just going to be this tiny little bit of coffee. I was like, what is this? Yeah, no, that was enough. That was enough. Folgers? No, not Folgers. We got to get ready to fight. All this, it really is. All this nonsense is nothing. It's nothing compared to what happens if the left gets power back. And like we are, I don't know. I hope not. But everything I'm seeing from people on the left, like, it's not going to go well. It just isn't. Like, if they pack the court, if they really do that, this country is cooked. Cooked. We are screwed. And I hope if they do that, they don't do that. Because I don't even know. I suppose if they do that, it's going to be. I don't even want to think about that. No, that would not be good. I also don't want to see any type of violent conflict in this country either. And I'm afraid something like that could potentially lead to that. That would be really terrible too. So I don't know. I'm actually a little surprised we nailed that in under 6. Considering it took like a little over 3 to get through part 1. I was a little nervous. But I guess I just stopped pausing as much in part 2. Part 2 was a little bit more interesting though too. Do I believe that Brian Harpole will win his case against Candace Owens? I don't really have much to base it off of, but if you listen to, was it Bearded Lawyer? Like, if you listen to his take, it sure sounds like he will. I don't know what that means. I don't know how much he would be awarded. I have no idea. Like, I don't think Brian Harpole, if he does win, that it's going to bankrupt Candace Owens. I'm also not convinced that if Brigitte Macron wins her case against Candace, that it'll put, like, that's not going to stop Candace. We are not getting rid of Candace, guys, anytime soon. It's just not going to happen. So brace for that. Not going to happen. Unfortunately, she's too crazy. She's too crazy. And maybe over time something will happen and her influence will drop, but like right now, not a chance. She has way too much influence. She's way too big of an audience, whether it's American or not, or real or not. Like, it still would appear that she has quite a bit of influence. I honestly don't want to hear that kind of debate again. It's a whole lot of nothing new. Well, there's really nothing else going on. So these debates are going to continue to happen. And it's kind of a recycling of the same talking points over and over again. It just depends on who's doing the debating, in my opinion. When you have somebody like a Gavin McInnes just dropping truth bombs like that, I think it, like me personally, that makes it better, more tolerable. Because he's not, you know what I mean? He's not going on 30 paragraph explanations for his viewpoints. He's just laying them out. Clear as day. No fluffer, no BS. Now, whether or not his opinions are true, I mean, that can be debated, but. Lori, you stuck it out, Lori? Hey, I appreciate that. Pretty solid. You were ready to call it in like an hour ago. So you should definitely dip out, go to bed. an explosion just went off in the middle of a Knicks crowd, like outside. Well, I haven't been paying attention much, but like, didn't they say they were basically going to burn the city down, whether the Knicks won or lost? Two goats and a dog. Have you not had Cuban coffee before? I keep calling it Cuban coffee. That's just what, I don't know. I think maybe you have to be like super cultured to call it a cafecito. But if you haven't had it, you should have it. It tastes great and it's strong as shit. Perfect. Cuban coffee's fine. All right. It's easier to say too. All right, guys, we're checking out. That's it. We're going to close this thing down. I've got to go to the bathroom again. And I would like to eat something. So thanks for hanging out. That was fun. That was a lot of fun. I wish Gavin would have been more involved, but it is what it is. We will catch you guys in the next one. Have a good night, everybody.